Section 1 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 1, Part 1. Sir Isaac Newton. When you come into any fresh company, observe their humors. Suit your own carriage thereto, by which insinuation you will make their converse more free and open. Let your discourse be more in queries and doubtings than peremptory assertions or disputings, it being the design of travellers to learn, not to teach. Besides, it will persuade your acquaintance that you have the greater esteem of them, and so make them more ready to communicate what they know to you, whereas nothing sooner occasions disrespect and quarrels than peremptoriness. You will find little or no advantage in seeming wiser, or much more ignorant than your company. Seldom discommend anything, though never so bad, or do it but moderately, lest you be unexpectedly forced to an unhandsome retraction. It is safer to commend anything more than is due, than to discommend a thing so much as it deserves, for commendations meet not so often with oppositions, or at least are not usually so ill resented by men that think otherwise, as discommendations. You will insinuate into men's favour by nothing sooner than seeming to approve and commend what they like, but beware of doing it by a comparison. Sir Isaac Newton to one of his pupils. Sir Isaac Newton. An honest farmer, neither rich nor poor, was Isaac Newton. He was married to Harriet Ayscough in February 1642. Both were strong, intelligent, and full of hope. Neither had any education to speak of. They belonged to England's middle class, that oft despised and much ridiculed middle class which is the hope of the world. Accounts still in existence show that their income was £30 a year. It was for them to toil all the week, go to church on Sunday, and twice or thrice in a year attend the village fairs or indulge in a holiday where hard cider played an important part. Isaac had served his 2 years in the army, taken a turn at sea, and got his discharge papers. Now he had married the lass of his choice, and settled down in the little house on an estate in Lincolnshire where his father was born and died. Spring came and the roses clambered over the stone walls. The bobolinks played hide and seek in the waving grass of the meadows. The skylarks sang and poised and soared. The hedgerows grew white with hawthorn blossoms and musical with the chirp of sparrows. The cattle ranged through the fragrant clover, knee-deep in June. Oftentimes the young wife worked with her husband in the fields, or went with him to market. Great plans were laid as to what they would do next year, and the year after, and how they would provide for coming age and grow old together, here among the oaks and the peace and plenty of Lincolnshire. In such a country, with such a climate, it seems as if one could almost make repair equal waste, and thus keep death indefinitely at bay. But all men, even the strongest, are living under a death sentence, with but an indefinite reprieve. And even yet, with all of our science and health, we cannot fully account for those diseases which seemingly pick the very best flower of sinew and strength. Isaac Newton, the strong and rugged farmer, sickened and died in a week. The result of a cold caught when sweaty and standing in a draught, the surgeon explained. The act of God to warn us all of the vanity of life. Acute pneumonia, perhaps, is what we would call it, a fever that burned out the bellows in a week. In such cases the very strength of the man seems to supply fuel for the flames. And so, just as the autumn came with changing leaves, the young wife was left to fight the battle of life alone, alone save for the old, old miracle that her life supported another, a wife, a widow, a mother, all within a year. On Christmas Day the babe was born where most men die, in obscurity. He was so weak and frail that none but the mother believed he would live. The doctor quoted a line from Richard III, "Sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up," and gave the infant into the keeping of an old nurse with an ominous shake of the head, and went his way, absolved. His time was too valuable to waste on such a useless human mite. The persistent words of the mother that the child should not, must not die, possibly had something to do with keeping the breath of life in the puny man-child. The fond mother had given him the name of his father, even before birth. He was to live to do the work that the man now dead had hoped to do, that is, live a long and honest life, and leave the fair acres more valuable than he found them. Such was the inauspicious beginning of what Herbert Spencer declared was the greatest life since Aristotle studied the starry universe. Outside of India, the lot of widows is not especially to be pitied. A widow has beautiful dreams, while the married woman copes with the stern reality. Then no phase of life is really difficult when you accept it, and the memory of a great love lost is always a blessing and a benediction to the one who endures the first cruel shock. The young widow looked after her little estate, and with perhaps some small assistance from her parents, lived comfortably and as happily as one has a right to in this vale of tears. Her baby boy had grown strong and well. By the time he was 2 years old, he was quite the equal of most babies, and his mother thought, beyond them. It is quite often stoutly declared by callow folks that mother love is the strongest and most enduring love in the world. But the wise waste no words on such an idle proposition. Mother love retires into the shadow when the other kind appears. When the Reverend Barnabas Smith began, unconsciously, to make eyes at the widow Newton over his prayer book, the good old dames whose business it is to look after these things and perform them vicariously made prophecies on the way home from church as to how soon the wedding would occur. People go to church to watch and pray, but a man I know says that women go to church to watch. Young clergymen fall an easy prey to designing widows, he avers. I can discover no proof, however, that the widow Newton made any original designs. She was below the young clergyman in social standing, and when the good man began to pay special attentions to her baby boy, she never imagined that the sundry pats and caresses were meant for her. Little Isaac Newton was just 3 years old when the wedding occurred, and was not troubled about it. The bride went to live with her husband at the rectory a mile away, and the little boy in dresses with long yellow curls was taken to the home of his grandmother. The Reverend Barnabas Smith didn't like babies as well as he had at first thought. Grandparents are inclined to be lax in their discipline. And anyway, it is no particular difference if they are. A scarcity of discipline is better than too much. More boys have been ruined by the rod than saved by it. Love is a good substitute for a cat o' nine tails. There were several children born to the Reverend Barnabas Smith and his wife, and all were disciplined for their own good. Isaac, a few miles away, snuggled in the arms of his old grandmother when he was bad and went scot-free. Many years after, Sir Isaac Newton, in an address on education at Cambridge, playfully referred to the fact that in his boyhood he did not have to prevaricate to escape punishment, his grandmother being always willing to lie for him. His grandmother was his first teacher and his best friend, as long as she lived. When he was 12 years old, he was sent to the village school at Grantham, 8 miles away. There he boarded with a family by the name of Clark, and at odd times helped in the apothecary shop of Mr. Clark, cleaning bottles and making pills. He himself has told us that the working with mortar and pestle, cutting the pills in exact cubes, and then rolling one in each hand between thumb and finger, did him a lot of good, whether the patients were benefited or not. The genial apothecary also explained that pills were for those who made and sold them, and that if they did no harm to those who swallowed them, the whole transaction was then one of benefit. All of which proves to us that men had the essence of wisdom 200 years ago, quite as much as now. The master of the school at Grantham was one Mr. Stokes, a man of genuine insight and tact, two things rather rare in the pedagogic equipment at that time. The Newton boy was small and stood low in his class, perhaps because book learning had not been the bent of his grandmother. The fact that Isaac was neither strong nor smart, nor even smartly dressed, caused him to serve in the capacity as a butt for the bullies. One big boy in particular made it his business to punch, kick, and cuff him on all occasions, in class or out. This continued for a month, when one day the little boy invited the big one out into the churchyard, and there fell upon him tooth and claw. The big boy had strength, but the little one had right on his side. The schoolmaster looked over the wall and shouted, "Thrice armed is he who knows his cause is just." In 2 minutes the bully was beaten, but but the schoolmaster's son, who stood by as master of ceremonies, suggested that the big boy have his nose rubbed against the wall of the church for luck. This was accordingly done, not o'er gently, and when Isaac returned to the schoolroom, the master, who was supposed to know nothing officially of the fighting, prophesied, "Young Mr. Newton will yet beat any boy in this school in his studies." It has been suggested that this prophecy was made after its fulfillment, but even so, we know that Mr. Stokes lived long enough to take great pride in the Newton boy, and to grow reminiscent concerning his great achievements. Our hearts surely go out to the late Mr. Stokes, schoolmaster at Grantham. There is surely something in that old idea of Indians, that when they killed an enemy the strength of the fallen adversary entered into themselves. This encounter of little Isaac with the school bully was a pivotal point in his career. He had vanquished the rogue physically, and he now set to work to do as much mentally for the whole school. He had it in him. It was just a matter of application. Once in after life, speaking of those who had benefited him most, he placed this unnamed chucklehead first, and added with a smile, "Our enemies are quite as unnecessary to us as our friends." In a few months Isaac stood at the head of the class. In mathematics he especially excelled, and the master, who prided himself on being able to give problems no one could solve but himself, found that he was put to the strait of giving a problem nobody could solve. He was somewhat taken aback when little Isaac declined to work on it, and coolly pointed out the fallacy involved. The only thing for the teacher to do was to say he had purposely given the proposition to see if anyone would detect the fallacy. This he gracefully did, and again made a prophecy to the effect that Isaac Newton would some day take his own place and be master of Grantham School. In the year 1656, the school days of Isaac Newton were cut short by the death of his stepfather. His mother, twice a widow, moved back to Woolsthorpe, a big name for a very small estate. Isaac was made the man of the house. The ambition of his mother was that he should become a farmer and stock raiser. It seems that the boy entered upon his farm duties with an alacrity that was not to last. His heart was not in the work, but the desire to please his mother spurred him forward. On one occasion, being sent with a load of produce to Grantham, he stopped to visit his old school, and during his call struck a bargain with one of the boys for a copy of Descartes' Geometry. The purchase exhausted his finances, so that he was unable to buy the articles his mother had sent him for. But when he got home he explained that one might get along without such luxuries as clothing, but a good geometry was a family necessity. About this time he made a water clock, and also that sundial which can be seen today carved into the stone on the corner of the house. He still continued his making of kites, which had been begun at Grantham, and gave the superstitious neighbours a thrill by flying kites at night with lighted lanterns made from paper attached to the tails. He made water wheels and windmills, and once constructed a miniature mill that he ran by placing a mouse in a treadmill inside. In the meantime the cows got into the corn, and the weeds in the garden improved each shining hour. The fond mother was now sorely disappointed in her boy, and made remarks to the effect that if she had looked after his bringing up instead of entrusting him to an indulgent grandmother, affairs at this time would not be in their present state. Parents are apt to be fussy. They cannot wait. Matters reached a climax when the sheep that Isaac had been sent to watch overran the garden and demolished everything but the purslane and ragweed, while all the time the young man was under the hedge working out mathematical problems from his Descartes. At this stage the mother called in her brother, the Reverend Mr. Ayscough, and he advised that a boy who was so bound to study should be allowed to study, and the good man offered to pay the wages of a man to take Isaac's place on the farm. So, greatly to the surprise and pleasure of Mr. Stokes of Grantham, Isaac one fine day returned with his books, just as if he had only been gone a day instead of a year. At the home of the apothecary the lad was thrice welcomed. He had endeared himself to the women of the household especially. He did not play with other boys. Their games and sports were absolutely outside of his orbit. He was silent and so self-contained that he won from his schoolfellows the sobriquet of Old Cold Feet. Nothing surprised him. He never lost his temper. He laughed so seldom that the incident was noted and told to the neighbors. His attitude was one of abstraction, and when he spoke it was like a judge charging a jury with soda water. All his spare time was given up to whittling, pounding, sawing, and making mathematical calculations. Not all of his inventions were toys, for among other things he constructed a horseless carriage which was run by a crank and pumping device, by the occupants. The idea of the horseless carriage is a matter that has long been in the minds of inventors. Several men supremely great have tried their hands and head at it. Leibniz worked at it, Swedenborg prophesied the automobile and made a carriage, placing the horse inside, and did not give up the scheme until the horse ran away with himself and demolished a year's work. The government here interfered and placed an injunction against the making of any more such diabolical contrivances for the disturbance of the public peace. All of which makes us believe that if either Edison or Marconi had lived 200 years ago, the bailiffs would have looked after them with the butt end of the law for the regulation of wizards and witches, wizards at Menlo Park being as bad as witches at Salem. Newton's horseless carriage later came to grief in a similar way to Swedenborg's invention. It worked so well and so fast that it turned a complete somersault into a ditch, and its manipulation was declared to be a pastime more dangerous than football. Not all the things produced by Isaac about this time were failures. For instance, among other things he made a table, a chair, and a cupboard for a young woman who was a fellow boarder at the apothecary's. The excellence of young Newton's handiwork was shown in that the articles just mentioned outlasted both owner and maker. Much of the reminiscence concerning the Grantham days of Sir Isaac Newton comes from the fortunate owner of that historic old table, chair, and cupboard. This was Mary Story, who was later Mrs. Vincent. Miss Story was the same age as Isaac. She was just 18 when the furniture was made Roycrofty. She was a young lady grown, and wore a dress with a train. Moreover, she had been to London, and had been courted by a widower, while Isaac Newton was only a lad in roundabouts. Age counts for little. It is experience and temperament that weigh in the scale. Isaac was only a little boy, and Mary Story treated him like one. And here seems a good place to quote what Dr. Charcot said: "In arranging the formula for a great man, make sure you delay adolescence. Rare ripes rot early." Isaac and Mary became very good chums, and used to ramble the woods together hand in hand, in a way that must have frightened them both, had they been on the same psychic plane. Isaac had about the same regard for her that he might have had for a dear maiden aunt, who would mend his old socks and listen patiently, pretending to be interested when he talked of parallelograms and prismatic spectra. But evidently Mary Story thought of him with a thrill, for she stoutly resented the boys calling him "cold feet." In due time Isaac gravitated to Cambridge. Mary mooed a wee, but soon consoled herself with a sure enough lover, and was married to Mr. Vincent, a worthy man and true, but one who had not sufficient soul caloric to make her forget her Isaac. This friendship with Mary Story is often spoken of as the one love affair in the life of Sir Isaac Newton. It was all prosily platonic on his part, but as Mary lived out her life at Grantham, and Sir Isaac Newton used to go there occasionally, and when he did always called upon her, the relationship was certainly noteworthy. The only break in that lifelong friendship occurred when each was past 50. Sir Isaac Newton was paying his little yearly call at Grantham, and was seated in a rustic arbour by the side of Mrs. Vincent, now grown grey, and the mother of a goodly brood, well grown up. As they thus sat talking of days agone, his thoughts wandered off upon quadratic equations, and to aid his mind in following the thread, he absent-mindedly lighted his pipe and smoked in silence. As the tobacco died low, he gazed about for a convenient utensil to use in pushing the ashes down in the bowl of his pipe. Looking down, he saw the lady's hand resting upon his knee, and he straightway utilized the forefinger of his vis-a-vis. A suppressed feminine screech followed, but the fires of friendship were not quenched by so slight an incident, which Mrs. Vincent knew grew out of temperament, and not from wrong intent. She lived to be 85, and to the day of her death caressed the scar, the cicatrice of a love wound. All of which seems to prove that old women can be quite as absurd as young ones. Goodness me. End of section 1. Section 2 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 1, Part 2. Sir Isaac Newton. When Isaac was 18, Master Stokes was so well impressed with his star scholar that he called in the young lad's uncle, the Reverend Mr. Ayscough, and insisted that the boy be sent to Cambridge. The uncle, being a Cambridge man himself, thought this the proper thing to do. On June 5th, 1661, Isaac presented his credentials from his uncle and Mr. Stokes, and was duly entered in Trinity College as a subsizar, which means that he was admitted on suspicion. A part of the duties of a subsizar was to clean boots, scrub floors, and perform various other delightful tasks which everybody else evaded. To be at Trinity College in any capacity was paradise for this boy. He thirsted for knowledge, to know, to do, to perform. These things were his desire. He had been brought up to work anyway, and to a country boy toil is no punishment. I knew that if worst came to worst, I could get work in the town making furniture and earn a man's wage, he said. In a month he had passed his first examinations and was made a sizar. Before this he had been fag to everybody, but now he was fag to the seniors only. He not only made their beds and cleaned their rooms, but also worked their examples in mathematics, and thus commanded their respect. Once being called upon in class to recite from Euclid, he declined and shocked the professor by saying, "It is a trifling book. I have mastered it and thrown it aside." And it was no idle boast. He knew the book as the professor did not. When he arrived at Cambridge he carried in his box a copy of Sanderson's Logic, presented to him by his uncle, the uncle having no use for it. It happened to be one of the textbooks in use at Trinity. When Isaac heard lectures on Sanderson, he found he knew the book a deal better than the tutor, a thing the tutor shortly acknowledged before the class. This caused young Mr. Newton to stand out as a prodigy. Usually students have to rap for admittance to the higher classes, but now the teachers came and sought him out. One professor told him that he was about to take up Kepler's optics with some postgraduate students. Would young Mr. Newton come in? Isaac begged to be excused until he could examine the book. The volume was loaned to him. He tore the vitals out of it and digested them. When the lectures began he declined to go, because he had mastered the subject as far as Kepler carried it. Genius seems to consist in the ability to concentrate your rays and focus them on one point. Isaac Newton could do it. On a winter day I took a small glass and so centered the sun's rays that I burned a hole in my coat, he wrote in his subsizar journal. The youth possessed an imperturbable coolness. He talked little, but when he spoke it was very frankly and honestly. From any other his words would have had a presumptuous and boastful sound. As it was, he was respected and beloved. At Cambridge his face and features commended him. He looked like another Cambridge man, one Milton, John Milton, only his face was a little more stern in its expression than that of the author of Paradise Lost. In 2 years' time Isaac Newton was a scholar of whom all Cambridge knew. He had prepared able essays on the squaring of curved and crooked lines, on errors in grinding lenses and the methods of rectifying them, and in the extraction of roots where the cubes were imperfect. He had done things never before attempted by his teachers. When they called upon him to recite, it was only for the purpose of explaining truths which they had not mastered. In 1664, being in his 22nd year, Isaac Newton was voted a free scholarship, which provided for board, books, and tuition. On this occasion he was examined in Euclid by Dr. Barrow, the headmaster of Trinity. Newton could solve every problem, but could not explain why or how. His methods were empirical, those of his own. Many men with a modicum of mathematical genius work in this way, and in practical life the plan may serve all right. But now it was shown to Newton that a schoolman must not only know how to work out great problems, but also why he goes at it in a certain way. Otherwise colleges are vain. We must be able to pass our knowledge along. The really great man is one who knows the rules and then forgets them, just as the painter of supreme merit must be a realist before he evolves into an impressionist. Newton now acknowledged his mistake in reference to Euclid, and set to work to master the rules. This graciousness in accepting advice, and the willingness to admit his lapse, if he had been hasty, won for him not only the scholarship, but also the love of his superiors. Milton was a radical who made enemies, but Newton was a radical who made friends. He avoided iconoclasm, left all matters of theology to the specialists, and accepted the Church as a necessary part of society. His care not to offend fixed his place in Cambridge for life. It was Cambridge that fostered and encouraged his first budding experiments. It was there he was sustained in his mightiest hazards, and it was within her walls that the ripe fruit of his genius was garnered and gathered. When his fame had become national, and he was called to higher offices than Cambridge supplied, Cambridge watched his career with the loving interest of a mother, and the debt of love he fully paid, for it was very largely through his name and fame that Cambridge first took her place as one of the great schools of the world. Newton took his degree of Bachelor of Arts at Cambridge in January in the year 1665. The faculty of Trinity would not even consider his leaving the college. He was as valuable to them as he would be now if he were a famous football player. Besides the scholarship, there were ways provided so he could earn money by private tutoring and giving lectures in the absence of the professors. He had written his essay on fluxions, described their application to fluents and tangents, and devised a plan for finding the radius of curvity in crooked lines. In August of the same year that Newton was given his degree, the college was dismissed on account of an epidemic, and Newton went home to Woolsthorpe to kill time. In September 1665, he then being 23, while seated in his mother's garden, Newton saw that storied apple fall. What pulled it down? Some force tugging at it, surely. Galileo had experimented with falling bodies, and had proved that the weight and size of a falling body had nothing to do with its velocity, save as its size and shape might be affected by the friction of the atmosphere. The first person to put into print the story of the falling apple was Voltaire, whose sketch of Newton is a little classic which the world could ill afford to lose. Adam, William Tell, and Isaac Newton each had his little affair with the apple, but with different results. The falling apple suggested to Newton that there was some power in the ground that was constantly pulling things toward the center of the earth. This power extended straight down into the earth. He knew it. He had dropped a stone into a mine, and had also dropped things from steeples. He dropped apples from kites by an ingenious device of 2 strings, and he concluded that an apple taken 100 miles up in the air would return to earth. He then began to speculate as to just what a body would do 1,000 or 10,000 miles from the earth. So high as we could go, or as deep as we could dig, this drawing power was always present, the law of gravitation. If a cannonball was fired in a straight line at a distant target, the gunner had to elevate the aim if he would hit the target, for the ball described a curve and would keep dropping to the earth until it struck the ground. Something was pulling it down. What was it? The law of gravitation. The moon was attracted toward us and would surely fall into us, but for the fact that there were other attractions drawing her toward them. The movements of the planets were owing to the fact that they were obeying attractions. They were moving in curves, just like cannonballs in motion. They had 2 movements also, like the cannonball. Newton had noticed that the stars within a certain territory all moved in similar directions, and so must be acted upon by the same influences, the law of gravitation. It is held by many people in East Aurora and elsewhere that Newton's invention is a devilish device originated for the benefit of surgeons and crockery dealers, but this is not wholly true. Without this law of gravitation, the earth could not retain her spherical shape. Only through this constant drawing in toward the center could she exist. The other planets, too, must be round, or they could not exist, and so they also had the same quality of gravity in common with the earth, a drawing in of everything toward the center. Here was clearly a positive discovery, the similarity of the heavenly bodies. Every one of the heavenly bodies was exerting a constant attraction toward all other heavenly bodies, and this attractive power must be in proportion to the distance they were from the object acted upon. Thus were their movements and orbits accounted for. At this time Newton was perfectly familiar with Kepler's law, that the squares of the periodic times of a planet were as the cubes of its distance from the sun, and from this he inferred that the attraction varied as the square of the planet's distance from the sun. Here he was working on territory that had never been surveyed, At first, in his exuberance, he thought to figure out the size and weight of each planet quickly by measuring its attractive power. He did not realize that he had cut out for himself work that would require many men and several centuries to cover, but surely he was on the right scent, a finite man keen upon the secrets of the infinite. He was still at his mother's old home in the country, without scientific apparatus or the stimulus of colleagues, when we find by a record in his journal that antique groan, because there were only 24 hours in a day, and that 8 were required for sleep, and 8 more for recreation. A subject a little nearer home than planetary attraction had now switched him off from measuring and weighing the stars. He was hard at work in his mother's little sitting room, with the windows darkened, much to that good woman's perplexity. By shutting out all light from the windows, and allowing the sun's rays to enter by a little circular aperture, he had gotten the sunlight captured and tamed to where he could study it. This ray of light he examined with a small hand-glass he himself had made. In looking at the ray, quite accidentally, he found it could be deflected and sent off at will in various directions. When thrown on the wall, instead of being simply white light, it had 7 distinct colors, beginning with violet and running down to red. So white light was not a single element. It was made up of various rays which had to be united in order to give us sunlight. Eureka! He had found the secret of the rainbow, the sun's rays broken up and separated by the refracting agency of clouds. Well does Darwin declare that the separation of sunlight into its component parts and the invention of the spectrum have marked an advance in man's achievement such as the world had not seen since the time of wonder-working Archimedes. The Cambridge University was closed until October, year of 1667. Most of the intervening time Newton spent at the home of his mother, but from accounts of his we can see that the college people kept their eagle eye upon him, for they sent remittances to him regularly for commons. When he returned to Cambridge he was assigned to the spiritual chamber, which was a room next to the chapel, that had formerly been reserved as a guest room for visiting dignitaries. In March 1668 he was given the degree of Master of Arts. His studies now were of a very varied kind. He was required to give 1 lecture a week on any subject of his own choosing. Needless to say, his themes were all mathematical or scientific. Just what they were can best be inferred by consulting his cash book, since the lectures themselves were not written out, and all memoranda concerning them have disappeared. This account book shows that his expenditures were for a Gunter's book, he who invented the Gunter's chain, a magnet and a compass, glue, bulbs, putty, antimony, vinegar, white lead, salts of tartar, and lenses. And in addition there were a few interesting items, such as one sees in the diary of George Washington: lost at cards, 5 shillings; treating at tavern, 10 shillings; binding my Bible, 3 shillings; spent on my cousin, £1 2; expenses for wetting my degree, 16 shillings. The last item shows that times have changed but little. This scientist and philosopher par excellence had to moisten his diploma at the tavern for the benefit of good fellows who little guessed with whom they drank. He also had poor relations come to visit him, and it is significant that while there are various items showing where he lost money at cards, there are no references to any money won at the same business, from which we infer that while there was no one at Cambridge who could follow him in his studies, there yet were those who could deal themselves better hands when it came to the pasteboards. Evidently he got discouraged at playing cards, for after the year 1668 there are no more items of treating at the tavern or lost at cards. The boys had tried to educate him, but had not succeeded. In card exploitations he fell a victim of arrested development. I suppose it will not cause anyone a shock to be told that the greatest thinker of all time was not exactly a perfect man. So let the truth be known that throughout his life Newton had a well-defined strain of superstitious belief running through his character. He never quite relinquished the idea of transmutation of metals, and at times astrology was quite as interesting to him as astronomy. In writing to a friend who was about to pay a long visit to the mines of Hungary, he says, "Examine most carefully and ascertain just how and under what conditions nature transforms iron into copper and copper into silver and gold." In his laboratory he had specimens of iron ore that contained copper, and also samples of copper ore that contained gold, and from this he argued that these metals were transmutable, and really in the act of transmutation when the process was interfered with by the miner's pick. He had transformed a liquid into a mass of solid crystals instantly, and all of the changes possible in light which he had discovered had enlarged his faith to a point where he declared, "Nothing is impossible." It is somewhat curious that Isaac Newton, who had no soft sex sentiment in his nature, quite unlike Galileo, still believed in alchemy and astrology, while Galileo's cold intellect at once perceived the fallacy of these things. Galileo also saw at once that for the sun to stand still at Joshua's command would really mean that the earth must cease her motion, since the object desired was to prolong the day. Sir Isaac Newton, who discovered the law of gravitation, yet believed that at the command of a barbaric chieftain this law was arrested, and that all planetary attraction was made to cease while he fought the Philistines for the possession of pasture land to which he had no title. Galileo did not know as much as Newton about planetary attraction, but very early in his career he perceived that the Bible was not a book that could be relied upon technically. With Newton the Bible presented no difficulties. He regularly attended church and took part in the ritual. Religion was one thing, and his daily work another. He kept his religion as completely separate from his life as did Gladstone, who believed the Mosaic account of creation was literally true, and yet had a clear, cool, calculating head for facts. The greatest financial exploiter in America today is an Orthodox Christian, taking an active part in missionary work and the spread of the gospel. In his family he is gentle, kind, and tender. He is a good neighbor, a punctilious churchgoer, a leader in Sunday school, and a considerate teacher of little children. In business relations he is as conscienceless as Tamerlane, who built a mountain of skulls as a monument to himself. He is cold, calculating, and if opposed, vindictive. On occasion he is absolutely without heart. Compassion, mercy, or generosity are not then in his make-up. The best lawyers procurable are paid princely sums to study for him the penal code, and legislatures have even revised it for his benefit. Eviction, destruction, suicide, and insanity have even trod in his train. A picture of him makes you think of that dark and gloomy canvas where Caesar, Alexander, and Napoleon ride slowly side by side through a sea of stiffened corpses. Bribery, coercion, violence, and even murder have been this man's weapons. He is the richest man in America, and yet, as I said in the beginning, all this represents only one side of his nature. He reads his chapter in the Bible each evening by his family fireside, and tenderly kisses his grandchildren good night. The individual who imagines that embezzlers are all riotous in nature, and by habit are spendthrifts, does not know humanity. The embezzler is one man, the model citizen another, and yet both souls reside in the one body. Nero had a passion for pet pigeons, and the birds used to come at his call, perch on his shoulder, and take dainty crumbs from his lips. The natures of some men are divided up into watertight compartments. Sir Isaac Newton kept his religion in one compartment, and his science in another. They never got together. Voltaire has said, when Sir Isaac Newton discovered the law of gravitation, he excited the envy of the learned men of the world, but they more than got even with him when he wrote a book on the prophecies of the Bible. When Newton was only 27 years old, he was elected the Lucasian Professor of Mathematics at Trinity, an office that carried with it a goodly salary and also very much honor. Never before had so young a man held this chair. Newton was a pioneer in announcing the physical properties of light. Every village photographer now fully understands this, but when Newton first proclaimed it, he created a whirlwind of disapproval. When a man at that time put forth an unusual thought, it was regarded as a challenge. Teachers and professors all over Great Britain, and also in Germany and France, at once set about to show the fallacy of Newton's conclusions. Newton had issued a pamphlet with diagrams showing how to study light, and the apparatus was so simple and cheap that the Newton experiments were tried everywhere in schoolrooms. People always combat a new idea when first presented, and so Newton found himself overwhelmed with correspondence. Cheap arguments were fired into Cambridge in volleys. These were backed up by quibbling men, pro bono publico, veritas, and old subscriber. men incapable of following Newton's scientific mind. In his great good nature and patience, Newton replied to his opponents at length. His explanations were construed into proof that he was not sure of his ground. One man challenged him to debate the matter publicly, and we hear of his going up to London, king that he was, to argue with a commoner. Such terms as falsifier, upstart, pretender, were freely used, and poor Newton for a time was almost in despair. He had thought that the world was anxious for truth. Some of his fellow professors now touched their foreheads and shook their heads ominously as he passed. He had gone so far beyond them that the cries of "Whoa!" were unnoticed. It is here worth noting that the universal fame of Sir Isaac Newton was brought about by his rancorous enemies, and not by his loving friends. Gentle, honest, simple, and direct as was his nature, he experienced notoriety before he knew fame. To the world at large he was a wizard and a juggler before he was acknowledged a teacher of truth, a man of science. When the dust of conflict concerning Newton's announcement of the qualities of light had somewhat subsided, he turned to his former discovery, the law of gravitation, and bent his mighty mind upon it. The influence of the moon upon the earth, the tilt of the earth, the flattening of the poles, the recurring tides, the size, weight, and distance of the planets now occupied Newton's attention. And to study these phenomena properly, he had to construct special and peculiar apparatus. In 1687, the results of his discoveries were brought together in one great book, the Principia. Newton was 45 years old then. He was still the Cambridge professor, but was well known in political circles in London on account of having been sent there at various times to represent the university in a legal way. His diplomatic success led to his being elected a member of Parliament. Among other great men whom he met in London was Samuel Pepys, who kept a diary and therein recorded various important nothings about Mr. Isaac Newton of Cambridge, a school teacher of degree, with a great dignity of manner and pleasing countenance. It seems Newton thought so well of Pepys that he wrote him several letters, from which Samuel gives us quotations. Pepys really claimed the honour of introducing Newton into good society. Among others with whom Newton made friends in Parliament was Mr. Montague, who shortly afterward became Secretary of the Exchequer. Montague made his friend Newton a Warden of the Mint, with pay about double that which he had received while at Cambridge. In this public work Newton brought such talent and diligence to bear that in 1697 he was made Master of the Mint at a salary of £1,500 a year, a princely sum in those days. There is no doubt that the fact that Newton was a devout churchman and an upholder of the established order was a great, although perhaps unconscious, diplomatic move. His delightful personality, gracious, suave, dignified, and silent, won for him admiration wherever he would go. In argument his fine reserve and excellent temper were most convincing. Had he turned his attention to the law, he would have become Chief Justice of England. In 1703 he was elected President of the Royal Society, an office he held continuously for 25 years, and which tenure was only terminated by his death. In 1705 the Queen visited Cambridge, and there with much pageantry bestowed the honour of knighthood which changed Professor Newton into Sir Isaac Newton. But the man himself was still the simple, modest gentleman. The title did not spoil him. He was a noble man from boyhood. His duties as Master of the Mint did not interfere with his studies and scientific investigations. He revised and rewrote his Principia, and in 1713 the new edition was issued. One copy was most sumptuously bound, and Sir Isaac, who was a special favourite at court, presented it in person to the Queen. Those who are interested in such things may, by applying to the curator of the British Museum, see and turn the leaves of this book, reading the gracious inscription of the author, while a solemn man in brass buttons stands behind. Newton died March 20th, 1727, at the age of 85, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. The verdict of humanity concerning Sir Isaac Newton has been summed up for us by Laplace. His work was preeminent above all other products of the human intellect. End of section 2. Section 3 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 2, Part 1. Galileo. I am inclined to believe that the intention of the sacred Scriptures is to give to mankind the information necessary for their salvation. But I do not hold it necessary to believe that the same God who has endowed us with senses, with speech, with intellect, intended that we should neglect the use of these, and seek by other means for knowledge which these are sufficient to procure for us, especially in a science like astronomy, of which so little notice is taken by the Scriptures, that none of the planets except the sun and moon, and once or twice only Venus, by the name of Lucifer, are so much as named at all. This therefore being granted, methinks that in the discussion of natural problems we ought not to begin at the authority of texts of Scriptures, but at sensible experiments and necessary demonstrations. Galileo. Galileo. With the history of Galileo and Copernicus, there is connected a man of such stern and withal striking individuality that the story of the rise and evolution of astronomy cannot be told and this man's name left out. Giordano Bruno was born in 1548. His parents were obscure people, and his childhood and early education are enveloped in mystery. Occasional passages in his writings refer to his sympathy for outcast children, and he quotes the saying of Jesus, "Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." He then refers to himself as having been a waif and robbed of the love that was his due, the lawful legal heritage of every child, sent without its consent into a world of struggle and strife, where only love makes existence possible. Evidently the early life of Bruno was a symbol and shadow of what fate held in store for him. The first authentic knowledge we have of Bruno was when he was 22 years old. He was then a Dominican monk, and he is brought to our attention because he distinguished himself by incurring the displeasure of his superiors. His particular offense was that he had declared, "The infallibility of the Pope is only in matters spiritual, and does not apply to the science of material things." Strangely enough, these words of Bruno are almost identical with words recently expressed by Cardinal Sotoli. The difference in their reception is owing to a mere matter of a few hundred years. Truth is a question of time and place. Bruno was banished for his temerity, and Sotoli wears the red hat. Verily, yesterday's heresy is today's orthodoxy. The attitude of the Church toward the teachings of Copernicus after the death of the man was one of patronizing pity. Instead of putting his great book, Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, on the index, the wiser plan was adopted of paying no attention to it. Occasionally, however, the subject was broached by some incautious novitiate, and then the custom was to treat the Copernican theory as a mere hypothesis, and its author as a mental defective. Bruno would not have it so. To him it was a very important matter whether the sun revolved around the earth, as the priests taught, or the earth revolved around the sun, as set forth in the work of Copernicus. He came to the conclusion that Copernicus was right, and said so. It was ordered that he should cease lecturing on the subject of astronomy and apply himself to spiritual matters. He argued that he should be allowed to think and speak what he pleased about the stars, since the whole matter was one of opinion, and even the Pope did not know positively the final facts of astronomy, and if the Copernican theory was a hypothesis, so also was the Ptolemaic theory held by the Church. It will be seen that Copernicus and Bruno were very different in temperament. One was gentle, diplomatic, cautious; the other was headstrong, firm, and full of argument. Bruno was given his choice: to cease the study of astronomy, or to lay aside the Dominican frock. The hardihood of the young man was seen in that he unfrocked himself, thinking that once outside of the order he was not responsible to his superior, and could teach what he pleased, so long as it was not heresy. Heresy is treason to the Church, but Bruno could not see how spiritual dogma could cover the facts of physical science, since new facts were constantly being discovered, and the material universe could only be understood by being studied. He was too innocent to comprehend that a vast majority of the people believed that popes, cardinals, and priests knew everything, and that when any branch of knowledge was questioned, it placed the priests in doubt. Certainly the Church has not opposed science; she has only opposed heresy. But the curious fact is that advancing science has usually been to the Church heretical. When Bruno opposed anything that the priests taught, he opposed the Church. He was warned to leave Rome; his life was in danger. He fled to Geneva, the home of Calvin. Here, he thought, surely he could speak and write as he chose. But alas, Protestantism cared even less about science than did the monks, and heresy to John Calvin was quite as serious a matter as it was to Calvin's competitor, the Pope of Rome. The Protestants of Geneva gave Bruno scant attention. They had never heard of Copernicus, and the movements of the stars were as nothing to them, since the world was soon to come to an end. The learned men were even then making mathematical calculations based on the prophecies of the Old Testament as to how soon the general destruction would take place. Bruno sought to argue them out of their childishness, with the result that he got himself marked as an infidel and a dangerous man. From Geneva he went to Lyons, then to Paris, where his personality made itself felt, and he was given a hearing at the university. Here he remained for several years, when he went to England, arriving there in 1584, the same year that a rustic by the name of William Shakespeare, from Stratford, reached London. Whether they ever met is doubtful. Bruno spoke 5 languages, and his polite accomplishments afforded him an immediate entry into the best circles of society. He was entertained at the home of Sir Philip Sidney, and afterward carried on an extensive correspondence with this prince of gentlemen. Greville presented Bruno to Queen Elizabeth, who invited him to lecture at the court on his favourite theme. This he did, and it is quite probable that the noble lords and ladies left calls, so they could be awakened when the lecture was over, and congratulate the speaker of the evening on his effort. At Oxford there were disputations where Bruno's faultless Latin impressed the pedants much more than did his argument, so they offered him a position as professor of languages, but this he smilingly declined, excusing himself on the grounds that he had important business on the Continent. And he had. Already they were collecting faggots for his benefit. He returned to Paris and began his lecturing on science. His arguments had convinced one person at least, and that was himself, that as the Church knew nothing of physical science, why possibly it stood in a like position regarding spiritual truth. That is to say, the so-called sacred truths were mere assumptions piled up to satisfy the people, and the ignorance and superstition of the many marked high water for the teaching of the priests. The business of the Church was to satisfy the people, and not enlighten them, for if the people became enlightened enough, they would see that they did not need the Church, and then where were the honours and the riches and the red hats? Bruno cleared his mind of its cobwebs by expression, just as we all do. That is what expression is for. The people really dictate to the priests what they shall teach. Moreover, the people absolutely refuse to listen to anything in which they do not believe, and decline to pay for preaching that is not done to their own dictation. The business then of the Church is to study carefully the ignorance of the people and conform to it. On this one thing does its stability depend. Therefore it must, as a matter of self-preservation, suppress any chance intellect that is ahead of its time, lest this man honeycomb the whole structure of churchly dogma. Bruno said that, just as the world seemed to stand still and the stars move around us, so did the Church seem to most people a fixed fact. But exactly the opposite was true. The Church moves as the people move, and unless men outside of the Church educate the people, or the people educate themselves, they will forever remain in darkness. Bruno offered to debate the question publicly with the Bishop of Paris. That worthy was no match for Bruno in point of oratory. But when we cannot answer a man's reasons, all is not lost, for we can at least call him vile names, and this is often quite as effectual as logic. The bishop launched a fusillade of theological lyddite at Bruno, declaring that any churchman who would so much as hold converse with such a wretch was disgraced forever, and that the propositions Bruno wished to argue were unthinkable to a self-respecting man. He declared that it was only the mercy of God that kept the lightning from striking Bruno dead, as he wrote his heresies. Matters were getting strained, and the authorities, fearing insurrection, acted upon the advice of the good bishop and expelled Bruno from France. He went to Wittenberg in his innocence, intending to tack on the church door there his theses. But Wittenberg had no use for Bruno. He believed too much or too little. Luther could not tell which. The University of Zurich now offered to let the exile come there and teach what he wished. Thither he journeyed, and there his restless mind seemed for the first time to find a home. His writings were slowly making head, and around him there clustered a goodly group of students who believed in him and loved him. In the midst of this oasis in a troubled life, word came from some of the old-time friends he had known in Rome. They were now in Venice, and wished to have him come there and lecture. Bruno thought that his little leaven was leavening the whole lump. He was not without ambition. He was flattered by the invitation. He accepted it and went to Venice. It was simply a ruse to get the man within striking distance. Very soon after his arrival in Venice, he was arrested by agents of the Inquisition and secretly taken to Rome. He was lodged in a dungeon of the Castle Sant'Angelo. Just what his experience was there, we cannot say. The horrors of it all are not ours, for no friend of Bruno's was allowed to approach, and what he there wrote was destroyed. We do know, however, that he was asked to recant, and we know he refused. We also know that he repeated his heresies and hurled back into the teeth of his accusers the invective they heaped upon him. Bribery, persuasion, threat, and torture were tried in turn, but all in vain, for Bruno would not swerve. Unlike Savonarola, his quivering flesh could not wring from his heart an apology. He scorned the rack and thumbscrew, declaring they could not reach his soul. He knew that death would be the end. He prayed for it, and even thought to hasten it by an aggravating manner and harshness of speech toward his captors, seemingly quite unnecessary. For 7 long years he was in prison. He was burned alive on the 7th of February, 1600, aged 52. When bound to the stake, he turned his face from the crucifix that was held before him and sought to kiss the faggots. His ashes were thrown to the 4 winds. Thus perished Bruno. In the year 1564, Galileo Galilei was born. Consequently, he was 36 years old when Bruno was executed. He had known Bruno, had attended many of his lectures, and had followed his career with interest. And while he agreed with him concerning the Copernican theory of the earth's revolution, he took exceptions to Bruno's arbitrary ways of presenting the matter, and also to his scathing criticisms of theology. At this time Galileo could not see that the extravagant words of Bruno were largely forced from him by the violence of the opposition he had encountered. Galileo fully believed that Bruno had been put to death for treason to the Church, and not on account of his astronomical teachings. These men had come up from totally different stations in life. Bruno was a man of the people, a self-made man, who bore upon his person the marks of the hammer. Galileo was of noble blood, and traced in ancestry to a Gonfalonier of Florence. From an early infancy he had enjoyed association with polite persons, and had sat on the knees of greatness. When 18, he was graduated from the University of Pisa, and at that early age his family and friends were comparing him, not without reason, to a genius who had come out of Tuscany some years before, Leonardo da Vinci. Parents either exaggerate the talents of their children, or else belittle them. The woman who bore George Gordon called him "that lame brat," but we call him the poet Byron. Benjamin Franklin ran away from home, and his family thought themselves disgraced by his printed utterances. George Washington's mother, after being told that her son had been made commander-in-chief, laughed knowingly and said, "They don't know him as well as I do." Voltaire's father posted his son as irresponsible, tied up a legacy so the scapegrace could not waste it, invested good money in daily prayers to be said for the scapegrace's salvation, and then died of a broken heart, just as play actors do on the stage, only this man died sure enough. Alfred Tennyson at 13 wrote a poem addressed to his grandfather. The old gentleman gave him a guinea for it, and then wrote these words: "This is the first and last penny you will ever receive for writing poetry." The father of Shelley misquoted Job, and said, Oh, to be brought down to the grave in grief through the follies of an ungrateful child. And Labouchere says that one of the four brothers of Shakespeare used to explain that he wasn't the play actor who wrote Hamlet and Othello, lest mayhap his name should be smirched. Galileo's mother had that beautiful dream which I believe all good mothers have, that her son might be the savior of the world. As he grew to manhood, her faith in him did not relax. In childhood Galileo showed great skill in invention. He made curious toys with cogs and wheels and eccentrics, whittled out violins and transformed simple reeds into lutes, upon which he played music of his own composition. In fact, so great was his skill in music that at 20 they wished to make him official organist and choirmaster of the cathedral. His personal taste, however, ran more to painting. For some months he worked at his canvases with an ardor too great to last long. If ever a man was touched by the spirit of the Renaissance, it was surely young Galileo. The Archbishop of Pisa said, "Upon him has fallen the mantle of Michelangelo." He gave lectures on art and taught painting by actual example. One of his pupils and a great artist, Lodovico Cogoli, always maintained that it was to the inspiration and counsel of Galileo that he owed his success. There are really only two things to see at Pisa. One is the Leaning Tower, from which Galileo with his line and plummet made some of his most interesting experiments, and the other is the cathedral, where the visitor beholds the great bronze lamp that is suspended from the vaulted ceiling. When he was about 21, sitting in the silence of this church, which the passing years have only made more beautiful, he noticed that there was a slight swinging motion to this lamp. It was never still. Galileo set to work timing and measuring these oscillations, and he found that they were always done in exact measure and in perfect rhythm. This led some years later to perfecting an astronomical clock for measuring movements of the stars, and from this was originated the pendulum clock, where before we had depended on sundials. The endeavor of Galileo's parents had been to keep him ignorant of mathematics and practical life, that he might blossom forth as a saint who would sing and play and make pictures like those of Leonardo, and carve statues like Michelangelo, only better. But parents plan, and fate disposes. In 1583, Ostilio Ricci, the famous mathematician, chanced to be in Pisa, on his way from Rome to Milan, and gave a lecture at the court on geometry. Galileo was not interested in the theme, but he was in the speaker, so he attended the lecture. This action proved one of the pivotal points in his life. Whether other people really teach us anything is a question, says Stanley Hall, but they do sometimes give us impulses and make us find out for ourselves. Ricci made Galileo find out for himself. He turned to Archimedes from Plato. Geometry became a passion, and a very wise man has told us that we never accomplish anything, either good or bad, without passion. Passion means 100 pounds of steam on the boiler, with love sitting on the safety valve, when the blow-off is set for 50. It surely is risky business, I will admit. Accidents will occur occasionally, and explosions sometimes happen, but everything is risky, even life, since few get out of it alive. And so, to drop back to the original proposition, nothing great and sublime is ever done without passion. Galileo had his mechanical whooping cough, musical mumps, artistic measles, and now the hectic flush of mathematics burned on his cheeks. He talked and dreamed mathematics. Euclid was in the saddle. Ricci became interested in the talented young scholar and remained longer at Pisa than he had intended, that they might sit up all night and surprise the rising sun, discussing beauties of dimensions and the wonders of dynamics. Together they went to Florence, where Ricci introduced his pupil as a pedagogic sample of the goods, just as Booker Washington usually takes with him on his travels a few ebony homobricks as his specimens from Tuskegee. The beauty and the grace of Galileo's speech and presence put the abstract Ricci in the shadow. The right man can make anything interesting, just as Dean Swift could write an entrancing essay with the broomstick as a central theme. The man's the thing, Hamlet to the contrary, notwithstanding. Galileo knew the Florentine heart, and so he gave lectures on a Florentine, one Dante, who had loved a girl named Beatrice. The young Pisan drew diagrams of Dante's Inferno, and surely it was nobody else's. He gave its size, height, weight, and told how to reach it. He gave lectures on the hydrostatic balance and the centers of gravity, and then published them as serials. The Florentines crowned him with bay and enthusiastically proclaimed him the modern Archimedes. Pisa now put forth efforts to have her gifted son come home. There was always a rivalry between Pisa and Florence. Pisa could not afford to supply Florence her men of genius, let her depend upon production from home or go without. Galileo became professor of mathematics at the University of Pisa, a life position, or at least one he could hold during good behavior. One of the time-honored dictums of the day was that falling bodies fell with a velocity proportional to their weight. The question was first thrashed out in the classroom, and after Galileo had slyly gotten all of these scientific wiseacres to commit themselves, he invited them with their students to the Leaning Tower. Then he proved by ocular demonstrations that they were positively wrong. It is very beautiful to teach truth, but error should not be corrected with too much éclat. If the love of truth alone was the guiding impulse of Galileo, he might have secretly explained his theory to one of the wiseacres, and this wiseacre could have casually demonstrated it, so all the rest could have said, "That is what we always knew, and taught." Instead of this, Galileo compelled the entire faculty to back water and dine on fricasseed crow. They got even by calling him a scientific bastardino, and at his next lecture he was roundly hissed. Soon after he was bluntly informed that his office was to teach the young, and not to undo the old. And that is the way the troubles of Galileo began. He might then have apologized and slipped back into peace and obscurity, and later been tucked in by kind oblivion. But he had tasted blood, and the rabies of setting straight the scientific world for its own good was upon him. That he was wrong in the correction of his elders he would not for a moment admit, and he was even guilty of saying, "Antiquity cannot sanctify that which is wrong in reason and false in principle." Soon after he committed another faux pas by showing that a wonderful boat invented by Giovanni de' Medici for the purpose of fighting hostile ships would not work, since there were no men on board to guide it, and its automatic steering apparatus would as likely run its nose into land as into the hull of the enemy. He also decorated his argument with a few subtle touches as to the beauty of fighting battles without going to war and risking life and limb. Men who are not kind to the faults of royalty can hope for small favor in a monarchy, though the monarchy be a republic. Galileo was cut off the Standard Oil payroll and forced to apply to a teacher's agency that he might find employment. He did not wait long. The rival University of Padua tendered him a position on a silver platter, and the Paduans made much dole about how unfortunate it was that men could not teach truth in Italy, save at Padua, alas! The governing board of Padua made a great stroke in securing Galileo, and Pisa fell back on her Leaning Tower as her chief attraction. From a position of mediocrity, the University of Padua gradually rose to one of worldwide celebrity. Galileo remained at Padua from 1592 to 1610, which years are famous not alone through the wonderful inventions of Galileo, but because in that same interval of time at least 30 of Shakespeare's 37 plays were written. Surely God was smiling on the planet Earth. Galileo's salary was raised every year, starting at 200 florins until it reached over 1,000 florins, not to mention the numerous gifts from grateful pupils, old and young. Students came to Padua from all over the world to hear Galileo's lectures. Starting with only a common classroom, the audience increased so fast that a special auditorium was required that would seat 2,000 persons. It was during this time that Galileo invented the proportional compasses, an instrument now in use everywhere, without the slightest change having been made in it. He also invented the thermometer, but greatest, best, and most wonderful of all, he produced an instrument through which he could view the stars, and see them much magnified. With this instrument he saw heavenly bodies that had never been seen before. He beheld that Jupiter had satellites which moved in orbits, and that Venus revolved, showing different sides at different times, thus proving that which Copernicus declared was true, but which for lack of apparatus he could not prove. Galileo Galilei was proving to be more than a professor of mathematics. He was becoming a power in the world. The lever of his mighty mind was indeed finding a fulcrum. End of section 3. Section 4 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 2, Part 2. Galileo. The year 1609 is forever fixed in history through the fact that in that year Galileo invented the telescope. Every good thing is an evolution. Spicilla, or helps to read, had been made and sold privately and mysteriously as early as the year 1400. These first magnifying glasses were associated with magic or wonder-working, the words magnify and magic having a common source and a similar meaning. Magicians wore big square glasses, and by their aid some of them claimed to see things at a great distance, and also to perceive things stolen, hidden, or lost. Occasionally the magician would persuade his customer to try on the glasses, and then even common men could see for themselves that there was something in the scheme. Goodness me! The use of spectacles was at first confined entirely to these wonder-workers, or men who magnified things forever. During the 15th century, public readers and occasionally priests wore spectacles. To read was a miracle to most people, and a book was a mysterious and sacred thing, or else a diabolical thing. The populace would watch the man put on his speculum, and the idea was everywhere abroad that the magic glasses gave an ability to read, and that anybody who was inspired by angels or devils who could get hold of spectacles could at once read from a book. We hear of one magician who, about the year 1500, made a box with a glass cover that magnified the contents. This great man would catch a flea and show it to the people. Then he would place the flea in the box and show it to them, and they would see that it had grown enormously in an instant. The man could make it big or little just by taking off and putting on the cover of the box. This individual worked wonders for a consideration, but fate overtook him, and he was smothered under a feather bed for having too much wizard in his cosmos. A wizard, be it known, is a male witch, and the Bible says, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," although it does not say anything about wizards. But please note this: the wizard who had that magic box and flea had really the first microscope. Galileo bought a pair of magic glasses, or spectacles, about the year 1607, and his action in so doing was freely criticized. On a visit to Venice, where glass had been manufactured since long before the flood, Galileo was looking through one of the glass factories, just as visitors do now, and one of the workmen showed him a peculiar piece of glass which magnified the hairs on the back of his hand many times. In a very few days after this, Galileo heard that a Dutch spectacle maker had placed certain queer-shaped pieces of glass in a tube, and offered to sell this tube to the government, so by its use soldiers could see the movements of an enemy many miles away. That night Galileo did not close his eyes in sleep. He thought out a plan by which he could place pieces of glass in a tube and bring the stars close to the earth. By daylight the whole plan was clear in his mind, and he hastened to the shop of the glassmakers. There two lenses were made, one plano-convex and the other plano-concave, and these were placed in a tube made of sheet copper. It was tested on distant objects, and behold, they were magnified by 3. Would this tube show the stars magnified? Galileo knew of no reason why it should not, but he paced his room in hot impatience, waiting for the night to come with its twinkling wonders, that he might verify his convictions. When the first yellow star appeared in the west, Galileo turned his tube upon it, and behold! Instead of twinkling points of light, he saw a round mass, a world, moving through space, and not a scintillating object with 5 points. The twinkling spikes or points were merely an optical illusion of the unaided senses. Galileo made no secret of his invention. It was called Galileo's tube, but some of the priests called it Galileo's magic tube. Yet it marked an era in the scientific world. Galileo endeavored constantly to improve his instrument, and from a threefold magnifying power he finally made one that magnified 32 times. Galileo made hundreds of telescopes and sold them at moderate prices to anyone who would buy. He explained minutely the construction of the instrument, showing clearly how it was made in accordance with the natural laws of optics. His desire was to dissipate the superstition that there was something diabolical or supernatural about the "magic tube," that in fact it was not magic, and the operator had no peculiar powers. You had simply to comply with the laws of nature, and anyone could see for himself. It is hard for us at this day to understand the opposition that sprang up against the telescope. We must remember that at this time belief in witchcraft, fairies, sprites, ghosts, hobgoblins, magic, and supernatural powers was common. Men who believe in miracles make rather poor scientists. There were books about magic, written by so-called scientific men, whose standing in the world was quite as high as that of Galileo. In 1610, Galileo published his book entitled Sidera Medicea, wherein he described the wonders that could be seen in the heavens by the aid of the telescope. Among other things, he said the Milky Way was not a great streak of light, but was composed of a multitude of stars, and he made a map of the stars that could be seen only with the aid of the telescope. There resided in Venice at this time a scientific man by the name of Porta, who was much more popular than Galileo. He was a priest whose piety and learning was unimpeached. The year after Galileo issued his book, Porta put out a work much more pretentious, called Natural Magic. In this book Porta does not claim that magicians all have supernatural powers, but he goes on to prove how they deceive the world by the use of their peculiar apparatus, and intimates that they sometimes sell their souls to the devil, and then are positively dangerous. He dives deep into science, history, and his own imagination to prove things. The man was no fool. He constructed a kaleidoscope that showed an absolute geometrical symmetry, where in fact there was only confusion. He showed how by the use of mirrors things could be made big, small, tall, short, wide, crooked, or distorted. He told of how magicians, by the use of Galileo's tube, could show 7 stars where there was only one, and he even made such a tube of his own, and called the priests together to look through it. He painted stars on the glass and had men look at the heavens. He even stuck a louse on the lens and located the beast in the heavens, for the benefit of a doubting cardinal. It was all a joke, but at the time no sober, sincere man of science could argue him down. He owned bum telescopes that proved all kinds of things, to the great amusement of the enemies of Galileo. The intent of Porta was to expose the frauds and fallacies of Galileo. Porta also claimed that he had seen telescopes by which you could look over a hill and around a corner, but he did not recommend them, since by their use things are often perceived that were not there. And so we see why the priests positively refused to look through Galileo's tube, or to believe anything he said. Porta and a few others like him showed a deal more than Galileo could, and offered to locate stars anywhere on order. Galileo had much offended these priests by his statements that the Bible did not contain the final facts of science, and now they were getting even with a vengeance. It was all very much like the theological guffaw that swept over Christendom when Darwin issued his Origin of Species, and Talmage and Spurgeon set their congregations in a roar by gently sarcastic references to monkey ancestry. Amid the general popping of theological small-arms, Galileo moved steadily forward. If he had many enemies, he surely had a few friends. As he once had proved more than Pisa could digest, so now he was bringing to the surface of things more truth than Padua could assimilate. Venice, too, was getting uncomfortable. Even the Doge said, in reply to an enthusiastic admirer of Galileo, "Your master is not famous, he is merely notorious." It was discovered that Galileo had been living with a woman by the name of Marina Gamba at Venice, even while he held the professorship at Padua, and that they had a son, Vincenzo Gamba, and 2 daughters. One of the enemy drew a map of the heavens, showing Galileo as the sun, Marina Gamba as the moon, and around them circulated numerous little satellites, which were supposed to be their children. The picture had so great a vogue that the Doge issued an order that all copies of it be destroyed. Of Marina Gamba we know very little, but the fact that she made entries in Galileo's journal and kept his accounts proves that she was a person of considerable intelligence, and this, too, was at a time when semi-Oriental ideas prevailed and education was supposedly beyond the feminine grasp. Galileo did not marry, for the reason that he was practically a priest, a teacher in a religious school, living with and looking after the pupils, and the custom then was that whoever was engaged in such an occupation should not wed. The stormy opposition to Galileo was not without its advantages. We are advertised no less by our rabid enemies than by our loving friends. Cosimo II, Grand Duke of Tuscany, had intimated that Florence would give the great astronomer a welcome. Galileo moved to Florence under the protection of Cosimo, intending to devote all his time to science. In giving up school teaching and popular lecturing, Galileo really made a virtue of necessity. No orthodox lyceum course would tolerate him. He was neither an impersonator nor an entertainer. The stereopticon and the melodramatic were out of his line, and his passion for truth made him impossible to the many. He was treading the path of Bruno. The accusations, the taunts and jeers, the denials and denunciations were urging him on to an unseemly earnestness. Father Clavius said that Galileo never saw the satellites of Jupiter until he had made an instrument that would create them, and if God had intended that men should see strange things in the heavens, he would have supplied them sufficient eyesight. The telescope was really a devil's instrument. Still another man declared that if the earth moved, acorns falling from a high tree would all fall behind the tree and not directly under it. Father Brini said that if the earth revolved, we would all fall off of it into the air when it was upside down. Moreover, its whirling through space would create a wind that would sweep it bald. Father Caccini preached a sermon from the text, "Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven?" Only he changed the word Galilee to Galileo, claiming it was the same thing, only different, and as a reward for his wit, he was made a bishop. Cardinal Bellarmine, a man of great energy, earnest, zealous, sincere, learned, the Dr. Buckley of his day, showed how that, if the Copernican theory should prevail, it would be the absolute undoing of the Bible and the destruction of the Church, rendering the death of Christ futile. If the earth is only one of many planets, and not the center of the universe, and the other planets are inhabited, the whole plan of salvation fails, since the inhabitants of the other spheres are without the Bible, and Christ did not die for them. This was the argument of Father Lecastre, and many others who took their cue from him. Galileo was denounced as atheist and infidel, epithets that do not frighten us much now, since they have been applied to most of the really great and good men who have ever lived. But then such words set fire to masses of inflammable prejudices, and there were conflagrations of wrath and hate, against which it was vain to argue. The Archbishop of Pisa especially felt it incumbent upon him to bring Galileo to justice. Galileo was born at Pisa, educated there, taught in the university, and now he had disgraced the place and brought it into disrepute. Galileo was still in communication with teachers at Pisa, and the Archbishop made it his business to have letters written to Galileo asking certain specific questions. One man, Castelli, declined to be used for the purpose of entrapping Galileo, but others there were who loaned themselves to the plan. In 1616, Galileo received a formal summons from Pope Paul V to come to Rome and purge himself of heresies that he had expressed in letters which were then in the hands of the Inquisition. Galileo appealed to his friends at Florence, but they were powerless. When the Pope issued an order, it could not be waived. The greatest thinker of his time journeyed to Rome and faced the greatest theologian of his day, Cardinal Bellarmine. The cardinal firmly and clearly showed Galileo the error of his way. Galileo offered to prove for the cardinal by astronomical observations that the Copernican theory was true. Cardinal Bellarmine said that there was only one truth, and that was spiritual truth, that the Bible was true or it was not. If not, then was religion a fallacy, and our hope of heaven a delusion. Galileo contended that the death of Christ had nothing to do with the truth, so science and these things should not be shuffled and confused. This attitude of mind greatly shocked the inquisitors, and they made haste to inform the Pope, who at once issued an order that the astronomer should be placed in a dungeon until he saw fit to disavow that the sun was the center of the universe, and the earth moves. A sort of compromise, it seems, was here effected by Galileo's promise not to further teach that the earth revolves. He was kept at Rome under strict surveillance for some months, but was finally allowed to return to Florence, and cautioned that he must cease all public teaching, speaking, and writing on the subject of astronomy. On March 5, 1616, the consulting theologians of the Holy Office reiterated that the propositions of Galileo, that the sun is the center of the universe, and that the earth has a rotary motion, were absurd in philosophy, heretical, and also contrary to Scripture. The works of Copernicus were then placed upon the Index, and Pope Paul issued a special decree warning all churchmen to abjure, shun, and forever abstain from giving encouragement, support, succor, or friendship to anyone who believed or taught that the earth revolves. The name of Copernicus was not removed from the Index until the year 1818. Galileo made his way back to Florence, defeated and disappointed. He had not been tortured except mentally, but he had heard the dungeon key turned in the big lock and felt the humiliation of being made a captive. The instruments of torture had been shown to him, and he had heard the cries of the condemned. The cell that Bruno had occupied was his, and he was also taken to the spot where Bruno was burned. The place was there, but where was Bruno? He realized how utterly impossible it was to teach truth to those who did not desire truth, and the vanity of replying to men for whom a pun answered the purposes of fact. As he could neither teach nor lecture at Florence, his services to the court were valueless. He was a disgraced and silenced man. He retired to a village a few miles from the city, and in secret continued his studies and observations. The Grand Duke supplied him a small pension, and suggested that it would be increased if Galileo would give lectures on poetry and rhetoric, which were not forbidden themes, and try to make himself either commonplace or amusing. We can imagine the reply. Galileo had but one theme, the wonder of the heavens above. So the years went by, and Galileo, 67 years old, was impoverished and forgotten, yet in his proud heart burned the embers of ambition. He believed in himself. He believed in the sacredness of his one mission. Pope Paul had gone on his long journey, for even infallible popes die. Cardinal Barberini had become Pope Urban VIII. Years before, Galileo and Barberini had taught together at Padua, and when Galileo was silenced, a long letter of sympathy had come from his old colleague, and occasionally since they had exchanged friendly letters. Galileo thought that Urban was his friend, and he knew that Urban in his heart believed in the theory of Copernicus. Galileo then emerged from his seclusion and began teaching and speaking in Florence. He also fitted up an observatory and invited the scholars to make use of his telescope. Father Melchior hereupon put forth a general denunciation, aimed especially at Galileo, without mentioning his name, to this effect: "The opinion of the earth's motion is, of all heresies, the most abominable, the most pernicious, the most scandalous. The immovability of the earth is thrice sacred. An argument against the existence of God and the immortality of the soul would be sooner tolerated than the idea that the earth moves." In reply to this fusillade, in 1632, Galileo put forth his book entitled The Dialogue, which was intended to place the ideas of Copernicus in popular form. Galileo had endeavored to communicate with Urban, but the Pope had chosen to ignore him, to consider him as one dead. Galileo misconstrued the silence, thinking it meant that he could do and say what he wished, and that there would be no interference. A copy of Galileo's book reaching the Pope, his silence was at once broken. The book was condemned, and all copies found were ordered to be burned by the hangman in the public streets. But the book had met with a wide sale, and many copies had been carried to Germany, England, and France, and in these countries the work was reprinted and sent back to Italy. Urban ordered Galileo to present himself at Rome forthwith. A score of years had passed since Galileo's former visit. He had not forgotten it. He wrote to the Pope and apologized for having broken the silence imposed upon him by Pope Paul. He offered to go into retirement again, stated that he was old, infirm, without funds, and excused himself from obeying the order to go to Rome. But excuses and apologies were unavailing. A preventory order was issued and sent to the papal nuncio at Florence. This was the equivalent to an arrest. Galileo must go to Rome and answer for having broken the promises he had made to the Inquisition. If he would not go willingly, he should go in chains. Arriving at Rome, he had several audiences with the Pope, who said nothing would answer but a specific recantation. What Barberini had once believed was one thing, and what the Pope must do was another. Galileo should recant in order to keep the people from thinking Pope Urban would allow what his predecessors would not. The matter had become a public scandal. Galileo tried to argue the question and asked for time to consider it. An order was issued that he should be imprisoned. It was done. Galileo asked for pens and paper that he might prepare his defense. These were refused, and an order of torture was issued. It was not a trial. Defense was useless. Again he was asked to recant. The matter was all written out. He had but to sign his name. He refused. He was brought to the torture chamber. Legend and fact separate here. There are denials from churchmen that Galileo was so much as imprisoned. One writer has even tried to show that Galileo was a guest of the Pope and dined daily at his table. The other side has told us that Galileo was thrust into a dungeon, his eyes put out, and his old broken-down form tortured on the wheel. Recent careful researches reveal that neither side told the truth. We have official record of the case written out at the time for the Vatican archives. Galileo was imprisoned and the order of torture issued, but it was never enforced. Perhaps it was not the intention to enforce it. It may have been only a war measure. Galileo was alternately taken from dungeon to palace that he might realize which course was best for him to pursue, oppose the Church or uphold it. Thus we see that there was some truth in the statement that he dined daily with the Pope. That the man was subject to much indignity, all the world now knows. The official records are in the Vatican, and the attempt to conceal them longer is out of the question. Wise churchmen no longer deny the blunders of the past, but they say with Cardinal Satolli, "The enemies of the Church have ever been o'erzealous churchmen." On bended knees, Galileo, a man of 70, broken in health, with spirit crushed, repeated after a priest these words: "I, Galileo Galilei, being in my 70th year, a prisoner on my knees before your eminences, the cardinals of the Holy See, having before mine eyes the Holy Bible, which I touch with my hands and kiss with my lips, do abjure, curse, and detest the error and heresy of the movement of the earth." He was also made to sign the recantation. On arising from his knees, legend declares that he said, "Yet the earth does move." It is hardly probable that the words reached his lips, although they may have been in his mind. But we must remember the man's heart was broken, and he was in a mental condition where nothing really mattered. To complete his dishonor, all of his writings were placed on the index, and he was made to swear that he would inform the Inquisition of any man whom he should hear or discover supporting the heresy of the motion of the earth. The old man was then released, a prisoner on parole, and allowed to make his way home to Florence, which he did by easy stages, helped along the way by friendly monks who discussed with him all questions but those of astronomy. Galileo's eldest daughter, a nun, whose home was near his, was so affected by the humiliation of her father that she fell into a nervous decline and died very soon after he reached home. Between these two there had been a close bond of love and tender sympathy, and her death seemed almost the crowning calamity. But once back in his village home at Arcetri, Galileo again went to work with his telescope, mapping the heavens. A goodly degree of health and animation came back to him, but his eyesight, so long misused, now failed him, and he became blind. Thus John Milton found him in 1638. Castelli, his lifelong friend, wrote to another, "The noblest eye that God ever made is darkened. The eye so privileged that it may in truth be said to have seen more wonderful things, and made others to see more wonderful things, than were ever seen before." But blindness could not subdue him any more than it could John Milton. He had others look through the telescope and tell him what they saw, and then he would foretell what they would see next. The policy of the Pope was that Galileo should not be disturbed so long as he kept to his village home, and taught merely the few scholars or servants, as they called themselves, who often came to him. But these were to be taught mathematics, not astronomy. That he was even at the last under suspicion is shown that concealed in the mattress of the bed upon which he died were records of his latest discoveries concerning the revolution of the planets. Legal opposition was made as to his right to make a will, the claim being that he was a prisoner of the Inquisition at his death. For the same reason, his body was not allowed to be buried in consecrated ground. The Pope overruled the objection, and he was buried in an obscure corner of the little cemetery of St. Croce, the grave unmarked. So the last few years of Galileo's life were years of comparative peace and quiet. He needed but little, and this little his few faithful, loving friends supplied. His death came painlessly, and his last moments were sustained by the faith that he would soon be free from the trammels of the flesh, free to visit some of the worlds that his telescope had brought so near to him. Galileo was born the day that Michelangelo died. The year of his death was the year that Sir Isaac Newton, the discoverer of the law of gravitation, was born. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 3, Part 1. Copernicus. To know the mighty works of God, to comprehend His wisdom and majesty and power, to appreciate in degree the wonderful working of His laws, surely all this must be a pleasing and acceptable mode of worship to the Most High, to whom ignorance cannot be more grateful than knowledge. Copernicus. When a prominent member of Congress, of slightly convivial turn, went to sleep on the floor of the House of Representatives, and suddenly awakening, convulsed the assemblage by demanding in a loud voice, "Where am I at?" He propounded an inquiry that is indisputably a classic. With the very first glimmering of intelligence, and as far back as history goes, man has always asked that question. Also, 3 others. Where am I? Who am I? What am I here for? Where am I going? A question implies an answer, and so, coeval with the questioner, we find a class of volunteers springing into being who have been taken upon themselves the business of answering the interrogations. And as partial payment for answering these questions, the man who answered has exacted a living from the man who asked, also titles, honors, gods, jewels, and obsequies. Further than this, the volunteer who answered has declared himself exempt from all useful labor. The volunteer is our theologian. Walt Whitman has said, "I think I could turn and live with animals. They are so placid and self-contained. I stand and look at them long and long. They do not sweat and whine about their condition. They do not lie awake in the dark and weep for their sins. They do not make me sick, discussing their duty to God. Not one is dissatisfied, not one is demented with the mania of owning things. Not one kneels to another, nor to his kind that lived thousands of years ago. Not one is respectable or unhappy over the whole earth." But we should note this fact. Whitman merely wanted to live with animals. He did not desire to become one. He wasn't willing to forfeit knowledge, and a part of that knowledge was that man has some things yet to learn from the patient brute. Much of man's misery has come from his persistent questioning. The book of Genesis is certainly right when it tells us that man's troubles come from a desire to know. The fruit of the tree of knowledge is bitter, and man's digestive apparatus is ill-conditioned to digest it. But still we are grateful, and good men never forget that it was woman who gave the fruit to man, men learning nothing alone. In the Garden of Eden, with everything supplied, man was an animal. When he was turned out and had to work, strive, struggle, and suffer, he began to grow. The volunteers of the Far East have told us that man's deliverance from the evils of life must come through killing desire. We will reach nirvana, rest, through nothingness. But within a decade it has become borne in upon a vast number of the thinking men of the world that deliverance from sorrow and discontent was to be had not through ceasing to ask questions, but by asking one question more. The question is this: what can I do? When man went to work, action removed the doubt that theory could not solve. The rushing winds purify the air, only running water is pure, and the holy man, if there be such, is the one who loses himself in persistent, useful effort. By working for all, we secure the best results for self, and when we truly work for self, we work for all. In that thoughtful essay by Brooks Adams, The Law of Civilization and Decay, the author says, "Thought is one of the manifestations of human energy, and among the earlier and simple phases of thought, Two stand conspicuous: fear and greed. Fear, which by stimulating the imagination creates a belief in an invisible world, and ultimately develops a priesthood. The priestly class evolves naturally into being everywhere as man awakens and asks questions. Only the unknown is terrible, says Victor Hugo. We can cope with the known, and at the worst we can overcome the unknown by accepting it. Verestchagin, the great painter who knew the psychology of war as few have known, and went down to his death gloriously, as he should, on a sinking battleship, once said, "In modern warfare, when man does not see the enemy, the poetry of the battle is gone. The man is rendered by the unknown into a quaking coward." But when enveloped into the fog of ignorance, every phenomenon of nature causes man to quake and tremble. He wants to know. Fear prompts him to ask, and greed for power, place, and self, answers. To succeed beyond the average is to realize a weakness in humanity and then bank on it. The priest who pacifies is as natural as the fear he seeks to assuage, as natural as man himself. So first, man is in bondage to his fear, and this bondage he exchanges for bondage to a priest. First, he fears the unknown. Second, he fears the priest who has power with the unknown. Soon the priest becomes a slave to the answers he has conquered forth. He grows to believe what he at first pretended to know. The punishment of every liar is that he eventually believes his lies. The mind of man becomes tinted and subdued to what he works in, like the dyer's hand. So we have a formula: man in bondage to fear, man in bondage to a priest, the priest in bondage to a creed. Then the priest and his institution become an integral part and parcel of the state, mixed in all its affairs. The success of the state seems to lie in holding belief intact and stilling all further questions of the people, transferring all doubts to this volunteer class which answers for a consideration. Naturally, the man who does not accept the answers is regarded as an enemy of the state, that is, the enemy of mankind. To keep this questioner down has been the problem of every religion, and the great problem of progress has been to smuggle the newly discovered truth past Cerberus, the priest, by preparing a sop that was to him palatable. From every branch of science the priest has been routed, save in sociology alone. Here he has stubbornly made his last stand, and is saving himself alive by slowly accepting the situation and transforming himself into the promoter of a social club. The attempt to ascertain the truths of physical science outside of theology was, in the early ages, very seldom ventured. When men wanted to know anything about anything, they asked the priest. Questions that the priest could not answer, he declared were forbidden of man to know. And when men attempted to find out for themselves, they were looked on as heretics. The early church regarded the earth as a flat surface with four corners, and in proof of their position they quoted St. Paul, who wanted the gospel carried to the end of the earth. In fact, the universe was a house. The upper story was heaven, the lower story was the earth, and the cellar was hell. God, the angels, and the saved lived in heaven, man lived on earth, and the devils and the damned had hell to themselves. And there shall be no night here. And this was proven by the stars, who were regarded as peepholes through which mortals could catch glimpses of the wondrous light of heaven beyond. Hell was below, as was clearly shown by volcanoes, when the fierce fires occasionally forced themselves up through. Darkness to children is always terrible, and the night is regarded by them as the time of evil. Later, churchmen came to believe that the stars were jewels hung in the sky every night by angels, whose business it was to look after them. The word firmament means a solid dome or roof. This firmament, the sky, was supposed to be the floor of heaven. The firmament had four corners and rested on the mountains, as the eye could plainly see. When God's car was rolled across the floor, we heard thunder, and his movements were always accompanied by lightnings, winds, black clouds, and rain. All this so he could not be too plainly seen. Heaven was only a little way off, a few miles at the most, so there were attempts made at times by bad men to reach it. The Greeks had a story about Availle, who piled mountain upon mountain. The Bible story of the Tower of Babel is the same, where the masons called mere mort, and those below sent up bricks. There is also an ancient Mexican legend of giants who built the pyramid of Cholula, and they would have been successful in their attempts if fire had not been thrown down upon them from heaven. In all Holy Writ we find accounts of ascensions, translations, annunciations, and mortals caught up in the clouds. Many people had actually seen angels ascending and descending. Messengers from on high and God's secretaries were constantly coming down on delicate errands. Everything that man did was noted and written down. We were watched all the time by unseen beings. The Bible tells of how the earth was eventually to be destroyed, and then there would be only heaven and hell. God, His Son, and the angels were going to come down, and for ages men watched the heavens to see them appear. All sensitive children, born of Orthodox Christian parents, who heard the Bible read aloud, looked fearfully into the sky for signs and wonders. The Bible tells in several places of devils breaking out of hell and roaming over the earth. Dante fully believed this in his 3-story house idea, and pictures with awful exactness the details, which he gained from the preaching of the priests. Dante was never honored by having his books placed on the index. On the contrary, he got his vogue largely through the recommendation of the priests. To them he was a true scientist, for he corroborated their statements. The Christian fathers ridiculed the idea of the earth being round, because, if this were so, how could the people on the other side see the Son of Man when he came in the sky? Besides that, if the earth were round and turned on its axis, we would all fall off into space. The idea that there was an ocean above the earth in the heavens was brought forward to show the goodness and wisdom of God. Without this, there would be no rain, and hence no vegetation, and man would soon perish. In Genesis we read that God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And in Psalms, "Praise Him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens." Then we hear, "The windows of heaven were opened." So this thought of the waters above the earth were fully proved, accepted, and fixed, and to pray for rain was quite a natural thing. The English prayer book contained such prayers up to within a very few years ago, and in 1883 the governor of Kansas set apart a day upon which the people were to pray that God would open the windows of heaven and send them rain. They also prayed to be delivered from grasshoppers, just as in Queen Elizabeth's time. The prayer book had this: "From the Turk and the comet, good Lord, deliver us." In the 6th century, Cosmos, one of the saints, wrote a complete explanation of the phenomenon of the heavens. To account for the movement of the sun, he said God had his angels push it across the firmament and put behind a mountain each night, and the next morning it was brought out on the other side. He met every objection by citations from Job, Genesis, Ezekiel, Ecclesiastes, and the New Testament, and wound up with an anathema upon any or all who doubted or questioned in this matter of astronomy. The whole Christian idea of the universe was simple, plain, and plausible. The child mind could easily accept it, and when backed up by the Holy Book, written at God's dictation, word for word, infallible and absolutely true in every part, one does not wonder that progress was practically blocked for 1,400 years. But the real miracle is that it was not blocked forever. Thousands of years before Christ, the Chinese had mapped the heavens and knew the movements of the planets so well that they correctly prophesied the positions of the various constellations many years in advance. 2,500 years before our Christian era, a Chinese governor put to death the astronomers Hai and Ho because they had failed to foretell an eclipse, quite according to the excellent celestial plan of killing the doctor when the patient dies. Sir William Hamilton points out the fact that the Chinese 5,000 years ago knew astronomy as well as we do, and that Christian astrology grew out of Chinese astronomy in an effort to foretell the fortunes of men. Fear wants to know the future, and astrology and priesthood are synonymous terms, since the business of the priest has always been to prophesy, a profession he has not yet discarded. Their prophecies are at present innocuous and lightly heeded. They preach that perfect faith will move a mountain, but energetic railroad builders of today find it quicker and cheaper to tunnel. A certain type of man accepts a certain theory. The Christian view of creation was practically the conception of the Greeks before Thales. This wise man, in the 6th century before Christ, taught that the earth was round and that certain stars were also worlds. He showed that the earth was round and proved it by the disappearance of the ship as it sailed away. He located the earth, moon, and sun so perfectly that he prophesied an eclipse, and when it took place, it so terrified the Medes and the Lydians, who were in battle with each other, that they threw down their arms and made peace. Thales had explained that Atlas carried the world on his shoulder, but he didn't explain what Atlas stood upon. Pythagoras, one of the pupils of Thales, followed the idea still further, showed that the moon derived its light from the sun, that the earth was a globe and turned daily on its axis. He held that the sun was the center of the universe and that the planets revolved around it. Anaxagoras followed a few years later than Pythagoras and became convinced that the sun was merely a ball of fire and therefore should not be worshipped, that it follows a natural law, that nothing ever happens by chance, and that to pray for rain is absurd. For his honesty in expressing what he thought was truth, the priests of Athens had Anaxagoras and his family exiled in perpetual banishment from Athens, and all of his books were burned. Plato touched on astronomy, for he touches on everything, and fully believed that the earth was round. His pupil, Aristotle, taught all that Anaxagoras taught, and if he also had not been exiled, but had been free to study, investigate, and express himself, he would have come very close to the truth. Hipparchus, 100 years after Aristotle, calculated the length of the year to within 6 minutes, discovered the precession of equinoxes, and counted all the stars he could see, making a map of them. 70 years after Christ, Ptolemy, a Greco-Egyptian, but not the royal line of Ptolemies, published his great book, the Almagest. For over 14 centuries, it was the textbook for the best astronomers. It taught that the earth was the center of the universe, and that the sun and the planets revolve around it. There were many absurdities, however, that had to be explained, and the priests practically rejected the whole book as pagan and taught an astronomy their own, founded entirely upon the Bible. They wanted an explanation that would be accepted by the common people. This astronomy was not designed to be very scientific, exact, or truthful. All they asked was, is it plausible? Expediency to theology has always been much more important than truth. Besides, said St. Basil, what boots it concerning all this conjecture about the stars, since the earth is soon to come to an end, as is shown by our holy scriptures, and man's business is to prepare his soul for eternity. This was the general attitude of the church. Exact truth was a matter of indifference. And if science tended to unseat man's faith in the Bible and in God's most holy religion, then so much worse for science. It will thus plainly be seen why the church felt compelled to fight science. The very life of the church was at stake. The church was the vital thing, not truth. If truth could be taught without unseating faith, why, all right. But anything that made men doubt must be rooted out at any cost. And that is why priests have opposed science. Not that they hate science less, but that they love the church more. From the time of Ptolemy to that of Copernicus, 1400 years, theology practically dictated the learning of the world. And to Copernicus must be given the credit of having really awakened the science of astronomy from her long and peaceful sleep. The little land that we know as Poland has produced some of the finest and most acute intellects the world has ever known. Tragic and blood-stained is her history, and this tragedy, perhaps, has been the prime factor in the evolution of her men of worth. Poland has been stamped upon and pushed apart, and a persecuted people produce a pride of race that has its outcrop in occasional genius. Recently we heard of the great Paderewski playing before the Tsar, and His Majesty, in a speech meant to be very complimentary, congratulated the company that so great a genius as he was a citizen of Russia. "Your Majesty, I am not a Russian, I am a Pole," was the proud reply. The Tsar replied, smiling, "There is no such country as Poland. Now there is only Russia." And Paderewski replied, "Pardon my hasty remark. You speak but truth." And then he played Chopin's Funeral March, a dirge not only to the great men of Poland gone, but to Poland herself. Nicolaus Copernicus was born at the quaint old town of Thorn, in Poland, February 19th, 1473. The family name was Kopernik, but Nicholas Latinized it when he became of age, and seemingly separated from his immediate kinsmen forever. His father was a merchant, fairly prosperous, and only in the line of money-making was he ambitious. In the Koperniks ran a goodly strain of Jewish blood, but a generation before, pressure and expediency seemed to combine, so that the family, as we first see them, were Christians. No soil can grow genius, no seed can produce it. It springs into being in spite of all laws and rules and regulations. No hovel is safe from it, says Whistler. The portraits of Copernicus reveal a man of most marked personality. Proud, handsome, self-contained, intellectual. The head is massive, eyes full, luminous, wide apart. His nose large and bold, chin strong, the mouth alone revealing a trace of the feminine, as though the man were the child of his mother. This mother had a brother who was a bishop, and the mother's ambition for her boy was that he should eventually follow in the footsteps of this illustrious brother who was known for 100 miles as a preacher of marked ability. So we hear of the young man being sent to the University of Cracow as the preliminary to a great career. The father bitterly opposed the idea of taking his son out of the practical world of business, and this evidently led to the breach that caused young Nicholas to discard the family name. That Nicholas did not fully enter into his mother's plans is shown that while at Cracow he devoted himself mostly to medicine. He was so proficient in this that he secured a physician's degree, and having been given leave to practice, he revealed his humanity by declining to do so, turning to mathematics with a fine frenzy. This disposition to drop on a thing, turn loose on it, concentrate, and reduce it to a chaos is the true distinguishing mark of genius. The difference in men does not lie in the size of their heads, nor in the perfection of their bodies, but in this one sublime ability of concentration, to throw the weight with the blow, live an eternity in an hour. This one thing I do. Copernicus at 21 was teaching mathematics at Cracow, and by his extraordinary ability in this one direction had attracted the attention of various learned men. In fact, the authorities of the college had grown a bit boastful of their star student, and when visiting dignitaries arrived, young Copernicus was given chalk and blackboard and put through his paces. Problems involving a dozen figures and many fractions were worked out by him with a directness and precision that made him the wonder of that particular part of the world. The science of trigonometry was invented by Copernicus, and we see that early in his 20s he was well on the heels of it, for he had then arranged a quadrant to measure the height of standing trees, steeples, buildings, or mountains. For rest and recreation he painted pictures. A college professor from Bologna traveling through Cracow met Copernicus, and greatly impressed with his powers, invited him to return with him to Bologna and there give a course of lectures on mathematics. Copernicus accepted, and at Bologna met the astronomer Novarra. This meeting was the turning point of his life. Copernicus was then 23 years of age, but in intellect he was a man. He had vowed a year before that he would indulge in no trivial conversation about persons and things. Only the great and noble things should interest him and occupy his attention. With commonplace or ignorant people he held no converse. He had remarkable beauty of person and great dignity, and his presence at Bologna won immediate respect for him. Men accept other men at the estimate they place upon themselves. In listening to lectures by Novara, he perceived at once how mathematics could be made valuable by calculating the movement of stars. Novara taught the Ptolemaic theory of astronomy for the esoteric few. The Church is made up of men, and while priests, for the most part, are quite content to believe what the Church teaches, yet it has ever been recognized that there was one doctrine for the few and another for the many, the esoteric and the exoteric. The esoteric is an edged tool, and only a very few are fit to handle it. The charge of heresy is only for those who are so foolish as to give out these edged tools to the people. You may talk about anything you want, provided you do not do it, and you may do anything you want, provided you do not talk about it. The proposition that the earth was flat, had four corners, and the stars were jewels hung in the sky as signs, and moved about by angels, was all right for the many, but now and then there were priests who were not content with these child stories. They wanted truth, and these usually accepted the theories of Ptolemy. Novara believed that the earth was a globe, that this globe was the center of the universe, and that around the earth the sun, moon, and certain stars revolved. The fixed stars he still regarded as being hung against the firmament, and that this firmament was turned in some mysterious way, in mass. Copernicus listened silently, but his heart beat fast. He had found something upon which he could exercise his mathematics. He and Novara sat up all night in the belfry of the cathedral and watched the stars. They saw that they moved steadily, surely, and without caprice. It was all natural, and could be reduced, Copernicus thought, to a mathematical system. Astrology and astronomy were not then divorced. It was astrology that gave us astronomy. The angel that watched over a star looked after all persons who were born under that star's influence, or else appointed some other angel for the purpose. Every person had a guardian angel to protect him from the evil spirits that occasionally broke out of hell and came up to earth to tempt men. Mathematics knows nothing of angels. It only knows what it can prove. Copernicus believed that, if certain stars did move, they moved by some unalterable law of their own. In riding on a boat, he observed that the shores seemed to be moving past, and he concluded that a part, at least, of the seeming movements of planets might possibly be caused by the moving of the earth. In talking with astrologers, he perceived that very seldom did they know anything of mathematics, and this ignorance on their part caused him to doubt them entirely. His faith was in mathematics, the thing that could be proved, and he came to the conclusion that astronomy and mathematics were one thing, and that astrology and child stories another. He remained at Bologna just long enough to turn the astrologers out of the Society of Astronomers. Novara's lectures on astronomy were given in Latin, and in truth all learning was locked up in his tongue. But astrology and the theological fairy tales of the people floated free. They were part of the vagrant hagiology of the roadside preachers, who with lurid imaginations said the things they thought would help carry conviction home and make believers. End of section 5. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Section 6 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 3, Part 2, Copernicus. From Bologna, Copernicus then moved on to Padua, where he remained 2 years, teaching and giving lectures. Here he devoted considerable time to chemistry, and on leaving, he was honored by being given a degree by the university. Next we find him at Rome, a professor in mathematics, and also giving lectures on chemistry. His lectures were not for the populace. They were for the learned few. But they attracted the attention of the best, and were commented upon and quoted by the various other teachers, preachers, and lecturers. A daring thinker who expresses himself without reservation, states the things that various others know and would like to state if they dared. It is often very convenient, when you want a thing said, to enclose the matter in quotation marks. It relieves one from the responsibility of standing sponsor for it, if the hypothesis does not prove popular. Copernicus was only 19 years old when Columbus discovered America, but it seems he did not hear of Columbus until he reached Bologna in 1495. At Rome, he made various references to Columbus in his lectures, dwelt upon the truth that the earth was a globe, mentioned the obvious fact that in sailing westward, Columbus did not sail his ship over the edge of the earth into hell, as had been prophesied he would. He also explained that the red sky at sunset was not caused by the reflections from hell, nor was the sun moved behind the mountain by giant angels at night. Copernicus was a Catholic, as all teachers were, but he'd been deceived by the esoteric and the exoteric, and had really thought that the priests and so-called educated men actually desired for themselves to know the truth. At Padua he had learned to read Greek, and had become more or less familiar with Pythagoras, Hipparchus, Aristotle, and Plato. He quoted these authors and showed how in some ways they were beyond the present. This was all done in the exuberance of youth, with never a doubt as to the value and beauty of the Church. But he was thinking more of truth than the Church, and when a cardinal from the Vatican came to him, and in all kindness cautioned him, and in love explained that it was all right for man to believe what he wished, but to teach others things that were not authorized was a mistake. Copernicus was abashed and depressed. He saw then that his lectures had really been for himself. He was endeavoring to make things plain to Copernicus, and the welfare of the Church had been forgotten. He ceased lecturing for a time, but private pupils came to him, and among them astrologers in disguise, and these went away and told broadcast that Copernicus was teaching that the movements of the stars were not caused by angels, and that God was being dethroned by a tape measure and a yardstick. Alchemy had a strong hold upon the popular mind, and these alchemists and astrologers were fortune tellers and derived a goodly income from the people. They had their stands in front of all churches and turned in a goodly tithe for the benefit of the poor. When the astrologers attacked Copernicus, he tried to explain that the heavens were under the reign of natural law, and that so far as he knew there was no direct relationship between the stars and men upon earth. The answer was, "You yourself foretell the eclipse, and assume to know when a star will be in a certain place 100 years in advance. Now, if you can prophesy about stars, why can't we foretell a man's future?" Copernicus proudly declined to answer such ignorance, but went on to say that alchemy was a violence to chemistry as much as astrology was to astronomy. In chemistry there were exact results that could be computed by mathematics and foretold. It was likewise so in astronomy. Copernicus was philosopher enough to know that astrology led to astronomy, and alchemy led to chemistry. But he said all he wished to do was to eliminate error and find the truth, and when we have ascertained the laws of God in reference to these things, we should discard the use of black cats, goggles, peaked hats, red fire, and incantations. These things were sacrilege, and the enemy declared that Copernicus was guilty of heresy in saying they were guilty of sacrilege. Moreover, black cats were not as bad as black boards. The Pope certainly had no idea of treating Copernicus harshly. In fact, he greatly admired him. But peace was the thing desired. Copernicus was creating a schism, and there was danger that the revenues would be affected. The Pope sent for Copernicus, received him with great honor, blessed him, and suggested that he return at once to his native town of Thorn, and there await good news that would come to him soon. Copernicus was overwhelmed with gratitude. He was in difficulties. Certain priests had publicly denounced him. Others had urged him on to unseemliness and debate. He had stated things he could not prove, even though he knew they were true. But the Pope was his friend. He loved the Church. He He felt how necessary it was to the people, and at the last the desire of his heart was to bless and benefit the world. He fell on his knees and attempted to kiss the Pope's foot, but the Holy Father offered him his hand instead, smiled on him, stroked his head, and an attendant was ordered to place about his neck a chain of gold with a crucifix that would protect him from all harm. A purse was placed in his hand, and he was sent upon his way, relieved, happy, wondering. When Copernicus reached his native town of Thorn, the local clergy turned out in a procession to greet him, and a solemn service of thanksgiving was held for his safe return home. Copernicus was only 27 years of age, and what he had done was not quite clear to his uncle, the bishop, and the other dignitaries, but word had come from the secretary of the Pope that he should be honored, and it was also done in faith, love, and enthusiasm. Very shortly after this, Copernicus was made canon of the Cathedral of Frauenburg. The town of Frauenburg has now only about 2,500 people, and it certainly was no larger then. The place is slow, sleepy, and quite off the beaten track of travel. When Canon Copernicus preached now, it was to a dear, stupid lot of old market women and overworked men and mischievous children. Oratory is a collaboration. Let him wax eloquent about the procession of the equinoxes, and prate of Plato and Pythagoras if he wished, but no one could understand him. Rome is wise. The crystallized experience of centuries is hers. Responsibility tames a man, marriage, political office, churchly preferment. Read history and note how these things have dulled the bright blade of revolution and turned the radical into a Presbyterian professor at Princeton, a staunch upholder of the established order. Plato said that solar energy found one of the forms of expression in man. Some men are much more highly charged with it than others. Your genius is a man who does things. Do not think to dam up the red current of his life. He may die. Copernicus set to work practicing medicine, and gave his services gratis to the poor, who came from many miles to consult him. He went from house to house and ordered his people to clean up their backyards, to ventilate their houses, to bathe and be decent and orderly. He devised a system of sewerage, and utilized the belfry of his church as a water tower, so as to get a water pressure from the little stream that ran near the town. The remains of this invention are to be seen there in the church steeple even unto this day. King Sigismund of Poland had heard of the attacks made by Copernicus upon the alchemists, and sent for him that he might profit by his advice. It seems that the king, too, had been having experience with the alchemists. In their seeking after a way to make gold out of the baser metals, they had actually succeeded. At least they said so, and had made the king believe it. They had shown the king how they could cheapen his coinage one half, and it was just as good. The king could not tell the difference when the coins were new, but alas, when they went beyond the borders of Poland, they could only be passed at one half their face value. Travelers refused to accept them, and even the merchants at home were getting afraid. Copernicus analyzed some of this money made for the king by his alchemist friends, and found a large alloy of tin, copper, and zinc. He explained to the king that by mixing the metals they did not change their nature nor value. Gold was gold, and copper was copper. God had made these things and hid them in the earth, and men might deceive some men a part of the time, but there was always a retribution. Debase your currency, and soon it will cease to pass current. No law can long uphold a fictitious value. The king urged Copernicus to write a book on the subject of coinage. The permission of the Pope was secured and the book written. The work is valuable yet, and reveals a deep insight into the heart of things. The man knew political economy and foretold that a people who debase their currency debase themselves. Money is character, he said, and if you pretend it is one thing, and it turns out to be another, you lose your reputation and your own self-respect. No government can afford to deceive the governed. If the people lose confidence in their rulers, a new government will spring into being, built upon the ruins of the old. Government and commerce are built on confidence. Then he went on to show that German gold was valuable everywhere, because it was pure, but Polish gold and Russian gold were below par, because the money had been tampered with, and as no secrets could be kept long, the result was the matter exactly equalized itself, save that Russians and Polanders had in a large degree lost their characters through belief in miracles. Copernicus advocated a universal coinage, to be adopted by all civilized nations, and the amount of alloy should be known and publicly stated, and this alloy should simply be the seigniorage, or what was taken out to cover the cost of mintage. King Sigismund circulated the valuable book by Copernicus among all the courts of Europe, and it need not be stated that the suggestions made by Copernicus have been adopted by civilized nations everywhere. The humdrum duties of a country clergyman did not still the intense longing of Copernicus to know and understand the truth. He visited the sick, closed the eyes of the dying, kept his parish register, but his heart was in mathematics, and so there is shown at Thorn an old church register kept by Copernicus, where in the back are great rows of figures put down by the master as he worked at some astronomical problem. In the upper floor of the barn, back of the old dilapidated farmhouse where he lived for 40 years, he cut holes in the roof, and also apertures in the sides of the building, through which he watched the movements of the stars. He lived in practical isolation and exile, for the Church had forbidden him to speak in public except on themes that the Holy Fathers in their wisdom had authorized. None was to invite him to speak, read his writings, or hold converse with him, except on strictly church matters. Copernicus knew the situation. He was a watched man. For him there was no preferment. He knew too much. As long as he kept near home and did his priestly work, all was well. But a trace of ambition or heresy, and he would be dealt with. The universities and all prominent churchmen were secretly ordered to leave Copernicus and his vagaries severely alone. But the stars were his companions. They came out for him nightly, and moved in majesty across the sky. "They do me great honor," he said. "I am forbidden to converse with great men, but God has ordered for me a procession." When the whole town slept, Copernicus watched the heavens, and made minute records of his observations. He had brought with him from Rome copies made by himself from the works of the prominent Greek astronomers, and the Almagest of Ptolemy he knew by heart. He digested all that had been written on the subject of astronomy. Slowly and patiently he tested every hypothesis with his rude and improvised instruments. "Surely God will not damn me for wanting to know the truth about his glorious works," he used to say. Emerson once wrote this: "If the stars came out but once in 1,000 years, how men would adore." But before he had written this, Copernicus had said, "To look up at the sky and behold the wondrous works of God must make a man bow his head and heart in silence. I have thought and studied and worked for years, and I know so little. All I can do is to adore when I behold this unfailing regularity, this miraculous balance and perfect adaptation. The majesty of it all humbles me to the dust." It was ostracism and exile that gave Copernicus the leisure to pursue his studies in quiet, undiverted, undisturbed. He was relieved from financial pinch, having all he needed for his simple, homely wants. The mental distance that separated him from his parishioners made him free, and the order that he should not travel and that none should visit him made him master of his time. There were no interruptions. "God has set me apart," he wrote, "that I may study and make plain his works." But still, that he could not make his discoveries known was a constant, bitter disappointment to him. In astronomy he found a means of using his mighty mathematical genius for his own pleasure and amusement. The Pope had, in seeking to subdue him, merely supplied the exact conditions he required to do his work, yet neither knew it. So mighty is destiny, we work for one thing and fail to get it, but in our efforts we find something better. The simple, hard-working gardeners with whom Copernicus lived had a reverent awe for the great man. They guessed his worth, but still had suspicions of his sanity. The nightly vigils that took for a sort of religious ecstasy and a wholesome fear made them quite willing not to do anything that might disturb him. So passed the days away, and from a light-hearted, ambitious man, Copernicus had grown old and bowed and nearly blind from constant watching of the stars and writing at night. But his book, The Revolution of the Heavenly Bodies, was at last complete. For 40 years he had worked at it, and for 27 years, he himself says, not a day or night had passed without his having added something to it. He felt that he had in his book told the truth. If men wanted to know the facts about the heavens, they would find them here. He'd approached the subject with no preconceived ideas. He had ever been willing to renounce a theory when he found it wrong. He knew what all other great astronomers had taught, and out of them all he had built a science of astronomy that he knew would stand secure. But what should he do with all this mass of truth he had discovered? It was in his own brain, and it was in the 3,000 pages of this book, which had been rewritten 5 times. In a few years at most, his brain would be stilled in death, and in 5 minutes, ignorance and malice might reduce the book to ashes, and the 40 years' labor of Copernicus, working, dreaming, calculating, weeping, praying, would all go for naught, and be but a tale that is told. Others might have lived such lives and known as much as he, and all was lost. To send the book frankly to Rome and ask the censor for the privilege to publish it was out of the question entirely. The request would be refused, the manuscript destroyed, and his own life might be in danger. To publish it at home without the consent of his bishop would be equally dangerous. There would be a bonfire of every copy in the public square, for in this volume all that the priests taught of astronomy had been contradicted and refuted. And then it occurred to him to send the manuscript to the free city of Nuremberg, the home of science, art, and free speech, where men could print what they thought was truth. Nuremberg, the home of Albrecht Dürer. With the book he sent a bag of gold, his savings of a lifetime, to pay the expense of printing the volume and putting it before the world. To better protect himself, Copernicus wrote a preface, dedicating the book to the Pope Paul, thus throwing himself upon the mercy of His Holiness. He would not put the work out anonymously, as his friends in Nuremberg for their own safety had advised. And neither would he flee to Nuremberg for protection. He would stay at home. He was too old to travel now. Besides, he had forgotten how to talk and act with men of talent. How would Rome receive the book? He could only guess. He could only guess. The months went by, and fear, anxiety, and suspense had their sway. He was stricken with fever. In his delirium he called aloud, "The book! Tell me! They surely have not burned it! You know I wrote no word but truth. Oh, how could they burn my book?" But on May 23rd, 1543, a messenger came from Nuremberg. He carried a copy of the printed book. He was admitted to the sick room and placed in the hands of the stricken man the volume. A gleam of sanity came to Copernicus. He smiled, and taking the book, gazed upon it, stroked its cover as though caressing it, opened it, and turned the leaves. Then, closing the book and holding it to his heart, he closed his eyes and sank to sleep, to awake no more. His body was buried with simple village honors, and laid to rest beneath the floor of the cathedral where he had so long ministered, side by side with a long line of priests. On the little slab that marked his resting place, no mention was made of the mighty work he had done for truth. There were fears that when the character of his book was known, the grave of Copernicus would not remain undisturbed, and so the inscription on the headstone was simply this: "I ask not the grace accorded to Paul, not that given to Peter. Give me only the favor which thou didst show to the thief on the cross. End of section 6. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard.
Section 7 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2014. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 4, Part 1. Humboldt. The actual miracle of the universe is the invariableness of law. Under like conditions, a like result must follow, and upon this rock is the faith of the scientists built. The Cosmos. Humboldt. The Baron and Baroness von Hollwede were not happily married. The Baroness had intellect, spirit, aspiration, with an appreciation of all that was best in art, music, and the world of thought. As to the Baron, he had drunk life's wine to the lees and pronounced the draught bitter. He was a heavy dragoon with a soul for foxhounds. Later, when gout got to twinging him, he contented himself with cards and cronies. And then destiny, like a novelist who does not know what to do with a character, sent him on an excursion across the river Styx. This was a good move all round, and the only accommodating action in which the Baron ever had a part. He left a large estate, not being able to take it along. There are two kinds of widows, the bereaved and the relieved. In India no widow is allowed to remarry. The canons of the Episcopal Church forbid any widow or widower to remarry whose former partner is living. A member of the Catholic Church who makes a marital mistake is not allowed to rectify it. Yet nature, sometimes, as if to prove the foolishness of fearsome little men, justifies that of which man hotly disapproves. To be a widow of 36, fair of face and comely in form, to own a beautiful home and have an income greater than you can spend, and still not enough to burden you, what nobler ambition! The Baroness had a little encumbrance, a son aged 10. I would like to tell of his career, but, alas, of him history is silent, save that he was heir to some of his father's proclivities, grew up, became an army officer, and passed into obscurity in middle life, dishonoured and unsung. Such a widow as the Baroness von Hollwede is not apt to mourn for long. She was courted by many, but it was Major Humboldt who found favour in her heart. I assume that all of my gentle readers have in them some of the saltness of time, so that details may safely be omitted. Let imagination bridge the interesting gap. The Major was a few years younger than the lady, but like the gallant gentleman that he was, he swore i'faith before the notary that they were of the same age, just as Robert Browning did when officially interrogated as to the age of Elizabeth Barrett. Thomas Brackett Reed avowed that no gentleman ever weighed over 200 pounds, and I also maintain no gentleman ever married a woman older than himself. The marriage of Major Humboldt and the Baroness von Hollwede was a most happy mating that fully justified the venture. The Major had done his work bravely in the 7 Years' War, and was now an attaché of the King's court, a man of means, of intellect, and of many strong and beautiful virtues. After the marriage he became known as Baron von Humboldt, and as to just how he succeeded to the noble title, let us not be curious. His wife undoubtedly bestowed it on him, good and generous woman that she was. They lived in the romantic castle Tegel, near Berlin, and separated from the city by a park, where the dark pines still tower aloft and murmur their secrets to the night breeze. Tegel is a most beautiful place. It was first a hunting lodge occupied by Frederick the Great. It is shut out from the world by its high stone walls, and in its dim, dense woods one might easily imagine he was far indeed from the madding crowd. Here there were 2 sons born to the Baron and Baroness, 2 years apart. One of these sons sleeps now beneath the turret where he first saw the light, and from which he made others see the light as long as he lived. In Goethe's Faust is an allusion to a mysterious legend that had its rise in storied Tegel. On May 18th, in the year 1778, Goethe came here, walking over from Berlin, dined, and walked on to Potsdam. But before he left, he saw 2 beautiful boys, aged 8 and 10, playing beneath the spreading Tegel trees. The boys remembered the event, and wrote of it in their journal, mentioning the kindly pats on their heads, and the prophecy that they would grow up and be great men. Goethe was always patting boys on the head and saying graceful things, and it is doubtful whether his prophecy was more than a mere commonplace. But Goethe always claimed it was divine prophecy. These boys were William and Alexander von Humboldt. History does not supply another instance of 2 brothers attaining the intellectual height reached by Alexander and William von Humboldt. This being so, it seems meet that we should tarry a little to inspect the method adopted in the education of these boys, something that the educated world for the most part has not done. This world of ours, round like an orange and slightly flattened at the poles, has produced only 5 men who were educated. Of course, all education is comparative, but these 5 are so beyond the rest of mankind that they form a class by themselves. An educated man means a developed man, a man rounded on every side of his nature. We are aware of no limit to which the mind of man may evolve. Other men may appear who will surpass the immortal 5, but this fact remains: none that we know have. Great men, so called, are usually specialists, clever actors, individuals with a knack, talented comedians, who preach, carve, paint, orate, fight, manipulate, manage, teach, write, perform, coerce, bribe, hypnotize, accomplish, and get results. There are great financiers, sea captains, mathematicians, football players, engineers, bishops, wrestlers, runners, boxers, and players on zithern strings. But these are not necessarily very great men, any more than poets, painters, and pianists, with wonderful hirsute effects and strange haberdashery, are great men. For it is intellect and emotion expanded in every direction that give the true title to greatness. Judged in this way, how rare is the educated man, 5 in 6,000 years. And yet one of these 5 educated men had a brother nearly as great as he. Alexander von Humboldt was past 50 before the world of thinking men realized that he had outstripped his brother William, and Alexander would never admit he had. These 2 men, handsome in face, form, and figure, strong in body and poised in mind, with souls athirst to realize and to know, happy men, living long lives of useful effort, surely should be classed as educated persons. And in passing, let us note that all education is preparatory. It is life that gives the finals, not the college. The education of the von Humboldt boys was the natural method, the method advocated by Rousseau, the education by play and work so combined that study never becomes irksome nor work repulsive. Rousseau said, "Make a task repugnant, and the worker will forever quit it as soon as the pressure that holds him to it is removed." The parents of Alexander and William von Humboldt carefully studied the new plan of education that was at that time being advocated by some of the best professors at Berlin. "A child must have a teacher," said Jean-Jacques, "but a professional teacher is apt to become the slave of his profession, and when this occurs he has separated himself from life, and therefore to that degree is unfitted to teach." A school should not be a preparation for life. A school should be life. The kindergarten idea, among other things, suggests that a child should never know he is in school. The discipline is kept out of sight, and the youngster finds himself a part of the busy life. He blends in with the others, and works, plays, and sings under the wise and loving care of his other mother, the teacher. He is living, not simply preparing to live. All life should be joyous, spontaneous, natural. The Rousseau idea, which was modified and refined by Froebel, is the utilization of the propensity to play. Major von Humboldt found a man who was saturated with the true Froebel spirit, although this was before Froebel was born. The man's name was Heinrich Campe. Heinrich was hired to superintend the education of the Humboldt boys. That is to say, he was to become comrade, friend, counselor, fellow scholar, playmate, and teacher. Play needs direction as well as work. Campe played with the boys. They lived with nature, made lists of all the trees at Tegel, drew sketches of the leaves and fruit, calculated the heights of trees, measured them at the base, and cut them down occasionally, first sitting in judgment on the case, and deciding why a certain tree should be removed, thus getting a lesson in scientific forestry. They became acquainted with the bugs, beetles, birds, and squirrels. They cared for the horses, cattle, and fowls, and best of all they learned to wait on themselves. Campe told them tales of history, of Achilles, Pericles, and Caesar. Then they studied Greek, that they might read of Athens in the language of the man who made Athens great. They translated Robinson Crusoe into the German language, and Campe's translation of Robinson Crusoe is today a German classic. It was all natural, interesting, easy. The day was filled with work and play, and joyous tales of what had been said by others in days agone. Teach only what you know, and never that which you merely believe, said Rousseau. There is still a cry that religion should be taught in the public schools. If we ask, what religion? The answer is, ours, of course. Religious dogma, being a matter of belief, was taught to the Humboldts as a part of history. So these boys very early became acquainted with the dogmas of Confucianism, Mohammedanism, Christianity. They separated, compared, and analyzed, and saw for themselves that dogmatic religions were all much alike. To know all religions is to escape slavery to any. In studying the development of races, these boys saw that a certain type of religion fits a certain man in a certain stage of his evolution, and so perhaps to that degree religion is necessary. An ethnologist is never a corner grocery infidel. The CGI is very apt to be converted at the first revival, outrivaling all other seekers, and when warm weather comes, falling from grace and dropping easily into scofferdom. The Humboldts, like Thoreau, never had any quarrel with God, and they were never tempted to go forward to the mourner's bench. Origin and destiny did not trouble them. Predestination and justification by faith were not even in their curriculum. Foreordination and baptism were to them problems not to be taken seriously. By studying religions in groups, and incidentally, they learned to distinguish the fetish in each. They read Greek mythology side by side with Judean mythology and noted similarities. The intent of Tutor Campe was to give these boys a scientific education. Science is only classified common sense. To be truly scientific is to know differences, to distinguish between this and that. Every successful farmer has traveled a long way into science, for science deals with the maintenance of life. To know soils, animals, and vegetation is to be scientific. But when the average farmer learns to transmute compost into grass and grain, and these into beef, he usually stops, content. To be a scientist in the true sense, one must love knowledge for its own sake, and not merely for what it will bring on market day, and so the Humboldts were led on through the stage of wanting to make money to the stage of wanting to know the why and wherefore. It will be seen that the education of the Humboldts was what the Boylston professor of English at Harvard calls "faddism," or the successful effort of flabbiness. Our Harvard friend thinks that education should be a discipline, that it should be difficult and vexatious, and that happiness, spontaneity, and exuberance are the antitheses and the foes of learning. To him grim earnestness, silence, sweat, and lamp smoke are preferable to sunshine and joyous useful work so wisely directed that the pupil thinks it play. He believes that to be sincere we must be serious. In these latter-day objections there is nothing new. Socrates met them all. Rousseau heard the cry of "fed." Heine, Pestalozzi, Campe, Knuth, and Froebel met the carpist and answered him reason for reason, just as Copernicus, Bruno, and Galileo told the reason the earth revolved. The professional teacher who can do nothing but teach, the college professor who is a college professor and nothing else, hates the natural method man about as ardently as the person who wears a paste diamond hates the lapidary. Heinrich Campe was the tutor of the Humboldts for 2 years, when he entered the employ of the king as Commissioner of Education. After this, however, he continued to spend 1 day a week at Tegel for some time. He loved the boys as his own, and his hope for their future never relaxed. Possibly his interest was not wholly disinterested. With the help of these lads he was working out and proving his pedagogic theories. When Campe resigned his immediate tutorship, he was allowed to select his successor, and he chose a young man by the name of Christian Knuth. The mother was a member of this little university of 4 persons. Knuth, of course, was a member, for he always considered himself more of a student than a teacher. When Campe resigned in favor of Knuth, his action was in degree prompted by his love and consideration for the boys. Knuth was only a little past 20, and was able to enter into the out-of-door sports and work of the youngsters better than the older man. Knuth was their hero. Together they rode horseback, climbed mountains, excavated tunnels, mined for ore, built miniature houses. Knuth made every good thing in Berlin available to us, wrote William years afterward. We visited stores, factories, barracks, and schools, and became familiar with 1,000 commonplace things never taught in schools and colleges. When Alexander was 12 years old, the father died. This would have been a severe blow to the boys were it not for Knuth, who seemed to stand to them more as the real parent than did Major von Humboldt. Knuth was a businessman of no mean ability. The Baroness now trusted him with all her financial affairs. He called on the boys to help him in the details of business, so the keeping of accounts and the economical handling of money were lessons they learned early in life. When Alexander was 17 and William 19, the mother and Knuth decided that the boys should have the advantages of university life. Accordingly, they were duly entered at the University of Frankfurt as special students. Knuth also entered as a student in the class with them. Special students, let it be known, are usually those who have failed to pass the required examinations. In this instance, Alexander and William were beyond many of their classmates in some things, but in other they were deficient. Especially had their education in the dead languages been neglected, so it is quite likely they could not have passed the examinations had they attempted it. It should also be explained that special students are not eligible to diplomas or degrees. But Campe and Knuth did not believe the nerve-wracking plan of examinations wise, any more than it is wisdom to pull up a plant and examine the roots to see how it prospers. Neither did they prize a college degree. They knew full well that a college degree is no proof of excellence of character. To them a degree was too cheap a thing to deviate in one's orbit to secure. They were after bigger game. At Frankfurt, Knuth and his charges lived in the family of Professor Loffler, so as to rub off a little knowledge from this learned man. They studied history, philosophy, law, political economy, and natural history. We would say their method was desultory, were it not for the fact that they were always thorough in all that they undertook. They were simply three boys together, intent on getting their money's worth. William was a little better student than Alexander, and was the leader. He was larger in stature and seemed to have more vitality. 2 years were spent at the University of Frankfurt, and then our trio moved on to the University of Göttingen, where they were distinguished lecturers on natural history and archaeology. Antiquity especially interested the boys, and the evolution and history of races were followed with animation. William took especially to philosophy as expressed in the writings of Kant, while Alexander developed a love for botany and what he called the science of out-of-doors. 2 years at Göttingen followed the bent of their minds and listening only to those lectures they liked, and they moved on to Jena. Here they were in the Goethe country. Soon there were overtures from Berlin that they enter the service of the government. These overtures were set in motion by Campe, who, however, kept out of sight in the matter, and when accused, stoutly declared that it was every man's duty to help himself, and that he personally had never helped any one get a position, and never would. William was 23, and Alexander 21. William was gracious and graceful in manner, and made himself at home in the best society. Alexander was studious, reserved, and inclined to be shy. An invitation came that they should visit Weimar and spend some weeks in that little world of art and letters created by Goethe and Schiller. To William this was very tempting, but Alexander saw at Weimar scant opportunity to study botany and geology. Besides that, he felt that sooner or later he would drift into the employ of the government, following in his father's footsteps. His ambition was practical mining, with a taste for finance. The brothers kissed each other goodbye, and one went to Weimar to assist Schiller in editing a magazine that did not pay expenses, to bask in the sunshine of the great Goethe, and incidentally to secure a wife. The other started on a geological excursion, and this excursion was to continue through life, and make of the man the greatest naturalist that the world had seen since Aristotle lived, 2000 years before. Humboldt's first book was on the geological formation of the Rhine, published when he was 26 years old. The work was so complete and painstaking that it led to his being appointed to the position of Assessor of Mines at Berlin. This was the same office that Swedenborg once held in Scandinavia. For the benefit of our social science friends, it is rather interesting to note that at this time in Europe nearly all mines belonged to the government. An individual might own the surface and up to the sky, but his claim did not go to the center of the earth. Iron, coal, copper, silver and gold were largely mined, and the government operated the mines direct or else leased them on a percentage. I am told that in America all mining is done by individuals or private companies, and that 4/5 of all mining companies have no mines at all, merely samples of ores, blueprints, photographs and prospects. The genus promoter is a very modern production, and is a creation Humboldt never knew. The salting of mines was out of his province, and mining operation carried on exclusively in skyscrapers was a combination he never guessed. Whether society will ever take a turn backward, and the whole people own and control the treasures deposited by nature in the earth, is a question I will leave to my Marxian colleagues to determine. As a mine manager, Humboldt was hardly a success. He knew the value of ores, utilized various by-products that had formerly been thrown away, made plans for the betterment for his workers, and once sent a protest to the king against allowing women and children to be employed underground. but the price per ton of his product was out of proportion to the expenses. While other men mined the ore, he wrote a book on subterranean vegetation. The details of business were not to his liking. His own private financial affairs were now turned over to Knuth, his modest fortune resolved into cash and invested in bonds that brought a low rate of interest. Freedom was his passion. To come and go at will was his desire. The thirst for travel was upon him, travel not for adventure, but for knowledge. He resigned his office and tramped with knapsack on back across the Alps. The habit of his mind was that of the naturalist investigator. Geology, botany, and zoology were his properties by divine right. These sciences really form one, geognosy, or the science of the formation of the earth. The plants dissolve and disintegrate the rocks, the animal feeds upon the plants, and animal life makes new forms of vegetation possible. So, the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms evolve together, constantly tending toward a greater degree of refinement and complexity. The very highest form of animal life is man, and the highest type of man is evolved where there is a proper balance between the animal and the vegetable kingdoms. Humboldt discovered very early in his career that the finest flowers grow where there are the finest birds, and man separated from birds, beasts, and flowers could not possibly survive. Just about this time, Humboldt, taking the cue from Goethe, said, "Man is a product of soil and climate, and is brother to the rocks, trees, and animals. He is dependent on these, and all things seem to point to the truth that he has evolved from them. The accounts of special creation are interesting as archaeology, but biology is distinctly the business of modern scientists. The scientist tells what he knows, and the theologist what he believes." And again we find Humboldt writing from Switzerland in 1796, making observations that have been recently unconsciously paraphrased by the United States Secretary of Agriculture, who said in a printed report, "Western farmers who raise and sell hogs and cattle, feeding them grain instead of selling it, are sure to acquire a competence. The farmers who sell grain are the ones who do not pay off their mortgages." Says Humboldt, "Here on the sides of these towering and forbidding mountains we find the most fertile and beautiful miniature farms, nestling in little valleys or on plateaus. Indeed, I heard today of a man falling out of his farm and being seriously injured. He ventured too near the edge. These Swiss gardens with their prosperous and intelligent owners are only possible through the fact that the owners keep all the cows and poultry that can comfortably exist on the acres. The peasants sell butter, cheese, and eggs instead of grain and vegetables exclusively. They give back to the earth all they take from it, so in the course of 100 years a fine soil evolves that supports valuable animals, including valuable men. Choice fruit, flowers, and birds appear, and we have what we are pleased to call Christian civilization. It is not for me to quibble about terms, but civilization is not necessarily Christian, since it is more a matter of economics and natural science than religion. Where the climate is fairly propitious, but not so much so but that it compels watchfulness, economy, and effort, man will work, and to aid him in this work he utilizes domestic animals. And the very act of domesticating the animal domesticates the man. As man improves the animal, he improves himself. One reason why the American Indian did not progress was because he had neither horses, camels, oxen, swine, nor poultry. He had his dog, and a dog is a wolf, and always remains one, in that his intent is on prey. This fitted the mood of the Indian, and he continued to live his predaceous career without a particle of evolution. To stand still is to retreat, and there is evidence that long before the year 1492, there was a North American Indian that was a better Indian than the Indians who watched the approach of Columbus and exclaimed, "Alas, we are discovered!" In crossing the Alps, Humboldt was impressed with the truth that man was a necessary factor in working out creation just as much as the earthworm. When men stir the soil so as to make it produce grain that the family may be fed, and utilize animals in this work, civilization is surely at hand. Nations with a controlling desire to absorb, annex, and exploit are still to that degree savages. Creation is still going on, and this earth is becoming better and more beautiful as men work in line with reason and allow science to become the handmaid of instinct. Humboldt, above all men, prepared the way for Darwin, Spencer, and Tyndall. All of these built on him, all quote him. His books form a mine in which they constantly delved. Humboldt, in boyhood, formed the habit of close and accurate observation, and he traveled that he might gratify his controlling impulse of his life, the habit of seeing and knowing. His genius for classification was superb. He approached every subject with an open mind, willing to change his conclusions if it were shown that he was wrong. He had imagination to see the thing first with his inward eye, he had the strength to endure physical discomfort, and finally he had money enough so he was free to follow his bent. These qualifications made him the prince of scientific travelers, the pioneer of close, accurate, and reliable explorers. End of section 7. Section 8 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2014. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 4, Part 2. Before Humboldt's time, travelers had been mostly of the type of Marco Polo and Sir John Mandeville, who discovered strange and wondrous things, such as horses with 5 legs, dogs that could talk, and anthropophagi with heads that grew beneath their shoulders. The temptation to be interesting at the expense of truth has always been strong upon the sailorman. Read even the history of Christopher Columbus, and you will hear of islands off the coast of America inhabited exclusively by women who had only one calling day in a year when their gentlemen friends from a neighboring island came to see them. The world needed accurate, scientific knowledge concerning those parts of the world seldom visited by man. Travel 100 years ago was accompanied by great expense and more or less peril. Nations held themselves aloof from one another, and travelers were looked upon as renegades or spies. Alexander von Humboldt had explored deep mines, climbed high mountains, visited that strange people, the Basques of Spain, got little glimpses into Africa where the jungle was waiting for a Livingstone and a Stanley before giving up its secrets. The Corsican had thrown Europe into a fever of fear, and war was on in every direction, when in 1799 Humboldt ran the blockade and sailed out of the harbor of Coruña, Spain, on the little corvette Pizarro, bound for the Spanish possessions in the New World. Spain had discovered America in the gross 200 years before, but what this country really contained in way of possibilities, Spain had most certainly never discovered. Humboldt's mind had conceived the idea of a scientific survey, and in this he was the maker of an epoch. In this undertaking he secured the assistance of the Prime Minister, who secretly issued passports and letters of recommendation to Humboldt, first cautioning him that if the court of Madrid should know anything about this proposed voyage of discovery, it could never be made, so jealous and ignorant were the officials. Only one thing did Spain have in abundance, and that was religion. At that time the Spanish colonies included Louisiana, Florida, Texas, California, Mexico, Cuba, Central America, most of the West Indies and most of South America, not to mention the Philippines. These colonies covered a territory stretching over 5,000 miles from north to south. Twice a year Spain sent out her trading ships, convoyed by armed cruisers. Trade then was monopoly and extortion. The goods sent out were as cheap and tawdry as could be palmed off. All that were brought back were bartered for at the lowest possible prices. Cheating in count, weight, and quality was then considered perfectly proper, and as the government officials at home got a goodly grab into all transactions in way of perquisites, all went swimmingly, or fairly so. For a Spaniard to trade with any other nation was treason, and if caught, his property was confiscated and probably his head forfeited. No foreigners were allowed in the colonies, and exclusion was the rule. To hold her dependencies, Spain thought she must keep them under close subjection, and she seemed beautifully innocent of the fact that she was the dependent, not they. She did not believe in free trade. The government was absolutely under military rule. Of the botany, zoology, geology, not to mention the topography of her American possessions, the officials of Spain knew nothing save from the tales of sailors. Such were the Spanish conditions when Humboldt got himself smuggled on board the Pizarro and sailed away, June 4, 1799. With Humboldt was one companion, Bonpland, a Swiss by birth, and a rare soul. Humboldt was a naturalist and a philosopher. By nature he was a traveller. But he lacked that intrepid quality possessed by, say, Lewis and Clark. He had too much brain, too fine a nerve quality to face the forest alone. Bonpland made good all that he lacked. He used to call Bonpland his treasure, and surely such a friend is a treasure indeed. Bonpland was a linguist, as most of the Swiss are. He was a mountain climber and had been a soldier and a sailor, and he knew enough of literature and science, so he was an interesting companion. He was small in stature, lithe, immensely strong, absolutely fearless, and had left behind him neither family nor friends to mourn his loss. To Humboldt he was guide, teacher, protector, and friend. Bonpland was the soul of unselfishness. Perhaps a certain quality of man attracts a certain quality of friend, I really am not sure. But this I know, that while Alexander von Humboldt had few personal friends, he always had just those which his nature required. His friends were hands, feet, eyes, and ears for him, to quote his own words. This voyage on the Pizarro occupied 5 years. The travellers visited Tenerife, Cuba, Mexico, and skirted the coast of South America, making many little journeys inland. They climbed mountains that had never been scaled before. They ascended rivers where no white man had ever been, and pushed their way through jungle and forest to visit savage tribes who fled before them in terror, thinking they were gods. On the return trip they visited the United States, spent some weeks in Washington, where they were the guests of the President, Thomas Jefferson. A firm friendship sprang up between Humboldt and Jefferson. They were both freethinkers, and when Humboldt recorded in his journal that Jefferson was by far the greatest man living in America, he not only recorded his personal conviction, but he spoke the truth. And, as if not to be outdone, although he did not then know what Humboldt had said of him, Jefferson declared that Alexander von Humboldt was the greatest man he ever saw. Most of the vast number of rare specimens and natural history curiosities gathered by Humboldt and Bonpland were placed on a homeward bound ship that sailed from South America. This ship was lost, and all the precious and priceless cargo went for naught. Had Humboldt and his companion sailed on this ship, as they had at first intended, instead of returning by way of the United States, the world would not have known the name of Alexander von Humboldt. But fate, for once, was kind. The world had great need of him. When Humboldt landed at Bordeaux in August in 1804, after his 5-year journey, he immediately set out to visit his brother, who was then German ambassador at Rome. We can imagine that it was a most joyous meeting. Of it, William said, "I could not recognize him for my tears, but besides this he seemed to have grown in stature and was as brown as a Malay. Was he really my brother? Ah, the hand was the hand of Esau, but when he spoke it was the same kind, gentle, loving voice, the voice of my brother." A few weeks at Rome, and Alexander grew restless for work. He had made great plans about publishing the record of his travels. This work was to outstrip anything in bookmaking the world had ever seen, dealing with similar subjects. The writing was done on shipboard, by campfires, and in forest and jungle, but now it had all to be gone over and revised, and much of it translated into French, for the original notes were sometimes in English and sometimes in German. Only in Paris could the work of bookmaking be done that would fill Humboldt's ideals. In Paris were printers, engravers, artists, binders. Paris was then the artistic center of the world, as it is today. The results of this first great scientific voyage of discovery were written out in a work of 17 volumes. It was entitled The Travels of Humboldt and Bonpland in the Interior of America. Humboldt wrote the book, but wanted his friend to have half the credit. This superb set of books, containing many engravings, was issued under Humboldt's supervision and almost entirely at his own expense. It was divided into 5 general parts: zoology and comparative anatomy, geography and the distribution of plants, political essays and description of peoples and institutions in the kingdom of New Spain, astronomy and magnetism, equinoctial vegetation. It took 2 years to issue the first volume, but the others then came along more rapidly, yet it was 10 years before the last book of the set was published. The total expense of issuing this set of books was more than 1,000,000 francs, or, to be exact, $226,000. The cost of a set of these books to subscribers was $2,550, although there were a few sets containing hand-colored plates and original drawings that were valued at $20,000. One such set can now be seen at the British Museum. In all, only 300 sets of these books were issued. One set at least came to North America, for it was presented to Thomas Jefferson, and, if I am not mistaken, is now in the Congressional Library at Washington. This American expedition forever fixed Alexander von Humboldt's place in history. But after it was completed and the record written out, he had still more than half a century to live. At a time when few men could afford the luxury, Alexander von Humboldt was an atheist. Fortunately, he had sufficient fortune to place him beyond reach of the bread and butter problem, and all of his books were written in the language of the esoteric. He did not serve as an iconoclast for the common people. His name was never on the tongue of rumor. Very few, indeed, knew of his existence. His books were issued in deluxe limited editions, and were for public libraries, the shelves of nobility, or rich collectors. Humboldt was judicial in all of his statements, approaching every question as if nothing were known about it. He built strong, and was preparing the way, such as throwing up ramparts and storing ammunition, for the first decisive battle that was to take place between theology and science. In his day, theology was supreme, the practical dictator of human liberties. But a World's Congress of Freethinkers had recently been held in Rome. there were present more than 3,000 delegates, representing every civilized country on the globe. The deliberations of the Congress were held in a hall supplied by the Italian government, and all courtesies and privileges were tendered the delegates. The only protest came from the Pope, who turned Protestant and in all the Catholic churches in Rome ordered special services to partially mitigate the blot upon the fair record of the Holy City. 40 years ago armed men would have routed this Congress by force, and 100 years ago the bare thought of such a meeting would have placed a person who might have suggested it in imminent peril. Humboldt prophesied that the world would not forever be ruled by religious superstition, that science must surely win. But he did not expect that the change would come as quickly as it has, neither did he anticipate the fact that the orthodox religion would admit all the facts of science and still flourish. The number of church communicants now is larger than it was in the time of Humboldt. The church is a department store that puts in the particular goods that the people ask for. Freethinkers do not leave the church. The church is built on a Goodyear patent, and its lines expand when freethinkers get numerous, so as to include them. The church would rather countenance vice, as it has in the past, than disband. In New York City we now have the spectacle of the church operating a saloon and selling strong drink. In all country towns, religion, failing in being attractive, has, to keep churches alive, resorted to raffles, lotteries, concerts, chicken pie socials, and lectures and exhortations by strange men in curious and unique garb, and singers of reputation. The church, being a part of society, evolves as society involves. Christianity is a totally different thing now from what it was in Humboldt's time. It was a different thing in Humboldt's time from what it was 100 years before. Behold the spectacle of 1,000 highly educated and gentle men from all over the world, decorating with garlands the statue of Bruno in Rome, on the site where churchmen piled high the faggots and burned his living body. I foretell that when the next World's Congress of Freethinkers occurs in Rome, the Pope will welcome the delegates, and their deliberations will occur by invitation in the white Basilica of St. Peter's. The world moves, and the Pope and all the rest of us move with it. When a meeting was recently called in Jersey City to welcome Turner, the so-called anarchist, the mayor forbade the meeting, and then placed a cordon of policemen around the intended meeting place. But lo! In their extremity the anarchists were invited by a clergyman to come and use his church, and he led the way to the sacred edifice, warning the police to neither follow nor enter. As we become better, we meet better preachers. Humboldt could see no rift through the clouds outside of the death of the Church and the disbanding of her so-called sacred institutions. We now perceive that very rarely are religious opinions consciously abandoned. They change, are modified, and later evolve into something else. Churches are now largely social clubs. In America this is true both of Catholic and of Protestants. Most all denominations are interested in social betterment because the trend of human thought is in that direction. The Church is being swept along upon the tide of time. In a few instances, churches have already evolved practical industrial betterments, which are conducted directly under the supervision of the Church and in its edifice. There are hundreds of kindergartens now being carried on in church buildings that a few years ago were idle and vacant all the week. Others have sewing circles and boys' clubs, and these have metamorphosed in some instances into manual training schools where girls are taught domestic science and boys are given instruction in the handicrafts. I know a church that derives its support from the sale of useful things that are made by its members and workers under the supervision of its pastor, who is a master in handicraft. So this pretty nearly points the ideal, a church that has evolved into an ethical and industrial college, where the pastor is not paid for preaching, but for doing. Charles Bradlaugh once said, A paid priesthood blocks evolution. These men are really educated to uphold and defend the institution. They can do nothing else. Most of them have families dependent upon them. Do you wonder that it is a fight to the death? It is not truth that the clergy struggles for. They may think it is. But the grim fact remains, it is a fight for material existence. We all confuse our interests with the eternal verities. The thing that pays us we consider righteous, or at least justifiable. This is the most natural thing in the world. An artist who painted very bad pictures once took one of his canvases to Whistler for criticism. Jimmy shrugged his shoulders and made a grimace that spoke volumes. "But a man must live some way," pleaded the poor fellow in his extremity. "I do not see the necessity," was the weary reply. Preachers must live. Their education and environment have unfitted them for useful effort, but they are a part of the great, seething struggle for existence. And so we have their piteous and plaintive plea for the obsolete and the outworn. Disraeli once in an incautious moment exclaimed, "If we do away with the established church, what is to become of the 14 million prepared and pickled sermons? Think for a moment of the infinite labor of writing new sermons, all based upon a different point of view. Let us then be reasonable, and not subject a profession that is overworked to the humiliation of destroying the bulk of its assets." Science deals directly with the maintenance of human life and the bettering of every condition of existence through a wider, wiser, and saner use of the world. Civilization is the working out and comprehending and proving how to live in the best way. Theology prepares men to die. Science fits them to live. Science deals with your welfare in this world, theology in another. Theology has not yet proved that there is another world. Its claims are not even based upon hearsay. It is a matter of belief and assumption. Science, too, assumes, and its assumption is this: the best preparation for a life to come is to live here and now, as if there were no life to come. Your belief will not fix your place in another world. What you are may. The individual who gets most out of this life is fitting himself to get most out of another, if there is one. And this brings us up to that paragraph in the Cosmos, where Humboldt says, "I perceive a period when the true priesthood will not be paid to defend a fixed system of so-called crystallized truth. But I believe the time will come when that man will be most revered who bestows most benefits here and now. The clergy of Christendom have stood as leaders of thought, but to hold this proud position they must abandon the intangible and devote themselves to this world and the people who are alive." Most of Humboldt's time during his middle life was spent at Paris, where he was busily engaged in the Herculean task of issuing his splendid books. He varied his work, however, so that several hours daily were devoted to study and scientific research, and from time to time he made journeys over Europe and Asia. In 1827 a personal request came from the King of Prussia that Humboldt should thereafter make Berlin his home. He was too big a man for Germany to lose. He acceded to the king's request, moved to Berlin, and was spoken of as the first citizen, although he would not consent to hold office, nor would he accept a title. In vexed questions of diplomacy he was often consulted by the king and his cabinet, and in a great many ways he furthered the interests of education and civilization by his judicial and timely advice. He was always a student, always an investigator, always a tireless worker. He lived simply and quietly, keeping out of society and away from crowds, except on the rare occasions when necessity seemed to demand it. The quality of the man was well mirrored in those magnificent books. All that he did was on the scale of grandeur. His books were too high in price for the average reader, but on request of the king he consented to give a course of 5 free popular lectures for the people. No one foresaw the result of these addresses. The course was so successful that it extended itself into 61 lectures, and covered a period of more than 10 years' time. No admittance was charged, free tickets being given out to applicants. Very soon after the first lecture, a traffic sprang up in these free tickets, carried on by our Semitic friends, and the tickets soared to as high as $3 each. Then the strong hand of the government stepped in, the tickets were cancelled, and the public was admitted to the lectures without ceremony. Boxes, however, were set apart for royalty and foreign visitors, some of whom came from England, Belgium, Switzerland, and France. The size of these audiences was limited simply by the capacity of the auditorium, the attendance at first being about 1,000. Later, a larger hall was secured, and the attendance ran as high as 4,000 persons at each address. The subjects were as follows: 3 lectures on the history of science, 2 on reasons why we should study science, 4 on the crust of the earth and the nature of volcanoes and earthquakes, 2 on the form of Earth's surface and the elevation of the continents, 5 on physical geography, 5 on the nature of heat and magnetism, 16 on astronomy, 2 on mountains and how they are formed, 3 on the nature of the sea, 3 on the distribution of matter, 10 on the atmosphere as an elastic fluid, 3 on the geography of animals, 3 on races of men. Every good thing begins as something else, and what was intended for the common people became scientific lectures for educated people. The man who was most benefited by these lectures was myself, said Humboldt. Men grow by doing things. Lectures are for the lecturer. Humboldt found out more things in giving these lectures than he knew before. He discovered himself. And long before they were completed he knew that his best work was embodied right there, in doing for others he had done for himself. In attempting to reveal the universe or cosmos, he revealed most of his own comprehensive intelligence. That many of his conclusions have since been abandoned by the scientific world does not prove such ideas valueless. They helped and are helping men to find the truth. These 61 popular and free lectures make up that stupendous work now known to us as Humboldt's Cosmos. Says Robert Ingersoll in his tribute to Alexander von Humboldt, "His life was pure, his aims were lofty, his learning varied and profound, and his achievements vast. We honor him because he has ennobled our race, because he has contributed as much as any man, living or dead, to the real prosperity of the world. We honor him because he has honored us, because he has labored for others, because he was the most learned man of the most learned nation of his time, because he left a legacy of glory to every human being. For these reasons he is honored throughout the world. Millions are doing homage to his genius at this moment, and millions are pronouncing his names with reverence and recounting what he accomplished. We associate the name of Humboldt with oceans, continents, mountains, volcanoes, with towering palms, the snow-lipped craters of the Andes, the wide deserts, with primeval forests and European capitals, with wilderness and universities, with savages and savants, with the lonely rivers of unpeopled wastes, with peaks, pampas, steppes, cliffs, and crags, with the progress of the world, with every science known to man, and with every star glittering in the immensity of space. Humboldt adopted none of the soul-shrinking creeds of his day. He wasted none of his time in the inanities, stupidities, and contradictions of theological metaphysics. He did not endeavor to harmonize the astronomy and geology of a barbarous people with the science of the 19th century. Never for one moment did he abandon the sublime standard of truth. He investigated, he studied, he thought, he separated the gold from the dross in the crucible of his brain. He was never found on his knees before the altar of superstition. He stood erect by the tranquil column of reason. He was an admirer, a lover, and adorer of nature, and at the age of 90, bowed by the weight of nearly a century, covered with the insignia of honor, loved by a nation, respected by a world, with kings for his servants, he laid his weary head upon her bosom, upon the bosom of the universal mother, and with her loving arms about him, sang into that slumber which we call death. History added another name to the starry scroll of the immortals. The world is his monument. Upon the eternal granite of her hills he inscribed his name, and there, upon everlasting stone, his genius wrote this, the sublimest of truths: the universe is governed by law. End of section 8.
Section 9. Of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 9, Part 1. William Herschel. The great number of alterations of stars that we are certain have happened within the last 2 centuries, and the much greater number that we have reason to suspect to have taken place, are curious features in the history of the heavens, as curious as the slow wearing away of the landmarks of our earth on mountains, on river banks, on ocean shores. If we consider how little attention has formerly been paid this subject, and that most of the observations we have are of a very late date, it would perhaps not appear extraordinary were we to admit the number of alterations that have probably happened to different stars within our own time to be 100. Quotation by William Herschel, provided by the author. William Herschel, born 1738 in the city of Hanover, was the 4th child in a family of 10. Big families, I am told, usually live in little houses, while little families live in big houses. The Herschels were no exception to the rule. Isaac Herschel, known to the world as being the father of his son, was a poor man, depending for support upon his meagre salary as bandmaster to a regiment of the Hanoverian Guards. At the garrison school, taught by a retired captain, William was the star scholar. In mathematics he propounded problems that made the worthy captain pooh-pooh and change the subject. At 14 he was playing a hautboy in his father's band, and practising on the violin at spare times. For music he had a veritable passion, and to have a passion for a thing means that you excel in it. Excellence is a matter of intensity. One of the players in the band was a Frenchman, and William made an arrangement to give the parlez-vous lessons on the violin as payment for lessons in French. This whole brood of Herschel children was musical, and very early in life the young Herschels became self-supporting as singers and players. "It is the only thing they can do," their father said, but his loins were wiser than his head. In 1755 William accompanied his father's band to England, where they went to take part in a demonstration in honour of a Hanoverian, one George III, who later was to play a necessary part in a symphony that was to edify the American colonies. America owes much to George III. Young Herschel had already learned to speak English, just as he had learned French. In England he spent all the money he had for 3 volumes of Locke on the Human Understanding. These books were to remain his lifelong possession and to be passed on, well thumbed, to his son more than half a century later. At the time of the breaking out of the 7 Years' War, William Herschel was 19. His regiment had been ordered to march in a week. Here was a pivotal point. Should he go and fight for the glory of Prussia? Not he. By the connivance of his mother and sisters, he was secreted on a trading sloop bound for England. This is what is called desertion, and just how the young man evaded the penalties, since the King of England was also Elector of Hanover, I do not know. But the House of Hanover made no effort toward punishment of the culprit, even when the facts were known. Musicians of quality were, perhaps, needed in England, and, as sheep stealing is looked upon lightly by priests who love mutton, so do kings forgive infractions if they need the man. When William Herschel landed at Dover, he had in his pocket a single crown piece, and his luggage consisted of the clothes he wore and a violin. The violin secured him board and lodgings along the road as he walked to London, just as Oliver Goldsmith paid his way with a similar legal tender. In London, Herschel's musical skill quickly got him an engagement at one of the theatres. In a few months we hear of his playing solos at Brabant's aristocratic concerts. Little journeys into the provinces were taken by the orchestra to which Herschel belonged. Among other places visited was Bath, and here the troupe was booked for a 2 weeks' engagement. At this time Bath was run wide open. Bath was a rendezvous for the gouty dignitaries of church and state, who had grown swag through sloth and much travel by the gorge route. There were ministers of state, soldiers, admirals of the sea, promoters, preachers, philosophers, players, poets, polite gamblers, and buffoons. They idled, fiddled, danced, gabbled, gathered, and gossiped. The School for Scandal was written on the spot, with models drawn from life. It wasn't a play, it was a cross-section of Bath society. Bath was a clearing-house for the wit, learning, and folly of all England, the combined Hot Springs, Coney Island, Saratoga, and Old Point Comfort of the kingdom. The most costly church of its size in America is at St. Augustine, Florida. The repentant ones patronize it in Lent. The rest of the year it is closed. At Bath there was the Octagon Chapel, which had the best pipe organ in England. Herschel played the organ. Where he learned how, nobody seemed to know. He himself did not know. But playing musical instruments is a little like learning a new language. A man who speaks 3 languages can take a day off and learn a 4th almost any time. Somebody has said that there is really only one language, and most of us have only a dialect. Acquire 3 languages, and you perceive that there is a universal basis upon which the various tongues are built. Herschel could play the hautboy, the violin, and the harpsichord. The organ came easy. When he played the organ in the chapel at Bath, fair ladies forgot the pump room, and the gallants followed them, naturally. Herschel became the rage. He was a handsome fellow with a pride so supreme that it completed the circle, and people called it humility. He talked but little, and made himself scarce, a point every genius should ponder well. The disarming of the populace, confiscating canes, umbrellas, and parasols, before allowing people to enter an art gallery is necessary, although it is a peculiar comment on humanity to think people have a tendency to smite, punch, prod, and poke beautiful things. The same propensity manifests itself in wishing to fumble a genius. Get your coarse hands on Richard Mansfield if you can. Corral Maud Adams, hardly. To do big things, to create, breaks down tissue awfully, and to mix it with society and still do big things for society is impossible. At Bath, Herschel was never seen in the pump room, nor on the North Parade. People who saw him paid for the privilege. In England about this time, look out for a shower of genius, the almanackers might have said. To Bath came two Irishmen, Edmund Burke and Richard Brinsley Sheridan. Burke rented rooms of Dr. Nugent and married the doctor's daughter, and never regretted it. Sheridan also married a Bath girl, but added the right touch of romance by keeping the matter secret, with the intent that if either party wished to back out of the agreement, it would be allowed. This was quite Irish-like, since according to English law, a marriage is a marriage until limbus congeals, and is used for a skating rink. With the true spirit of chivalry, Sheridan left the questions of publicity or secrecy to his wife. She could have her freedom if she wished. He was a fledgling barrister, with his future in front of him, the child of strolling players. She, the beautiful Miss Linley, was a singer of note. Her father was the leader of the Bath Orchestra, and had a school of oratory where young people agitated the atmosphere in orotund and tremolo, and made the ether vibrate in glee. Dr. Linley's daughter was his finest pupil, and with her were elucidated all his theories concerning the 16 perspective laws of art. She also proved a few points in stirpiculture. She was a most beautiful girl of 17 when Richard Brinsley Sheridan led her to the altar, or, I should say, to a dissenting pastor's back door by night. She could sing, recite, act, and impersonate in pantomime and Greek gown the passions of fear, hate, supplication, horror, revenge, jealousy, rage, and faith. Romney moved down to Bath just so as to have Miss Linley and Lady Hamilton for models. He posed Miss Linley as the Madonna, Beulah, Raina, Ruth, Miriam, and Cecilia, and Lady Hamilton for Susanna at the Bath, Alicia, and Andromache, and also had her illustrate the virtues, graces, fates, and passions. When the beautiful Miss Linley, the pride and pet of Bath, got ready to announce her marriage, she did it by simply changing the inscription beneath a Romney portrait that hung in the ante-room of the artist's studio, marking out the words Miss Linley and writing over it Mrs. Richard Brinsley Sheridan. The Bath porchers, who looked after other people's business, having none of their own, burbled and chortled like siphons of soda, and the marvel to all was that such a brilliant girl should thus throw herself away on a sprig of the law. "He acts too, I believe," said Goldsmith to Dr. Johnson. And Dr. Johnson said, "Sir, he does nothing else," thus anticipating James McNeill Whistler by more than 100 years. But alas for the luckless Linley, the Delsarte of his day! Poor man, he used words not to be found in Johnson's dictionary, and outdid Cassius in the quarrel scene to the Brutus of Richard Brinsley. But very soon things settled down. They always do when mixed with time, and all were happy, or reasonably so, forever after. Herschel resigned from Brabant's orchestra and remained in Bath. He taught music, played the organ, became first violinist for Professor Linley, and later led the orchestra when Linley was on the road, starring the one-night stands and his beautiful daughter. Things seemed to prosper with the kindly and talented German. He was reserved, intellectual, and was respected by the best. He was making money, not as London brokers might count money, but prosperous for a mere music teacher. And so there came a day when he bought out the school of Professor Linley and became proprietor and leader of the famous Bath Orchestra. But the talented Mrs. Richard Brinsley Sheridan was sorely missed. A woman soloist of worth was needed. Herschel thought and pondered. He tried candidates from London and a few from Paris. Some had voices, but no intellect. A very few had intellect, but were without voice. Some thought they had a voice, when what they had was a disease. Other voices he tried, and found guilty. Those who had a voice and spirit had tempers like a tornado. Herschel decided to educate a soloist and assistant. To marry a woman for the sake of educating her was risky business. He knew of men who had tried it, for men have tried it since the time of the cavemen. A bright thought came to him. He would go back to Deutschland and get one of his sisters and bring her over to England to help him do his work. Just the very thing. It was a most fortunate stroke for Herschel when he went back home to get one of his sisters to come over into Macedonia and help him. No man ever did a great work unless he was backed up by a good woman. There were 5 of these Herschel girls. 3 were married, so they were out of the question, and another was engaged. This left Caroline as first, last, and only choice. Caroline was 22 and could sing a little. She had appeared in concerts for her father when a child, but when the father died, the girl was set to work in a dressmaking and millinery shop to help support the big family. The mother didn't believe that women should be educated. It unfitted them for domesticity, and to speak of a woman as educated was to suggest that she was a poor housekeeper. In Greece of old, educated women were spoken of as companions, and this meant that they were not what you would call respectable. They were the intellectual companions of men. The Greek term of disrespect carried with it a trifle of a suggestion not intended, that is, that women who were not educated, not intellectual, were really not companionable. But let that pass. It is curious how this idea that a woman is only a scullion and a drudge has permeated society until even the women themselves partake of the prejudice against themselves. Mother Herschel didn't want her daughters to become educated, nor study the science of music, nor the science of anything. A goodly grocer of the Dutch school had been picked out as a husband for Caroline, and now, if she went away, her prospects were ruined. Ach, mein Gott, or words to that effect. And it was only on William's promise to pay the mother a weekly sum equal to the wages that Caroline received in the dressmaking shop that she gave consent to her daughter's going. Caroline arrived in England, wearing wooden shoon and hoops that were exceeding Dutch, but without a word of English. In order to be of positive use to her brother, she must acquire English and be able to sing, not only sing well, but remarkably well. In less than a year she was singing solo parts at her brother's concerts, to the great delight of the aristocrats of Bath. They heard her sing, but they did not take her captive and submerge her in their fashionable follies as they would have liked to do. The sister and the brother kept close to their own rooms. Caroline was the housekeeper, and took a pride in being able to dispense with all outside help. She was small in figure, petite, face plain but full of animation. All of her spare time she devoted to her music. After the concerts, she and her brother would leave the theatre, change their clothes, and then walk off into the country, getting back as late as 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. On these midnight walks they used to study the stars and talk of the wonderful work of Kepler and Copernicus. There were various requests that Caroline should go to London and sing, but she steadfastly refused to appear on a stage except where her brother led the orchestra. About this time Caroline wrote a letter home, which missive, by the way, is still in existence, in which she says, "William goes to bed early when there are no concerts or rehearsals. He has a bowl of milk on the stand beside him, and he reads Smith's Harmonics and Ferguson's Astronomy. I sit sewing in the next room, and occasionally he will call to me to listen while he reads some passage that most pleases him. So he goes to sleep buried beneath his favourite authors, and his first thought in the morning is how to obtain instruments so we can study the harmonics of the sky." And a way was to open. They were to make their own telescopes. What larks! Brother and sister set to work studying the laws of optics. In a second-hand store they found a small Gregorian reflector, which had an aperture of about 2 inches. This gave them a little peep into the heavens, but was really only a tantalization. They set to work making a telescope tube out of pasteboard. It was about 18 feet long, and the board was made in the genuine pasteboard way, by pasting sheet after sheet of paper together until the substance was as thick and solid as a board. So this brother and sister worked at all odd hours pasting sheet after sheet of paper, old letters, old books, with occasional strips of cloth to give extra strength. Lenses were bought in London, and at last our precious musical pair, with astronomy for their fad, had the satisfaction of getting a view of Saturn that showed the rings. It need not be explained that astronomical observations must be made out of doors. Further, the whole telescope must be out of doors so as to get an even temperature. This is a fact that the excellent astronomers of the Mikado of Japan did not know until very recently. It seems they constructed a costly telescope and housed it in a costly observatory house, with an aperture barely large enough for the big telescope to be pointed out at the heavens. Inside, the astronomer had a comfortable fire, for the season was then winter, and the weather cold. But the wise man could see nothing, and the belief was getting abroad that the machine was bewitched, or that their Yankee brothers had Lawsonized the buyers, when our own David P. Todd of Amherst happened along and informed them that the heat waves which arose from their warm room caused a perturbation in the atmosphere which made star-gazing impossible. At once they made their house over, with openings so as to ensure an even temperature, and Prince Fusiyama Noguchi wrote to Professor Todd, making him a Knight of the Golden Dragon on special order of the heaven-born Mikado. The Herschels knew enough of the laws of heat and refraction to realize they must have an even temperature, but they forgot that pasteboard was porous. One night they left their telescope out of doors and a sudden shower transformed the straight tube into the arc of a circle. All attempts to straighten it were vain, so they took out the lenses and went to work making a tube of copper. In this, brother, sister, and genius, which is concentration and perseverance, united to overcome the innate meanness of animate and inanimate things. A failure was not a failure to them. It was an opportunity to meet a difficulty and overcome it. The partial success of the new telescope aroused the brother and the sister to fresh exertions. The work had been begun as a mere recreation, a rest from the exactions of the public, which they diverted and amused with their warblings, concussions, and vibrations. They were still amateur astronomers, and the thought that they would ever be anything else had not come to them, but they wanted to get a better view of the heavens, a view through a Newtonian reflecting telescope. So they counted up their savings and decided that if they could get some instrument maker in London to make them a reflecting telescope 6 feet long, they would be perfectly willing to pay him £50 for it. This study of the skies was their only form of dissipation, and even if it was a little expensive, it enabled them to escape the pump-room rabble and flee boredom and introspection. A hunt was taken through London, but no one could be found who would make such an instrument as they wanted for the price they could afford to pay. They found, however, an amateur lens polisher who offered to sell his tools, materials, and instruments for a small sum. After consultation, the brother and sister bought him out. So, at the price they expected to pay for a telescope, they had a machine shop on their hands. The work of grinding and polishing lenses is a most delicate business. Only a person of infinite patience and persistency can succeed at it. In Allegheny, Pennsylvania, lives John Brashear, who, by his own efforts, assisted by a noble wife, graduated from a rolling mill and became a maker of telescopes. Brashear is practically the one telescope lens maker of America since Alvan Clark resigned. There is no competition in this line. The difficulties are too appalling for the average man. The slightest accident or an unseen flaw, and the work of months or years goes into the dustbin of time, and all must be gone over again. So when we think of this brother and sister sailing away upon an unknown ocean, working day after day, night after night, week after week, and month after month, discarding scores of specula which they had worked upon many weary hours in order to get the glass that would serve their purpose, we must remove our hats in reverence. God sends great men in groups. From 1740, for the next 35 years, the intellectual skies seemed full of shooting stars. Watt had watched to a purpose his mother's tea kettle. Boston Harbor was transformed into another kind of Hyson dish. Franklin had been busy with kite and key. Gibbon was writing his Decline and Fall. Fate was pitting the pits against Fox. Hume was challenging worshippers of a fetish and supplying arguments still bright with use. Voltaire and Rousseau were preparing the way for Madame Guillotine. Horace Walpole was printing marvellous books at his private press at Strawberry Hill. Sheridan was writing autobiographical comedies. David Garrick was mimicking his way to immortality. Gainsborough was working the apotheosis of a hat. Reynolds, Lawrence, Romney, and West, the American, were forming an English school of art. George Washington and George III were linking their names preparatory to sending them down the ages. Boswell was penning undying gossip. Blackstone was writing his commentaries for legal lights unborn. Thomas Paine was getting his name on the blacklist of orthodoxy. Burke, the Irishman, was polishing his brogue so that he might be known as England's greatest orator. The little Corsican was dreaming dreams of conquest. Wellesley was having presentiments of coming difficulties. Goldsmith was giving dinners with bailiffs for servants. Hastings was defending a suit where the chief participants were to die before a verdict was rendered. Captain Cook was giving to this world new lands, while William Herschel and his sister were showing the world still other worlds till then unknown. End of section 9. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England. Section 10 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 9, Part 2. When the brother and sister had followed the subject of astronomy as far as Ferguson had followed it, and knew all that he knew, they thought they surely would be content. Progress depends upon continually being dissatisfied. Now Ferguson aggravated them by his limitations. In their music they amused, animated, and inspired the fashionable idlers. William gave lessons to his private pupils, led his orchestra, played the organ and harpsichord, and managed to make ends meet, and would have gotten reasonably rich had he not invested his spare cash in lenses, brass tubes, eyepieces, specula, and other such trifles, and stood most of the night out on the lawn peering at the sky. He had been studying stars for 7 years before the Bath that he amused awoke to the fact that there was a genius among them, and this genius was not the idolized Beau Nash, whose statue adorned the pump room. No, it was the man whose back they saw at the concerts. During all these years Herschel had worked alone, and he had scarcely ever mentioned the subject of astronomy with anyone save his sister. One night, however, he had moved his telescope into the middle of the street to get away from the shadows of the houses. A doctor who had been out to answer a midnight call stopped at the unusual sight and asked if he might look through the instrument. Permission was courteously granted. The next day the doctor called on the astronomer to thank him for the privilege of looking through a better telescope than his own. The doctor was Sir William Watson, an amateur astronomer and all-round scientist, and member of the Royal Society of London. Herschel had held himself high. He had not gossiped of his work with the populace, cheapening his thought by diluting it for cheap people. Watson saw that Herschel, working alone, isolated, had surpassed the schools. There is a nugget of wisdom in Ibsen's remark, "The strongest man is he who stands alone," and Kipling's paraphrase, "He travels the fastest who travels alone." The chance acquaintance of Herschel and Watson soon ripened into a very warm friendship. Herschel amused the neurotics, Watson dosed and blistered them, both for a consideration. Each had a beautiful contempt for the society they served. Watson's father was of the purple, while Herschel's was of the people. But both men belonged to the aristocracy of intellect. Watson introduced Herschel into the select scientific circle of London, where his fine reserve and dignity made their due impress. Herschel's first paper to the Royal Society, presented by Dr. Watson, was on the periodical star in Colossetti. The members of the Society, always very jealous and suspicious of outsiders, saw they had a thinker to deal with. Someone carried the news to Bath. A great astronomer was now among them. About this time Horace Walpole said, "Mr. Herschel will content me if, instead of 1,000,000 worlds, he can discover me 13 colonies well inhabited by men and women, and can annex them to the crown of Great Britain in lieu of those it has lost beyond the Atlantic." Bath society now took up astronomy as a fad, and fashionable ladies named the planets both backward and forward from a blackboard list set up in the pump house by Fanny Burney, the clever one. Herschel was invited to give popular lectures on the music of the spheres. Herschel's music parlours were besieged by good people who wanted to make engagements with him to look through his telescope. One good woman gave the year, month, day, hour, and minute of her birth, and wanted her fortune told. Poor Herschel declined, saying he knew nothing of astronomy, but could give her lessons in music if desired. In answer to the law of supply and demand, thus proving the efficacy of prayer, an itinerant astronomer came down from London and set up a 5-foot telescope on the parade, and solicited the curious ones at 2d. a peep. This itinerant interested the populace by telling them a few stories about the stars that were not recorded in Ferguson, and passed out his cards, showing where he could be consulted as a fortune-teller during the day. Herschel was once passing by this street astronomer, who was crying his wares, and a sudden impulse coming over him to see how bad the man's lens might be, he stopped to take a peep at Earth's satellite. He handed out the usual 2d, but the owner of the telescope loftily passed it back, saying, "I takes no fee from a fellow philosopher." This story went the rounds, and when it reached London it had been amended thus: Charles Fox was taking a ramble at Bath, ran across William Herschel at work, and mistaking him for an itinerant, the great statesman stopped, peeped through the aperture, and then passing out a 2d, moved along blissfully unaware of his error, for Herschel, being a perfect gentleman, would not embarrass the great man by refusing his copper. When Herschel was asked if the story was true, he denied the whole fabric, which the knowing one said was further proof of his gentlemanly instincts, for a true gentleman will always lie under 2 conditions: first, to save a woman's honour, and second, to save a friend from embarrassment. As a profession, astrology has proved a better investment than astronomy. Astronomy has nothing to offer but abstract truth, and those who love astronomy must do so for truth's sake. Astronomical discoveries cannot be covered by copyright or patent, nor can any new worlds be claimed as private property and financed by stock companies, frenzied or otherwise. Astrology, on the other hand, relates to love affairs, vital statistics, gold mines, misplaced jewels, and lost opportunities. Yet in this year of grace, 1905, Boston newspapers carry a column devoted to announcements of astrologers, while the Cambridge Astronomical Observatory never gets so much as a mention from one year's end to the other. Besides that, astronomers have to be supported by endowment, mendicancy, while astrologers are paid for their prophecies by the people whose destinies they invent. This shows us how far as a nation we have travelled on the stony road of science. Science, forsooth! Oh yes, of course, science. Bang, bang, bang. In the month of March, in 1791, Herschel, by the discovery of Uranus, found his place as a fixed star among the world's great astronomers. Years before this, William and Caroline had figured it out that there must be another planet in our system in order to account plausibly for the peculiar ellipses of the others. That is to say, they felt the influence of this seventh planet. Its attractive force was realized, but where it was they could not tell. Its discovery by Herschel was quite accidental. He was sweeping the heavens for comets when this star came within his vision. Others had seen it too, but had classified it as a vagrant fixed star. It was the work of Herschel to discover that it was not a fixed star, but had a defined and distinct orbit that could be calculated. To look up at the heavens and pick out a star that could only be seen with a telescope, pick it out of millions and ascertain its movement, seems like finding the proverbial needle in a haystack. The present method of finding asteroids and comets by means of photography is simple and easy. The plate is exposed in a frame that moves by clockwork with the earth so as to keep the same field of stars steady on the glass. After 2, 3, or 4 hours exposure, the photograph will show the fixed stars, but the planets, asteroids, and comets will reveal themselves as a white streak of light, showing plainly where the sitters moved. Herschel had to watch each particular star in person, whereas the photographic lens will watch 1,000. How close and persistent an observer a man must be who, watching one star at a time, discovers the 1 in a million that moves is apparent. Chance, surely, must also come to his aid and rescue if he succeeds. Herschel found his moving star, and at first mistook it for a comet. Later, he and Caroline were agreed that it was in very truth their long-looked-for planet. There are no proprietary rights in newly discovered worlds. The reward is in the honour of the discovery, just as the best recompense for a good deed lies in having done it. The Royal Society was the recording station, as Kiel, Greenwich, and Harvard are now. Herschel made haste to get his new world on record through his kind neighbour, Dr. Watson. The Royal Society gave out the information, and soon various other telescopes corroborated the discovery made by the Bath musician. Herschel christened his new discovery Georgium Sidus, in honour of the king, but the star belonged as much to Germany and France as to England, and astronomers abroad scouted the idea of peppering the heavens with the names of nobodies. Several astronomers suggested the name Herschel if the discoverer would consent, but this he would not do. Dr. Bode then named the new star Uranus, and Uranus it is, although perhaps with any other name it would shine as bright. Herschel was 43 years old when he discovered Uranus. He was still a professional musician and an amateur astronomer. But it did not require much arguing on the part of Dr. Watson when he presented Herschel's name for membership in the Royal Society, for that most respectable body of scholars to at once pass favourably on the nomination. As one member, in seconding the motion, put it, Herschel honours us in accepting this membership quite as much as we do him in granting it. And so the next paper presented by Herschel to the Royal Society appears on the record signed William Herschel, F.R.S., being a Fellow of the Royal Society. Some time afterwards it was to appear William Herschel, F.R.S., LL.D., Edinburgh, meaning he was awarded Doctor of Laws by Edinburgh University. And then Sir William Herschel, F.R.S., LL.D., D.C.L., Oxon, meaning he had been awarded Doctor of Civil Laws by Oxford University. George III, in about the year 1782, had invited his distinguished Hanoverian countryman to become an attaché of the court with the title of Astronomer to the King. The Astronomer Royal in charge of the Greenwich Observatory was one Dr. Maskelyne, a man of much learning, a stickler for the fact, but with a mustard-seed imagination. Being asked his opinion of Herschel, he assured the company thus: "Herschel is a great musician, a great musician." Afterwards, Maskelyne explained that the reason Herschel saw more than other astronomers was because he had made himself a better telescope. One real secret of Herschel's influence seems to have been his fine enthusiasm. He worked with such vim, such animation, that he radiated light on every side. He set others to work, and his love for astronomy as a science created a demand for telescopes, which he himself had to supply. It does not seem that he cared especially for money. All he made he spent for new apparatus. He had a force of about a dozen men making telescopes. He worked with them in blouse and overalls, and not one of his workmen excelled him as a machinist. The king bought several of his telescopes for from £100 to £300 each, and presented them to universities and learned societies throughout the world. One fine telescope was presented to the University of Göttingen, and Herschel was sent in person to present it. He was received with the greatest honours, and scientists and musicians vied with one another to do him homage. In 1782, Herschel and his sister gave up their musical work and moved from Bath to quarters provided for them near Windsor Castle. Herschel's salary was then the modest sum of £200 a year. Caroline was honoured with the title Assistant to the King's Astronomer, with a stipend of £50 a year. It will thus be seen that the kingly idea of astronomy had not travelled far from what it was when every really respectable court had a retinue of singers, musicians, clowns, dancers, palmists, and scientists to amuse the people somewhat ironically called nobility. King George III paid his cook, master of the kennels, chaplain, and astronomer the same amount. The father of Richard Brinsley Sheridan was elocutionist to the king, and was paid a like sum. When Dr. Watson heard that Herschel was about to leave Bath, he wrote, "Never bought king honour so cheap." It was nominated in the bond that Herschel should act as guide to the heavens for the diversification of visitors whenever His Majesty wills it. But it was also provided that the astronomer should be allowed to carry on the business of making and selling his telescopes. Herschel's enthusiasm for his beloved science never abated, but often his imagination outran his facts. Great minds divine the thing first, they see it with their inward eye. Yet there may be a danger in this, for in one's anxiety to prove what he first only imagined, small proof suffices. Thus Herschel was for many years sure that the moon had an atmosphere and was inhabited. He thought that he had seen clear through the Milky Way and discovered empty space beyond. He calculated distances and announced how far Castor was from Pollux. He even made a guess as to how long it took for a gaseous nebula to resolve itself into a planetary system. He believed the sun was a molten mass of fire, a thing that many believed until they saw the incandescent electric lamp, and in various other ways made daring prophecies which science has not only failed to corroborate, but which we now know to be errors. But the intensity of his nature was both his virtue and his weakness. Men who do nothing and say nothing are never ridiculous. Those who hope much, believe much, and love much make mistakes. Constant effort and frequent mistakes are the stepping stones of genius. In all, Herschel contributed 67 important papers to the proceedings of the Royal Society, and in one of these, which was written in his 80th year, he says, "My enthusiasm has occasionally led me astray, and I wish now to correct a statement which I made to you 28 years ago." He then enumerates some particular statement about the height of mountains in the moon, and corrects it. Truth was more to Herschel than consistency. Indeed, the earnestness, purity of purpose, and simplicity of his mind stamp him as one of the world's great men. At Windsor he built a 2-story observatory. In the winter time, every night when the stars could be seen was sacred. No matter how cold the weather, he stood and watched, while down below the faithful Caroline sat and recorded the observations that he called down to her. Caroline was his confidant, adviser, secretary, servant, friend. She had a telescope of her own, and when her brother did not need her services, she swept the heavens on her own account for maverick comets. In her work she was eminently successful, and 5 comets at least are placed to her credit on the honor roll by right of priority. Her discoveries were duly forwarded by her brother to the Royal Society for record. Later, the King of Prussia was to honor her with a gold medal, and several learned societies elected her an honorary member. When Herschel reached the discreet age of 50, he married the worthy Mrs. John Pitt, former wife of a London merchant. It is believed that the marriage was arranged by the king in person, out of his great love for both parties. At any rate, Miss Burney thought so. Miss Burney was keeper of the royal wardrobe, at the same salary that Herschel had been receiving, £200 a year. She also took charge of the court gossip, with various volunteer assistants. "Gold as well as stars glitters for astronomers," said little Miss Burney. "Mrs. Pitt is very rich, meek, quiet, rather pretty, and quite unobjectionable. But poor Caroline!" It nearly broke her heart. William was her idol. She lived but for him. Now she seemed to be replaced. She moved away into a modest cottage of her own, resolved that she would not be an encumbrance to anyone. She thought she was going into a decline, and would not live long anyway. She was so pale and slight that Miss Burney said it took 2 of her to make a shadow. But we get a glimpse of Caroline's energy when we find her writing home explaining how she had just painted her house inside and out with her own hands. Things are never so bad as they seem. It was not very long before William was sending for Caroline to come and help him out with his mathematical calculations. Later, when a fine boy baby arrived in the Herschel solar system, Caroline forgave all and came to take care of what she called the Herschel planetoid. She loved this baby as her own, and all the pent-up motherhood in her nature went out to the little Sir John Herschel, the knighthood having been conferred on him by Caroline before he was a month old. Mrs. Herschel was beautiful and amiable, and she and Caroline became genuine sisters in spirit. Each had her own work to do. They were not in competition, save in their love for the baby. As the boy grew, Caroline took upon herself the task of teaching him astronomy, quite to the amusement of the father and mother. Fanny Burney now comes with a little flung-off nebula to the effect that Herschel is quite the happiest man in the kingdom. There is a most charming little biography of Caroline Herschel, written by the good wife of Sir John Herschel, wherein some very gentle foibles are laid bare, and where, at the same time, tribute is paid to a great and beautiful spirit. The idea that Caroline was not going to live long after the marriage of her brother was greatly exaggerated. She lived to be 98, a century lacking 2 years. Her mind was bright to the last. When 90, she sang at a concert given for the benefit of an old ladies' home. At 96, she danced a minuet with the King of Prussia, and requested that worthy not to introduce her as the woman astronomer, because, you know, I was only the assistant of my brother. William Herschel died in his 84th year, with his fame at full, honoured, respected, beloved. Sir John Herschel, his son, was worthy to be called the son of his father. He was an active worker in the field of science, a strong yet gentle man, with no jealousy nor whim in his nature. His life was full of the docility of a sage and the innocence of a child. John Herschel died at Collingwood, May 11th, 1871, and his dust is now resting in Westminster Abbey, close by the grave of England's famous scholar, Sir Isaac Newton. End of section 10. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England.
Section 11 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 11. Part 1 of Charles Darwin. Evolution is at work everywhere, even in the matter of jokes. Once in the House of Commons, Benjamin Disraeli, who prided himself on his fine scholarship as well as on his Hyperion curl, interrupted a speaker and corrected him on a matter of history. "I would rather be a gentleman than a scholar," the man replied. "My friend is seldom either," came the quick response. When Thomas Brackett Reed was Speaker of the House of Representatives, a member once took exception to a ruling of the Tsar, and having in mind Reed's supposed presidential aspirations, closed his protests with a thrust. "I would rather be right than president." "The gentleman will never be either," came the instant retort. But some years before the reign of the American Tsar, Gladstone, Premier of England, said, "I would rather be right and believe in the Bible than excite a body of curious, infidelic, so-called scientists to unbecoming wonder by tracing their ancestry to a troglodyte." And Huxley replied, "I too would rather be right. I would rather be right than premier. Charles Darwin was a gentle man. He was the greatest naturalist of his time, and a more perfect gentleman never lived. His son Francis said, "I cannot remember ever hearing my father utter an unkind or hasty word. If in his presence someone was being harshly criticized, he always thought of something to say in a way of palliation and excuse." One of his companions on the Beagle, who saw him daily for 5 years on that memorable trip, wrote, "A protracted sea voyage is a most severe test of friendship, and Darwin was the only man on our ship, or that I ever heard of, who stood the ordeal. He never lost his temper or made an unkind remark." Captain Fitzroy of the Beagle was a disciplinarian, and absolute in his authority, as a sea captain must be. The ship had just left one of the South American ports, where the captain had gone ashore and been entertained by a coffee planter. On this plantation all the work was done by slaves, who no doubt were very well treated. The captain thought that negroes well cared for were very much better off than if free, and further he related how the owner had called up various slaves and had the captain ask them if they wished their freedom. The answer was always no. Darwin interposed by asking the captain what he thought the answer of a slave was worth when being interrogated in the presence of his owner. Here Fitzroy flew into a passion, berating the volunteer naturalist, and suggested a taste of the rope's end in lieu of logic. Young Darwin made no reply, and seemingly did not hear the uncalled-for chidings. In a few hours a sailor handed him a note from Captain Fitzroy, full of abject apology for having so forgotten himself. Darwin was then but 22 years old. With the poise and patience of the young man, won the respect and then the admiration and finally the affection of every man on board that ship. This attitude of kindness, patience, and goodwill formed the strongest attribute of Darwin's nature, and to these godlike qualities he was heir from a royal line of ancestry. No man was ever more blessed, more richly endowed by his parents with love and intellect than Darwin, and no man ever repaid the debt of love more fully. All that he had received he gave again. Darwin is the saint of science. He proves the possible, and when mankind shall have evolved to a point where such men will be the rule, not the exception as one in a million, then and not until then can we say we are a civilized people. Charles Darwin was not only the greatest thinker of his time, with possibly one exception, but in his simplicity and earnestness, in his limpid love for truth, his perfect willingness to abandon his opinion if he were found to be wrong, in all of these things he proved himself the greatest man of his time. And yet it is absurd to try to separate the scientist from the father, neighbor, and friend. Darwin's love for truth as a scientist was what lifted him out of a fog of whim and prejudice and set him apart as a man. He had no time to hate. He had no time to indulge in foolish debates and struggle for rhetorical mastery. He had his work to do. That statesmen like Gladstone misquoted him, and churchmen like Wilberforce reviled him, these things were as naught to Darwin. His face was toward the sun rising. To be able to know the truth and to state it were vital issues, and whether the truth was accepted by this man or that was quite immaterial, except possibly to that man himself. There was no resentment in Darwin's nature. Only love is immortal. Hate is a negative condition. It is love that animates, beautifies, benefits, refines, creates. So firmly was this truth fixed in the heart of Darwin that throughout his long life the only things he feared and shunned were hate and prejudice. "They hinder and blind a man to truth," he said. "A scientist must only love." Emerson had been called the culminating flower of 7 generations of New England culture. Charles Darwin seems a similar culminating product. Surely he showed rare judgment in the selection of his grandparents. His grandfather on his father's side was Dr. Erasmus Darwin, a poet, a naturalist, and a physician so discerning that he once wrote, "The science of medicine will sometime resolve itself into a science of prevention rather than a matter of cure. Man was made to be well, and the best medicine I know of is an active and intelligent interest in the world of nature." Erasmus Darwin had the felicity to have his biography written in German, and he also had his place in the Encyclopedia Britannica, quite independent of that of his gifted grandson. Charles Darwin's grandfather on his mother's side was Josiah Wedgwood, one of the most versatile of men. He was as fine in spirit as those exquisite designs by Flaxman that you will see today on the Wedgwood pottery. Josiah Wedgwood was a businessman, an organizer, and he was beyond this, an artist, a naturalist, a sociologist, and a lover of his race. His portrait by Sir Joshua Reynolds reveals a man of rare intelligence, and his biography is as interesting as a novel by Kipling. His space in the Encyclopedia Britannica is even more important than that occupied by his dear friend and neighbor, Dr. Erasmus Darwin. The hand of the potter did not shake when Josiah Wedgwood was made. Josiah Wedgwood and Dr. Darwin had mutually promised their children in marriage. Wedgwood became rich, and he made numerous other men rich, and he enriched the heart and the intellect of England by setting before it beautiful things, and by living an earnest, active, and beautiful life. Josiah Wedgwood coined the word queensware. He married his cousin Sarah Wedgwood. Their daughter Susanna Wedgwood married Dr. Robert Darwin, and Charles Darwin, their son, married Emma Wedgwood, a daughter of Josiah Wedgwood II. Caroline Darwin, a sister of Charles Darwin, married Josiah Wedgwood III. Let those who have the time work out this origin of species in detail, and show us the relationship of the Darwins and Wedgwoods, and I hope we'll hear no more about the folly of cousins marrying, when Charles Darwin is before us as an example of natural selection. From his mother, Darwin inherited those traits of gentleness, insight, purity of purpose, patience, and persistency that set him apart as a marked man. The father of Charles Darwin, Dr. Robert Darwin, was a most successful physician of Shrewsbury. His marriage to Susanna Wedgwood filled his heart and also placed him on a firm financial footing, and he seemed to take his choice of patients. Dr. Darwin was a man devoted to his family, respected by his neighbors, and he lived long enough to see his son recognized, greatly to his surprise, as one of England's foremost scientists. Charles Darwin in youth was rather slow in intellect, and in form and feature far from handsome. Physically he was never strong. In disposition he was gentle and most lovable. His mother died when he was 8 years of age, and his 3 older sisters then mothered him. Between them all existed a tie of affection, very gentle and very firm. The girls knew that Charles would become an eminent man, just how they could not guess. But he would be a leader of men, they felt it in their hearts. It was all the beautiful dream that the mother has for her babe as she sings to the man-child a lullaby as the sun goes down. In his autobiographical sketch, written when he was past 60, Darwin mentions this faith and love of his sisters, and says, "Personally, I never had much ambition, but when at college I felt that I must work, if for no other reason, so as not to disappoint my sisters. At school Charles was considerable of a grubber. He worked hard because he felt that it was his duty. English boarding schools have always taught things out of season, and very often have succeeded in making learning wholly repugnant. Perhaps that is the reason why 9 men out of 10 who go to college cease all study as soon as they stand on the threshold, looking at life ere they seize it by the tail and snap its head off. To them education is one thing, and life is another." But with many headaches and many heartaches, Charles got through Cambridge, and then was sent to attend lectures at the University of Edinburgh. Of one lecturer in Scotland he says, The good man was really more dull than his books, and how I escaped without all science being utterly distasteful to me, I hardly know. To Cambridge Darwin owed nothing but the association with other minds, and yet this was much, and almost justifies the college. "Send your sons to college, and the boys will educate them," said Emerson. The most beneficent influence for Darwin at Cambridge was the friendship between himself and Professor Henslow. Darwin became known as the man who walks with Henslow. The professor taught botany, and took his classes on tramps afield and on barge rides down the river, giving out-of-door lectures on the way. And this common-sense way of teaching appealed to Darwin greatly, and although he did not at Cambridge take up botany as a study, yet when Henslow had an out-of-door class, he usually managed to go along. In his Autobiography, Darwin gives great credit to this very gentle and simple soul, who, although not being great as a thinker, yet could animate and arouse a pleasurable interest. Henslow was once admonished by the faculty for his lack of discipline, and young Darwin came near getting himself into difficulty by declaring, "Professor Henslow teaches his pupils in love. The others think they know a better way." The hope of his father and sisters was that Charles Darwin would become a clergyman. For the army he had no taste whatsoever, and at 21 the only thing seemed to be the church. Not that the young man was filled with religious zeal, far from that, but one must, do something. Up to this time he had studied in a desultory way. He had also dreamed and tramped the fields. He had done considerable grouse shooting, and had developed a little too much skill in that particular line. To paraphrase Herbert Spencer, to shoot fairly well is a manly accomplishment, but to shoot too well is evidence of an ill-spent youth. Dr. Darwin was having fears that his son was going to be an idle sportsman, and he was urging the divinity school. The real fact was that sportsmanship was already becoming distasteful to young Darwin, and his hunting expeditions were now largely carried on with a botanist's drum and a geologist's hammer. But to the practical doctor these things were no better than the gun. It was idling anyway. Natural history as a pastime was excellent, and sportsmanship for exercise and recreation had its place, but the business of life must not be neglected. Charles should get himself to a divinity school, and quickly too. Things urged become repellent, and Charles was groping around for an excuse, when a letter came from Professor Henslow, saying, among other things, that the government was about to send a ship around the world on a scientific surveying tour, especially to map the coast of Patagonia and other parts of South America and Australia. A volunteer naturalist was wanted, board and passage free, but the volunteer was to supply his own clothes and instruments. The proposition gave Charles a great thrill. He gave a gulp and a gasp, and went in search of his father. The father saw nothing in the plan beyond the fact that the government was going to get several years' work out of some foolish young man for nothing. Gadzooks! Charles insisted he wanted to go. He urged that on this trip he would be to but very little expense. "You say I have cost you much, but the fellow who can spend money on board ship must be very clever." "But you are a very clever young man, they say," the father replied. That night Charles again insisted on discussing the matter. The father was exasperated, and exclaimed, "Go and find me one sane man who will endorse your wild goose chase, and I will give my consent." Charles said no more. He would find that sane man. But he knew perfectly well that if any average person endorsed the plan, his father would declare the man was insane, and the proof of it lay in the fact that he endorsed the wild goose chase. In the morning Charles started of his own accord to see Henslow. Henslow would endorse the trip, but both parties knew that Dr. Darwin would not accept a mere college professor as sane. Charles went home and tramped 30 miles across the country to the home of his uncle, Josiah Wedgwood II, and there he knew he had an advocate for anything he might wish, in the person of his fair cousin Emma. These two laid their heads together, made a plan, and stalked their prey. They cornered Josiah the Second after dinner, and showed him how it was the chance of a lifetime, this trip on H.M.S. the Beagle. Charles wasn't adapted for a clergyman anyway. He wanted to be a ship captain, a traveler, a discoverer, a scientist, an author like Sir John Manville, or something else. Josiah the Second had but to speak the word, and Dr. Darwin would be silenced, and the recommendation of so great a man as Josiah Wedgwood would secure the place. Josiah the Second laughed. Then he looked sober. He agreed with the proposition. It was the chance of a lifetime. He would go back home with Charles and put the doctor straight, and he did. And on the personal endorsement of Josiah Wedgwood and Professor Henslow, Charles Robert Darwin was duly booked as volunteer naturalist in Her Majesty's service. Captain Fitzroy of the Beagle liked Charles Darwin until he began to look him over with a very professional eye, and then he declared his nose was too large and was not rightly shaped. Besides, he was too tall for his weight. Outside of these points, the volunteer would answer. On talking with young Darwin further, the captain liked him better, and he waived all imperfections, although no promise was made that they would be remedied. In fact, Captain Fitzroy liked Charles so well that he invited him to share his own cabin and eat with him. The sailors, on seeing this, touched respectful forefingers to their caps and began addressing the volunteer as Sir. The Beagle sailed on December 27, 1831, and it was fully 4 years and 10 months before Charles Darwin saw England again. The trip decided the business of Darwin for the rest of his life, and thereby an epoch was worked in the upward and onward march of the race. Captain Fitzroy of the British Navy was but 23 years old. He was a draftsman, a geographer, a mathematician, and a navigator. He had sailed around the world as a plain tar and taken his kicks and cuffs with good grace. At the Portsmouth Naval School he had won a gold medal for proficiency in study, and another medal had been given him for heroism in leaping from a sailing ship into the sea to save a drowning sailor. Let us be fair. The tight little island has produced men. To evolve these few good men, she may have produced many millions of the spawn of the earth, but let the fact stand. England has produced men. Here was a beardless youth, slight in form, silent by habit, but so well thought of by his government that he was given charge of a ship, 5 officers, 2 surgeons, and 41 picked men to go around the world and make measurements of certain coral reefs, and map the dangerous coasts of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego. The ship was provisioned for 2 years, but the orders were, do the work, no matter how long it may take, and your drafts on the government will be honored. Captain Fitzroy was a man of decision. He knew just where he wanted to go and what there was to do. He was to measure and map dreary wastes of tossing tide, and to do the task so accurately that it would never have to be done again. His maps were to remain forever a solace, a safety and a security to the men who go down to the sea in ships. England had certainly produced men, and Fitzroy was one of them. Fitzroy is now known to us not for his maps, which have passed into the mutual wealth of the world, but because he took on this trip, merely as an afterthought, a volunteer naturalist. Before the Beagle sailed, Captain Fitzroy and young Mr. Darwin went down to Portsmouth, and the captain showed him the ship. The captain took pains to explain the worst. It was to be at least 2 years of close, unremitting toil. It was no pleasure excursion. There were no amusements provided, no cards, no wine on the table. The fare was to be simple in the extreme. This way of putting the matter was most attractive to Darwin. Fitzroy became a hero in his eyes at once. The captain's manner inspired much confidence. He was a man who did not have to be amused or cajoled. "You will be left alone to do your work," said Fitzroy to Darwin, "and I must have the cabin to myself when I ask for it." And that settled it. Life aboard ship is like life in jail. It means freedom, freedom from interruption. You have your evenings to yourself, and the days as well. Darwin admired every man on board the ship, and most of all the man who selected them, and so wrote home to his sisters. He admired the men because each was intent on doing his work, and each one seemed to assume that his own particular work was really the most important. Second Officer Wickham was entrusted to see that the ship was in good order, and so thorough was he that he once said to Darwin, who was constantly casting his net for specimens, "If I were the skipper, I'd soon have you and your beastly belittlement out of this ship with all your devilish damned mess." And Darwin, much amused, wrote this down in his journal, and added, "Wickham is a most capital fellow." The discipline and system of ship life, the necessity of working in a small space, and of improving the calm weather and seizing every moment when on shore, all tended to work in Darwin's nature exactly the habit that was needed to make him the greatest naturalist of his age. Every sort of life that lived in the sea was new and wonderful to him. Very early on this trip Darwin began to work on the Cirripedia, barnacles, and we hear of Captain Fitzroy obligingly hailing homeward bound ships, and putting out a small boat, rowing alongside, asking politely, to the astonishment of the party hailed, "Would you oblige us with a few barnacles off the bottom of your ship?" All this that the volunteer, who was dubbed the flycatcher, might have something upon which to work. When on shore, a sailor was detailed by Captain Fitzroy just to attend the flycatcher, with a bag to carry the specimens, geological, botanical, and zoological, and a cabin boy was set aside to write notes. This boy, who afterwards became Governor of Queens and a K.C.B., used in after years to boast a bit, rightfully, of his share in producing the origin of species. When urged to smoke, Darwin replied, "I am not making any new necessities for myself." When the weather was rough, the flycatcher was sick, much to the delight of Wickham. But if the ship was becalmed, Darwin came out and gloried in the sunshine and in his work of dissecting, labeling, and writing memoranda and data. The sailors might curse the weather, he did not, and thus passed the days. At each stop many specimens were secured, and these were to be sorted and sifted out at leisure. On shore the captain had his work to do, and it was only after a year that Darwin accidentally discovered that the sailor who was sent to carry his specimens was always armed with knife and revolver, and his orders were not so much to carry what Wickham called the damned plunder, as to see that no harm befell the flycatcher. Fitzroy's interest in the scientific work was only general. Longitude and latitude, his 24 chronometers, his maps and constant soundings, with minute records, kept his time occupied. For Darwin and his specimens, however, he had a constantly growing respect. And when the long 5-year trip was ended, Darwin realized that the gruff and grim captain was indeed his friend. Captain Fitzroy had trouble with everybody on board in turn, and thus proving his impartiality. But when parting was nigh, tears came to his eyes as he embraced Darwin and said, with prophetic yet broken words, "The Beagle's voyage may be remembered more through you than me. I hope it will be so." And Darwin, too moved for speech, said nothing except through the pressure of his hand. End of section 11. Section 12 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 12. Darwin, Part 2. The idea of evolution took a firm hold upon the mind of Darwin in an instant one day while on board the Beagle. From that very hour the thought of the mutability of species was the one controlling impulse of his life. On his return from the trip around the world he found himself in possession of an immense mass of specimens and much data bearing directly upon the point that creation is still going on. That he could ever sort sift, and formulate his evidence on his own account, he never at this time imagined. Indeed, about all he thought he could do was to present his notes and specimens to some scientific society, in the hope that some of its members would go ahead and use the material. And with this thought in mind, he began to open correspondence with several of the universities and with various professors of science, and to his dismay found that no one was willing even to read his notes, much less house, prepare for preservation, and index his thousands of specimens. He read papers before different scientific societies, however, from time to time, and gradually in London it dawned upon the few thinkers that this modest and low-voiced young man was doing a little thinking on his own account. One man, to whom he offered the specimens, bluntly explained to Darwin that his specimens and ideas were valuable to no one but himself, and it was folly to try to give such things away. Ideas are like children, and should be cared for by their parents, and specimens are for the collector. Seeing the depression of the young man, this friend offered to present the matter to the Secretary of the Exchequer. Everything can be done when the right man takes hold of it. The sum of £1,000 was appropriated by the Treasury for Charles Darwin's use in bringing out a government report of the voyage of the Beagle, and Darwin set to work, refreshed, rejoiced, and encouraged. He was living in London in modest quarters, solitary and alone. He was not handsome, and he lacked the dash and flash that made a success in society. On a trip to his old home, he walked across the country to see his uncle, Josiah Wedgwood II. When he left, it was arranged that he should return in a month and marry his cousin, Emma Wedgwood, and it was all so done. One commentator said he married his cousin because he didn't know any other woman that would have him. But none was so unkind as to say that he married her in order to get rid of her. And yet Henslow wondered how he ceased wooing science long enough to woo the lady. Doubtless the parents of both parties had a little to do with the arrangement, and in this instance it was beautiful and well. Darwin was married to his work, and no such fallacy as marrying a woman in order to educate her filled his mind. His wife was his mental mate, his devoted helper and friend. It is no small matter for a wife to be her husband's friend. Mrs. Darwin had no small aspirations of her own. She flew the futile 4 o'clock and made no flannel nightgowns for Fijis. 20 years after his marriage, Darwin wrote thus: "It is probably as you say. I have done an enormous amount of work, and this was only possible through the devotion of my wife, who, ignoring every idea of pleasure and comfort for herself, arranged in 1,000 ways to give me joy and rest, peace, and most valuable inspiration and assistance. If I occasionally lost faith in myself, she most certainly never did. Only 2 hours a day could I work, and these to her were sacred. She guarded me as a mother guards her babe, and I look back now and see how hopelessly undone I should have been without her." In 1842 Darwin and his wife moved to the village of Down, county of Kent. The place where they lived was a rambling old stone house with ample garden. The country was rough and unbroken, and one might have imagined he was 1,000 miles from London instead of 20. There were no aristocratic neighbors, no society to speak of. With the plain farmers and simple folk of the village, Darwin was on good terms. He became treasurer of the local improvement society, and thereby was serenaded once a year by a brass band. We hear of the good old village rector once saying, "Mr. Darwin knows botany better than anybody this side of Kew, and although I am sorry to say that he seldom goes to church, yet he is a good neighbor and almost a model citizen." Together the clergyman and his neighbor discussed the merits of climbing roses, morning glories, and sweet peas. Darwin met all and every one on terms of absolute equality, and never forced his scientific hypotheses upon any one. In fact, no one in the village imagined this quiet country gentleman, in the dusty gray clothes that matched his full iron gray beard, was destined for a place in Westminster Abbey. No, not even himself. Darwin's father, seeing that the government had recognized him, and that all the scientific societies of London were quite willing to do as much, settled on him an allowance that was ample for his simple wants. On the death of Dr. Darwin, Charles became possessed of an inheritance that brought him a yearly income of a little over £500. Children came to bless this happy household, 7 in all, and with these Darwin was both comrade and teacher. 2 hours a day were sacred to science, but outside of this time the children made the study their own, and littered the place with their collections gathered on heath and dale. The recognition of the holy time was strong in the minds of the children, so no prohibitions were needed. One daughter has written in familiar way of once wanting to go into her father's study for a forgotten pair of scissors. It was the holy time, and she thought she could not wait. So she took off her shoes and entered in stocking feet, hoping to be unobserved. Her father was working at his microscope. He saw her, reached out one arm as she passed, drew her to him, and kissed her forehead. The little girl never again trespassed. How could she, with the father that gave her only love? That there was no sternness in this recognition of the value of the working hours is further indicated in that little Francis, aged 6, once put his head in the door and offered the father a sixpence if he would come out and play in the garden. For several years Darwin was village magistrate. Most of the cases brought before him were either for poaching or drunkenness. He always seemed to be trying to find an excuse for the prisoner, and usually succeeded, says his son. One time, when a prosecuting attorney complained because he had discharged a prisoner, Darwin, who might have fined the impudent attorney for contempt of court, merely said, "Why, he's as good as we are. If tempted in the same way, I'm sure that I would have done as he has done. We can't blame a man for doing what he has to do." This was poor reasoning from a legal point of view. Darwin afterward admitted that he didn't hear much of the evidence, as his mind was full of orchids. But the fellow looked sorry, and he really couldn't punish anybody who had simply made a mistake. The local legal lights gradually lost faith in Magistrate Darwin's peculiar brand of justice. He hadn't much respect for law, and once when a lawyer cited him the criminal code, he said, "Tut, tut, that was made 100 years ago." And then he fined the man 5 shillings, and paid the fine himself, when he should have sent him to the workhouse for 6 months. The men who have most benefited the world have, almost without exception, been looked down upon by the priestly class, and that is to say, the men upon whose tombs society now carves the word Saviour were outcasts and criminals in their day. In society where the priest is regarded as the mouthpiece of divinity, and therefore the highest type of man, the artist, the inventor, the discoverer, the genius, the man of truth, has always been regarded as a criminal. Society advances as it doubts the priest, distrusts his oracles, and loses faith in his institution. In the priest at first was deposited all human knowledge, and what he did not know he pretended to know. He was the guardian of mind and morals, and the cure of souls. To question him was to die here and be damned for eternity. The problem of civilization has been to get the truth past the preacher to the people. He has forever barred and blocked the way, and until he was shorn of his temporal power, there was no hope. The prisons were first made for those who doubted the priest. Behind and beneath every episcopal residence were dungeons. The ferocious and delicate tortures that reached every physical and mental nerve were his. His anathemas and curses were always quickly turned upon the strong men of mountain or sea who dared live natural lives, said what they thought was truth, or did what they deemed was right. Science is a search for truth, but theology is a clutch for power. Nothing is so distasteful to a priest as freedom. A happy, exuberant, fearless, self-sufficient, and radiant man he both feared and abhorred. A free soul was regarded by the Church as one to be dealt with. The priest has ever put a premium on pretense and hypocrisy. Nothing recommended a man more than humility and the acknowledgment that he was a worm of the dust. The ability to do and dare was in itself considered a proof of depravity. The education of the young has been monopolized by priests in order to perpetuate the fallacies of theology, and all endeavor to put education on a footing of usefulness and utility has been fought inch by inch. Andrew D. White, in his book, The Warfare of Science and Religion, has calmly and without heat sketched the war that science has had to make to reach the light. Slowly, stubbornly, insolently, theology has fought truth step by step, but always retreating, taking refuge first behind one subterfuge and then another. When an alleged fact was found to be a fallacy, we were told it was not a literal fact, simply a spiritual one. All of theology's weapons have been taken from her and placed in the museum of horrors, all save one, namely social ostracism. And this consists in a refusal to invite science to indulge in cream puffs. We smile, knowing that the man who now successfully defies theology is the only one she really yet secretly admires. If he does not run after her, she holds true the poetic unities by running after him. Mankind is emancipated, or partially so. Darwin's fame rests for the most part on two books, The Origin of Species and The Descent of Man. And yet before these were published he had issued a journal of research into geology and natural history, The Zoology of the Voyage of the Beagle, a treatise on coral reefs, volcanic islands, geographical observations, and a monograph of the Cirripedia. Had Darwin died before The Origin of Species was published, he would have been famous among scientific men. Although it was the abuse of theologians on the publication of The Origin of Species that really made him world famous. Alfred Russel Wallace, Darwin's chief competitor, said that a monograph on the Cirripedia is enough upon which to found a deathless reputation. Darwin was equally eminent in geology, botany, and zoology. On November 24, 1859, was published The Origin of Species. Murray had hesitated about accepting the work, but on the earnest solicitation of Sir Charles Lyell, who gave his personal guarantee to the publisher against loss, quite unknown to Darwin, 1,200 copies of the book were printed. The edition was sold in one day. And who was surprised most, the author or the publisher? It is difficult to say. Up to this time, theology had stood solidly on the biblical assertion that mankind had sprung from one man and one woman, and that in the beginning every species was fixed and immutable. Aristotle, 300 years before Christ, had suggested that by cross-fertilization and change of environment, new species had been and were being evoked. But the Church had declared Aristotle a heathen, and in every school and college of Christendom it was taught that the world and everything in it was created in 6 days of 24 hours each, and that this occurred 4,004 years before Christ on May 10th. Those who doubted or disputed this statement had no standing in society, and in truth, until the beginning of the 19th century, were in actual danger of death, heresy and treason being usually regarded as the same thing. Erasmus Darwin had taught that species were not immutable, but his words were so veiled in the language of poesy that they naturally went unchallenged. But now the grandson of Dr. Erasmus Darwin came forward with a net result of 30 years of continuous work. The Origin of Species did not attack anyone's religious belief. In fact, in it, the biblical account of creation is not once referred to. It was a calm, judicial record of close study and observation that seemed to prove that life began in very lowly forms, and that it has constantly ascended and differentiated, new forms and new species being continually created, and that the work of creation still goes on. In the preface to The Origin of Species, Darwin gives Alfred Russel Wallace credit for coming to the same conclusion as himself, and states that both had been at work on the same idea for more than a score of years, but each working separately, unknown to the other. Andrew D. White says that the publication of Charles Darwin's book was like plowing into an ant-hill. The theologians, rudely awakened from comfort and repose, swarmed out angry, wrathful, and confused. The air was charged with challenges and soggy sermons. Books, pamphlets, brochures, and reviews, all were flying at the head of poor Darwin. The questions that he had anticipated and answered at great length were flung off by men who had neither read his book nor expected an answer. The idea that man had evolved from a lower form of animal especially was considered immensely funny, and jokes about monkey ancestry came from almost every pulpit, convulsing the pews with laughter. In passing, it may be well to note that Darwin nowhere says that man descended from a monkey. He does, however, affirm his belief that they had a common ancestor. One branch of the family took to the plains and evolved into men, and the other branch remained in the woods and are monkeys still. The expression, the missing link, is nowhere used by Darwin. That was a creation of one of his critics. Wilberforce, Bishop of Oxford, summed up the argument against Darwinism in the Quarterly Review by declaring that Darwin was guilty of an attempt to limit the power of God, that his book contradicts the Bible, that it dishonors nature. And in a speech before the British Association for the Advancement of Science, where Darwin was not present, the bishop repeated his assertions, and turning to Huxley asked if he were really descended from a monkey, and if so, was it on his father's or his mother's side? Huxley sat silent, refusing to reply, but the audience began to clamor, and Huxley slowly arose and calmly but forcibly said, "I assert and I repeat that a man has no reason to be ashamed of having an ape for his grandfather. If there were an ancestor whom I should feel shame in recalling, it would be a man of restless and versatile intellect, who, not content with success in his own sphere of activity, plunges into scientific questions with which he has no real acquaintance, only to obscure them by an aimless rhetoric, and distract the attention of his hearers from the real point at issue by eloquent digression and a skillful appeal to religious prejudices." Captain Fitzroy, who was present at this meeting, was also called for. He was now Admiral Fitzroy, and felt compelled to uphold his employer the state, and so he upheld the state religion and backed up the Bishop of Oxford in his emptiness. "I often had occasion on board the Beagle to reprove Mr. Darwin for his disbelief in the first chapter of Genesis," solemnly said the Admiral, and Francis Darwin writes it down without comment, probably to show how much the volunteer naturalist was helped, aided, and inspired by the captain of the expedition. But the reply of Huxley was a shot heard round the world, and for the most part the echo was passed along by the enemy. Huxley had insulted the church, they said, and the adherents of the Mosaic account took the attitude of outraged and injured innocence. As for himself, Darwin said nothing. He ceased to attend the meetings of the scientific societies for fear that he would be drawn into debate, and while he felt a sincere gratitude for Huxley's friendship, he deprecated the stern rebuke to the Bishop of Oxford. "It will arouse the opposition to greater unreason," he said, and this was exactly what happened. Even the English Catholics took sides with Wilberforce, the Protestant, and Cardinal Manning organized a society to fight this new so-called science that declares there is no God and that Adam was an ape. Even the nonconformists and Jews came in, and there was the very peculiar spectacle witnessed of the Church of England, the nonconformists, the Catholics, and the Jews, aroused and standing as one man against one quiet villager who remained at home, and said, "If my book cannot stand the bombardment, why then it deserves to go down and be forgotten." Spurgeon declared that Darwinism was more dangerous than open and avowed infidelity, since the one motive of the whole book is to dethrone God. Rabbi Hirschberg wrote, "Darwin's volume is plausible to the unthinking person, but a deeper insight shows a mephitic desire to overthrow the Mosaic books and to bury Judaism under the mass of fanciful rubbish." In America, Darwin had no more persistent critic than the Reverend DeWitt Talmage. For 10 years Dr. Talmage scarcely preached a sermon without making reference to monkey ancestry and baboon unbelievers. The New York Christian Advocate declared, "Darwin is endeavoring to becloud and befog the whole question of truth, and his book will be of a short life." An eminent Catholic physician and writer, Dr. Constantine James, wrote a book of 300 pages called Darwinism, or the Man-Ape. A copy of Dr. James's book being sent to Pope Pius IX, the Pope acknowledged it in a personal letter, thanking the author for his masterly refutations of the vagaries of this man Darwin, wherein the Creator is left out of all things, and man proclaims himself independent, his own king, his own priest, his own God, and then degrading man to the level of the brute by declaring he had the same origin, and this origin was lifeless matter. Could folly and pride go further than to degrade science into a vehicle for throwing contumely and disrespect on our holy religion? This makes rather interesting reading now for those who believe in the infallibility of popes. So well did Dr. James' book sell, coupled with the approbation of the Pope, that as late as 1882 a new and enlarged edition made its appearance, and the author was made a member of the Papal Order of St. Sylvester. It is quite needless to add that those who read Dr. James' book refuting Darwin had never read Darwin, since The Origin of Species was placed on the Index Expurgatorius in 1860. Some years after, when it was discovered that Darwin had written other books, these were likewise honored. The book on barnacles was being called to the attention of the censor. That worthy exclaimed, "Some new heresy, I dare say. Put it on the index," and it was so done. The success of Dr. James' book reveals the popularity of the form of reasoning that digests the refutation first, and the original proposition not at all. In 1875, Gladstone, in an address at Liverpool, said, "Upon the ground of what is called evolution, God is relieved from the labor of creation and of governing the universe." Herbert Spencer called Gladstone's attention to the fact that Sir Isaac Newton, with his law of gravitation and the physical science of astronomy, was open to the same charge. Gladstone then took refuge in the Contemporary Review, and retreated in a cloud of words that had nothing to do with the subject. Thomas Carlyle, who has facetiously been called a liberal thinker, had not the patience to discuss Darwin's book seriously, but grew red in the face and hissed in falsetto when it was even mentioned. He wrote of Darwin as the apostle of dirt, and said he thinks his grandfather was a chimpanzee, and I suppose he is right, leastwise I am not the one to deprive him of the honor. Scathing criticisms were uttered on Darwin's ideas, both on the platform and in print, by Dr. Noah Porter of Yale, Dr. Hodge of Princeton, and Dr. Taylor Lewis of Union College. Agassiz, the man who was regarded as the foremost scientist in America, thought he had to choose between orthodoxy and Darwinism, and he chose orthodoxy. His gifted son tried to rescue his father from the grip of prejudice, and later endeavored to free his name from the charge that he could not change his mind. But alas, Louis Agassiz's words were expressed in print and widely circulated. There were two men in America whose names stand out like beacon lights, because they had the courage to speak up loud and clear for Charles Darwin while the pack was baying the loudest. And these men were Dr. Asa Gray, who influenced the Appletons to publish an American edition of The Origin of Species, and Professor Edward L. Yeomans, who gave up his own brilliant lecture work in order that he might stand by Darwin, Spencer, Huxley, and Wallace. For the man who was known as a Darwinian there was no place in the American Lyceum. Shut out from addressing the public by word of mouth, Yeomans founded a magazine that he might express himself, and he fired a monthly broadside from his Popular Science Monthly. And it is good to remember that the faith of Yeomans was not without its reward. He lived to see his periodical grow from a confessed failure, a bill of expense that took his monthly salary to maintain, to a paying property that made its owner passing rich. Gray, too, outlived the charge of infidelity, and was not forced to resign his position as professor at Harvard, as was freely prophesied he would. As for Darwin himself, he stood the storm of misunderstanding and abuse without scorn or resentment. "Truth must fight its way," he said, "and this gauntlet of criticism is all for the best. What is true in my book will survive, and that which is error will be blown away as chaff." He was neither exalted by praise nor cast down by censure. For Huxley, Lyell, Hooker, Spencer, Wallace, and Asa Gray he had a great and profound love. What they said affected him deeply, and their steadfast kindness at times touched him to tears. For the great seething outside world that had not thought along abstruse scientific lines, and could not, he cared little. "How can we expect them to see as we do?" he wrote to Gray. "It has taken me 30 years of toil and research to come to these conclusions. To have the unthinking masses accept all that I say would be calamity. This opposition is a winnowing process, and all a part of the law of evolution that works for good." For 40 years Darwin lived in the same house at Down, in the same quiet, simple way. Here he lived and worked, and the world gradually came to him, figuratively and literally. Gradually it dawned upon the theologians that a God, who could set in motion natural laws that worked with beneficent and absolute regularity, was just as great as if he had made everything at once and then stopped. The miracle of evolution is just as sublime as the miracle of Adam's deep sleep and the making of a woman out of a man's rib. The faith of the scientist who sees order, regularity, and unfailing law is quite as great as that of a preacher who believes everything he reads in a book. The scientist is a man with faith plus. When Darwin died in 1882, Darwinism and infidelity were words no longer synonymous. The discrepancies and inconsistencies of the theories of Darwin were seen by him as by his critics, as he was ever willing to admit the doubt. None of his disciples was as ready to modify his opinions as he. "We must beware of making science dogmatic," he once said to Haeckel. And at another time he said, "I would feel I had gone too far were it not for Wallace, who came to the same conclusions quite independently of me." Darwin's mind was simple and childlike. He was a student, always learning, and no one was too mean or too poor for him to learn from. The patience, persistency, and untiring industry of the man, combined with a daring imagination that saw the thing clearly long before he could prove it, and the gentle forbearance in the presence of unkindness and misunderstanding, won the love of a nation. He wished to be buried in the churchyard at Down, but at his death, by universal acclaim, the gates of Westminster swung wide to receive the dust of the man whom bishops, clergy, and laymen alike had reviled. Darwin had won, not alone because he was right, but because he was a truly great and loving soul, a soul without the least resentment. Archdeacon Farrar, quoting Huxley, said, "I would rather be Darwin and be right than be Premier of England. We have had and will have many premiers, but the world will never have another Darwin." End of section 12. Section 13 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 13, Part 1. Haeckel. Nothing seems to me better adapted than this monistic perspective to give us the proper standard and the broad outlook which we need in the solution of the vast enigmas that surround us. It not only clearly indicates the true place of a man in nature, but it dissipates the prevalent illusion of man's supreme importance and arrogance with which he sets himself apart from the illimitable universe, and exalts himself to the position of its most valuable element. This boundless presumption of conceited man has misled him into making himself the image of God, claiming, an eternal life for his ephemeral personality, and imagining that he possesses unlimited freedom of will. The ridiculous imperial folly of Caligula is but a special form of man's arrogant assumption of divinity. Only when we have abandoned this untenable illusion and taken up the correct cosmological perspective can we hope to reach the solution of the riddle of the universe. Haeckel. There was a man once upon a day who lived in East Aurora and kept a store. He sold everything from cough syrup to blue ribbon, and some of the things he sold on time to philosophers who sat on nail kegs every evening and settled the coal strike. And in due course of time the storekeeper compromised with his creditors at 29 cents on the dollar. Some say the man went busted a purpose to quit business and get out of East Aurora, and he himself generally allowed the opinion to gain ground in later years that he had planned his life throughout, from start to finish, thus proving the supremacy of the will. And yet others there be, and men of worth and social standing in the village, known for miles up the creek as persons of property, who claim that it was too much confidence in the genus smart setter and trotting horses at the county fairs that made it possible for our friend to avail himself of the Bankruptcy Act. Still others, too inert to follow the winding ways of a strange career and give reasons, dispose of the matter by simply saying Providence, rolling their eyes upward, then walking out, leaving the wordy contestants humiliated and undone. It will be seen that I am interested in this chapter of ancient history, and in truth I myself occasionally ornament the nail kegs. I claim it was neither providence nor astute planning that mapped this man's course, but providence, planning, and luck, and I silence the adversary for the time by citing these facts. Very shortly after Providence and the sheriff of Erie County, whose name, by the way, was Grover Cleveland, had disposed of the East Aurora grocery, our friend met a man in Buffalo who had a sweeping scar on his chin, a wonderful secret, and nothing else worth mentioning. This man secured his assets in Germany. He got them while attending the University of Jena. The secret was gotten by an understanding with a professor, the scar received through a misunderstanding with a student. The secret was a plan by which you could make glucose from corn. It was only a laboratory experiment, because there was no corn in Europe to speak of. Here we had corn to burn, since in that very year the farmers of Iowa were using corn for their fuel. Glucose is the active saccharine principle in maize, but it does not become active until the corn is treated chemically in a certain way, just as honey is not honey until a bee puts it through his Metterlink laboratory. Glucose is a food. It can be used for all purposes where sugar is used, in degree at least. And every living person on earth uses sugar as food every day. Our ex-grocer knew all about Hambletonian 10 and Dexter, but dextrin, dextrose, and glucose were out of his class. And yet he realized that if sugar could be made from corn, there was a fortune in it for somebody. Opportunity, we are told, knocks once at each man's door. Our David Harum was 40 past, and he had often thought opportunity was tapping. But when he opened wide the door, darkness there and nothing more. Opportunity had knocked, but was too timid to stay. This time he heard the knock, and when he opened up the door, Opportunity made a rush for him, grabbed him by the collar, catch as catch can, in a grip he could not shake off. Mr. Harum examined as best he could the glucose the German student had made, and then he watched the whole experiment worked out over again. What the particular ingredients were was still a secret. The man would not sell out. He wanted to organize a manufactory and take a certain % of the profits. David had saved $1,000 out of the wreck at East Aurora, but he knew if he could show certain men that the scheme was genuine, he would be able to raise more. $5,000 was secured, but the men who advanced the $4,000 demanded an insurance policy on the life of the German chemist. This appealed to our David Harum as an excellent plan. If the man who held the secret should die, all would be lost save honor. They insured the life of the chemist for $20,000. In a month after, he was killed in a railroad wreck on a Sunday school excursion, and the moral is, but never mind that now. The $20,000 insurance was paid to David Harum. He repaid his friends immediately their $4,000 and reserved for himself very properly the $16,000 to cover expenses. He then started for Jena. Arriving there, he found that the making of glucose was no special secret, and to manufacture it on a large scale was simply a matter of evolving the right kind of system and a plant. He hired a young German chemist who had just graduated for a matter of, say, $1,000 a year and expenses, and the two started back for America. From this arose the glucose industry in the United States. In 10 years' time, $12 million was invested in the business, and in 1903, more than $100 million was invested. Our East Aurora hero sold out his interests in 1890 for some such bagatelle as $13 million. The young German student is now back at the Jena University, taking a postgraduate course in chemistry. The first one is still dead. I am told that there be folks who pooh-pooh college training and sneeze on mention of a university degree. Usually these good people have no university degrees, but have been greatly helped by those who have. Our David Harums are not college-bred, a statement which I trust will go unchallenged. The true type of German student is made in Germany, and when taken out of his native environment, often evolves into something less beautiful. His lack of worldly ambition is his chief claim to immortality. His wants are few. He rises early and works late. He is most practical in his own particular specialty, but often most impractical outside of it. He is plodding, patient, painstaking, and will follow a microbe you cannot see, as Thompson Seton's hunter followed the famous Kootenai ram. This simple reverence for the truth, this passion for an idea, this desire to know, these things have given to the world some of its richest treasures. We are aware of what the Rockefellers have done, but we seldom stop to think of the unknown laboratory students who made possible such vast and far-reaching institutions as the Standard Oil Company, the Carborundum Company, the Amalgamated Copper Company, and the various beet sugar factories that give work to thousands and lift whole counties and even some states from penury to plenty. Germany honors her scholars, and one of the strongest instincts of her national life is her search for genius. Initiative is originality in motion. Originality is too rare to flout and scout. Not all originality is good, but all good things, so far as humanity is concerned, were once original. That is to say, they were the work of genius. Germany's sympathy for the best in thought has occasionally been broken in upon by pygmy rulers who for the moment had a giant's power, and so it hardly seems possible that a government which encouraged Goethe should have banished Wagner. The greatness of Kant was largely owing to the fact that he was set apart by Frederick and made free to do his work, and at this time not another monarchy in the world would have had the insight to keep its coarse hands off this little man with the big head and the brain of a prophet. And as Kant was the greatest and most original thinker of his time, so today does a German university house the world's greatest living scientist. Ernst Haeckel has been professor of natural history at Jena for 42 years. All the efforts of various other universities to lure him away have failed. He even declined to listen to the siren song of Major Pond, and only smiled at the big baits dangled on long poles from Cook County, Illinois. I have everything I want. Everything I can use is right here. Why should I think of uprooting my life? He asked. And yet Jena, there in the shadow of the Thuringian Mountains, is only a little town of less than 10,000 inhabitants. In 1903, there were 500 pupils registered at Jena, as against 4,000 at Harvard, 5,000 at Ann Arbor, and nearly the same at Lincoln, Nebraska. It will not do to assume that those who graduate at big colleges are big men, any more than to imagine that folks who reside in big towns are bigger than those who live in little villages. Perhaps the greatest men have come from the small colleges. I believe the small colleges admit this. And surely there is plenty of good argument handy in way of proof, for while Harvard has her Barrett Wendell with his caveat on clearness, force, and elegance, and Ann Arbor has Cicero Trueblood, professor of oratory, whose official duty is to formulate the college yell, yet Amherst, with her scant 500 pupils, has Professor David P. Todd, the greatest astronomer of the New World. I really wonder sometimes what a university that stands in fear of Triggsology would do with Professor Ernst Haeckel, whose disregard for tradition is very decidedly Ingersollian. The actual fact is, Ernst Haeckel, the world's greatest thinker, belongs in the little town of Jena, in Germany, at the village of Coniston. You see the little hall where Ruskin read the best things he ever wrote to a dozen or 2 people. At Hammersmith, the limit of a William Morris audience was about 100. At Jena, Ernst Haeckel sits secure in his little lecture hall and speaks or reads to 50 or 60 students. But the printed word goes to millions, so his thoughts here expressed in Jena are shots heard round the world. American pedagogic institutions are mendicant. They depend upon private charity and are endowed by pious parrots and beneficent buccaneers. The individuals who made these institutions possible very naturally have a controlling voice in their management. The colleges in America that are not supported by direct mendicancy depend upon the dole of the legislator, and woe betide the pedagogic principal who offends the orthodox vote. His supplies are cut short, and purse strings pucker until his voice moderates to a monotone, and he dilutes his views to a dull, neutral tint. I do not know a university in the United States that would not place Ernst Haeckel on half rations and make him fight for his life, or else he would be discharged and be reduced to the sad necessity of tilting windmills in popular lecture courses for the edification of agrarians. The German government seeks to make men free. It even gives them the privilege of being absurd, for pioneers sometimes take the wrong track. We do not scout Columbus because his domestic voyages were failures, nor because he sought one thing and found another and died without knowing the difference. Haeckel's wants are all supplied. What he needs in the way of apparatus or material is his for the asking. He travels at will round the world. Visions of old age and yawning almshouses are not for him. He owns himself. He does what he wishes. He says what he thinks. And neither priest nor politician dare cry hist. And so we get the paradox. The only perfect freedom is to be found in a monarchy. A republic, says Schopenhauer, is a land that is ruled by the many, that is to say, by the incompetent. But Schopenhauer, of course, knew nothing of the American primary, devised by the altruistic Hibernians for the purpose of thwarting the incompetent many. Ernst Haeckel was born in 1834. Hence he is just 77 years old at this writing. His parents were plain people, neither rich nor poor, and of such is the kingdom of heaven. The greatest error one can make in life is not to be well born. Failing in this, a man struggles through life under an awful handicap. Haeckel formed the habit of steady, systematic work in youth, and untiring effort has been the rule of his life. Man was made to be well, and he was made to work. It is only work, which is the constant effort to retain equilibrium, that makes life endurable. And so we find Haeckel now, at near 80 years, a model of manly vigor, with all the eager, curious, receptive qualities of youth. A happy man, but one who knows that happiness lies on the way to heaven, and not in arriving there and sitting down to enjoy it. Ernst Haeckel gathers his manna fresh every day. I believe Haeckel enjoys his pipe and mug after the day's work is done, but for stimulants in a general sense he has no use. In his book on Ceylon, he attributes his escape from the jungle fever, from which most of his party suffered, to the fact that he never used strong drink and ate sparingly. He is jealous of the sunshine, a great walker, works daily with hoe and spade in his garden, and breathes deeply, pounding on his chest when going from his house to the college, in a way that causes considerable amusement among the fledglings. Tall, spare rather than stout, bronzed, active, wearing shoes with thick soles, plain gray clothes, often accompanied by a half-dozen young men, he is a common figure on the roads that wind out of Jena and lose themselves amid the mountains. The distinguishing feature of the man is his animation. He is full of good cheer, and acts as if he were expecting to discover something wonderful very soon. To find the balance between play and work has been the aim of his life, and surely he has pretty nearly discovered it. Once, when a caller asked him what he considered the greatest achievement of his life, he took out of his pocket a leather case containing a bronze medal and proudly passed it around. This medal was presented to him in the year 1859 in token of a running high jump, the world's record at the time, or not, as the case may be. Haeckel is essentially an out-of-door man, as opposed to the philosopher who works in a stuffy room and grows round-shouldered over his microscope. "I may entrust laboratory analysis to others," he says, "but there is one thing I will never let another do for me, and that is to take my daily walk afield," he once said. While lecturing, he sits at a table and simply talks in a very informal way, often purposely arousing a discussion, or awakening a sleepy student with a question. Yet on occasion he can speak to a multitude, and, like Huxley, rise to the occasion. Oratory, however, he considers rather dangerous, as the speaker is usually influenced by the opinions of the audience, and is apt to grow more emphatic than exact, to generate more heat than light. The comparison of Haeckel with Huxley is not out of place. He has been called the Huxley of Germany, just as Huxley was called the Haeckel of England. In temperament they were much alike, although Haeckel perhaps does not use quite so much aqua fortis in his ink. And yet I can well imagine that if he were at a convention where the Bishop of Oxford will level at him with a few theological spitballs, he would answer unerringly with a sling and a few smooth pebbles from the brook. And possibly, knowing himself, this is why he keeps out of society and avoids all public gatherings where pseudo-science is exploited. There is a superstition that really great men are quite oblivious of their greatness, and that the pride of achievement is not among their assets. Nothing could be wider of the mark. When Ernst Haeckel was asked, "Who is your favorite author?" he very promptly answered, "Ernst Haeckel." His study is a big square room on the top floor of one of the college buildings, and in this room is a bookcase extending from ceiling to floor, given up to his own works. Copies of every edition and of all translations are here, and in a special case are the original manuscripts, solidly bound in boards, as carefully preserved as if they were the literary remains of William Morris, guarded with the instincts of a bibliophile. Of the size of this Haeckel collection one can make a guess when it is stated that the man has written and published over 50 different books. They vary in size from simple lectures to volumes of 1,000 pages. His work, entitled The Natural History of Creation, has been translated into 12 languages and has gone through 15 editions in Germany and about half as many in England. The last book issued by Professor Haeckel was that intensely interesting essay, The Riddle of the Universe, which was written in 1899, in 2 months' time, during his summer vacation. He gave it out that he had gone to Italy, denied himself to all visitors who knew that he had not, and answered no letters. He reached his study every morning at 6 o'clock and locked himself in, and there he remained until 8 o'clock at night. At noon one of his children brought him his lunch. Unlike Herbert Spencer, whose later writings were all dictated, and very slowly and painstakingly at that, Haeckel writes with his own hand, and when the fit is on he turns off manuscript at the rate of from 2,000 to 4,000 words a day. In writing The Riddle of the Universe, he took no exercise save to go up on the roof, breathing deeply and pounding his chest, varying the pounding by reaching his arms above his head and stretching. However, after a few weeks the villagers and visitors got to looking for him with opera glasses, and he ceased going on the roof, taking his calisthenics at the open window. The exercise of reaching and stretching until you lift yourself on tiptoe he goes out of his way to recommend in his book on Development, wherein he says, "There is a tendency as the years pass for the internal organs to drop, but the individual who will daily go through the motion of reaching for fruit on limbs of trees that are above his head, standing on tiptoe and slowly stretching up and up, occasionally throwing his head back and looking straight up, will of necessity breathe deeply, exercise the diaphragm, and I believe in most cases will ward off diseases and keep old age awaiting for long." Now here is a little common sense advice given by a physician who is also a great scientist. To try it will cost you nothing. No apparatus is required. Just throw open the window and reach up and up and up, first with one arm, then the other, and then both arms. The person who does this daily for 5 minutes as a habit will probably have no need of a physician, adds Haeckel. And with this sage remark he dismisses the subject, branching off into an earnest talk on radiolaria. End of section 13. Section 14 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 14. Ernst Haeckel, Part 2. Haeckel was educated for a physician, and began his career by practicing medicine, but his heart was not really in the work, and he soon arrived at the very sane conclusion that constant dwelling on the pathological was not worth while. "Hereafter I'll devote my time to the normal, not the abnormal and distempered. The sick should learn to keep well," he wrote a friend. And again, "If an individual is so lacking in will that he cannot provide for himself, then his dissolution is no calamity to either himself, the state, or the race." This was written in his 20s, and seemed to sound rather sophomorish. But the idea of the boy is still with the old man, for in The Riddle of the Universe he says, "The final effect upon the race by the preservation of the unfit through increased skill in surgery and medicine is not yet known." In another place he throws in a side remark thus, "Our almshouses, homes for the imbeciles, and asylums, where the hopelessly insane often outlive their keepers, may be a mistake, save as these things minister to the spirit of altruism which prompts their support. Let a wiser generation answer that question." Doubtless Haeckel could make a good argument in favor of the doctors if he wished, but probably if asked to do so his answer would paraphrase Robert Ingersoll when that gentleman was taken to task for unfairness towards Moses. "Young man, you seem to forget that I am not the attorney of Moses. Don't worry, there are more than 10 millions of men looking after his case. Ernst Haeckel is not the attorney for either the doctors or the clergy." It was Darwin and the Origin of Species that tipped the beam for Haeckel in favor of science. Very shortly after Darwin's great book was issued in the year 1859, a chance copy of the work fell into the hands of our young physician. He read and spoke English, and in a general way was interested in biology. As he read of Darwin's observations and experiments, the heavens seemed to open before him. Things he had vaguely felt, Darwin stated, and thoughts that had been his, Darwin expressed. "I might have written much of this book myself," he said. The love of nature had been upon the young man almost from his babyhood. All children love flowers, and mix easily with the wonderful things that are found in woods and fields. At 12 years of age, Ernst had formed a goodly herbarium, and was making a collection of bugs, and not knowing their names, or even that they had names, he began naming them himself. Later it came to him with a shock of surprise and disappointment that the bugs and beetles had already had the attention of scholars. But he got even by declaring that he would hunt out some of the tiny things the scholars had overlooked and classify them. Every man imagines himself the first man, and to think that he is Adam, and that he has to go forth, get acquainted with things, and name them, reveals the true bent of the scientist. Dr. Haeckel was ripe for Darwin's book. He was looking for it, and it took only a slight jolt to dislodge him from the medical profession and allow the law of affinity to do the rest. Wallace had written Darwin's book under another name, and if these men had not written it, Haeckel surely would, for it was all packed away in his heart and head. As Darwin had studied and classified the Cirripedia, so would he write an essay on rhizopods. Luck was with him. Luck is always with a man of purpose. He had an opportunity to travel through Italy as a medical caretaker to a rich invalid. Sickness surely has its uses, and rich invalids are not wholly a mistake on the part of Setebos. Haeckel secured the leisure and the opportunity to round up his rhizopods. He presented the work to the University of Jena, because this was the university that Goethe attended, and the gods of Haeckel were three: Goethe, Darwin, and Johannes Müller. Müller was instructor in zoology at Berlin, a man quite of the Agassiz type, who made himself beloved by the boys because he was what he was, a boy in heart, with a man's head and the soul of a saint. Someone said of Müller, to him every look into a microscope was a service to God. In his reverent attitude he was like Linnaeus, who fell on his knees on first beholding the English gorse in full flower, and thanked heaven that such a moment of divine joy was his. Müller was a Jena man too, and he gave Haeckel letters to the bigwigs. The wise men of Jena discovered that there was merit in Haeckel's discoveries. Original investigators are rare. Most of us write about the men who have done things, or else tell about what they have done. So we reach greatness by hitching our wagon to a star. For the essay on rhizopods, Haeckel was made Professor Extraordinary of the University of Jena. This was in 1862. Haeckel was then 28 years old. There he is today, after a service of 49 years. Haeckel is married, with a big brood of children and grandchildren about him. Some of his own children and the grandchildren are about the same age, for Haeckel has two broods, having had two wives, both of whom sympathized with the Teddine philosophy. With the whole household, including servants, the great scientist is on terms of absolute good camaraderie. The youngsters ride on his back. The older girls decorate him with garlands. The boys work with him in the garden, or together they tramp the fields and climb the hills. But when it comes to study, he goes to his own room in the zoology building, enters in, and locks the door. When he travels alone, without companion or secretary. Travel to him means intense work, and intense work means to him intense pleasure. Solitude seems necessary to close, consecutive thinking, and in the solitude of travel through jungle, forest, crowded city, or across wide oceans, Haeckel finds his true and best self. Then it is that he puts his soul in touch with the universal, and realizes most fully Goethe's oft-repeated dictum, all is one. And, indeed, to Goethe must be given the credit of preparing the mind of Haeckel for Darwinism. In his book, The Freedom and Science of Teaching, Haeckel applies the poetic, monistic ideas of Goethe to biology, and then to sociology. All is one. And this oneness that everywhere exists is simply a differentiation of the original single cell. The evolution of the cell mirrors the evolution of the species. The evolution of the individual mirrors the evolution of the race. This law, expressed by Goethe, is the controlling shibboleth in all Haeckel's philosophy. In embryology he has proved it to the satisfaction of the scientific world. When he applies it to sociology, our Bellamys are looking backward to Sir Thomas More, and expect a sudden transformation to a utopia, not unlike the change which the good old preachers used to tell us we would experience in the twinkling of an eye. Haeckel builds on Darwin, and shows that as the Cirripedia which makes the bottom of the ocean, the coral insect which rears dangerous reefs and even mountain ranges, and rhizopods that make the chalk cliffs possible, did not change the earth's crust in the twinkling of an eye, so neither can the efforts of man instantly change the social condition. Souls do not make lightning changes. Karl Marx thought society would change in the twinkling of a ballot, but he was not a monist, and therefore did not realize that humanity is a solidarity of souls evolved from the very lowly forms and still slowly ascending. And the beauty of it is that the Marxians are helping the race to ascend by supplying it an ideal, even if they fail utterly to work their lightning change. In the end, there is no defeat for any man or anything. When men deserve the ideal, they will get it. So long as they prefer beer, tobacco, brawls, and slums, these things will be supplied. When they get enough of these, something better will be evolved. The stupidity of George III was a necessary factor in the evolution of freedom for America. All is one, all is good, and all is God. The Marxians will eventually win, but by Fabian methods, and socialism will come under another name, as opposed to Herbert Spencer. Haeckel does not admit the unknowable, although of course he realizes the unknown. No man ever had a fuller faith, and if there is any such thing as a glorious deathbed, it must come to men of this type, who believe not only that all is well for themselves, but for everyone else. How a deathbed could be glorious for a man who had perfect faith in his own salvation, and an equally perfect faith in the damnation of most everybody else, is difficult to understand. A true monist would rather be in hell asking for water than in heaven denying it. He loves humanity because he is humanity, and he loves God because he is God. As a single drop of water mirrors the globe, so does a single man mirror the race. And the evolution, biological and sociological, of the man mirrors the evolution of the species. When one grasps the beauty and splendor of the monistic idea, how mean and small become all those little fearsome schemes of salvation, whereby men were to be separated and impassable gulfs fixed between them. Those who fix gulfs here and now are hotly intent on showing that God will fix gulfs hereafter, and thus we see how man is continually creating God in his own image. His idea of God's justice is always built on his own, and as usually our deities are more or less inherited heirlooms of the past, we see that it is not at all strange that men should be better than their religion. They drag their dead creeds behind them like a stagecoach, with preachers and priests on top, kings and nobles inside, and coffins full of past sins in the boot. A man is always better than his creed, unless he makes his creed new every day. These hand-me-down religions seldom fit, and professional theology, it seems to me, is mostly a dealing in old clothes. In the month of September, 1904, Haeckel was a delegate to the Freethinkers' Congress at Rome. To hold such a convention in the Eternal City, right under the eaves of the Vatican, was surely a trifle indelicate, to use the words of the Pope. And it was no wonder that at the close of the Congress the Pope at once ordered a sacred house-cleaning, a divine fumigation. 40 years ago he would have acted before the Congress convened, and not afterward. Special Mass was held in every one of the Catholic churches in Rome, partially to atone for the insult done to Almighty God. Over 3,000 delegates were present at the Congress, every civilized country being represented. a committee was named to decorate the statue of Bruno that stands on the spot where he was burned for declaring that the earth revolved, and that the stars were not God's jewels, hung in the sky each night by angels. On this occasion, Haeckel said, "This Congress is historic. It marks a white milepost in the onward and upward march of freedom. We have met in Rome not accidentally or yet incidentally, but purposely. We have met here to show the world that times have changed, that the earth revolves, and to prove to ourselves in an impressive and undeniable way that the power of superstition is crippled, and at last science and free speech need no longer cringe and crawl. We respect the Church for what she is, but our manhood must now realize that it is no longer the slave and tool of entrenched force and power that abrogates to itself the name of religion." The Haeckel attitude of mind is essentially one of faith. Haeckel's hope for the race is sublime. There are several things we do not know, but we may know sometime, just as men know things that children do not. And yet we are only children in the kindergarten of God, and this garden where we work and play is our own. The boy of 10, or even the man of 60, may never know, but there will come men greater than these, and they will understand. The monist, the man who believes in the one, the all, is essentially religious. Haeckel has chosen this word monism, as opposed to theism, deism, materialism, spiritism. Dr. Paul Carus is today the ablest American exponent of monism, and to him it is a positive religion. If monism could make men of the superb mental type of Paul Carus, well might we place the subject on a compulsory basis and introduce it into our public schools. But Haeckel and Carus believe quite as much in freedom as in monism. All violence of direction is contrary to growth, and delays evolution just that much. The one of which we are part and particle, single cells, if you please, is constantly working for its own good. We advance individually as we lie low in the Lord's hand, and allow ourselves to be receivers and conveyors of the divine will. And we ourselves are the divine will. The contemplation of this divinity excites the religious emotions of awe, veneration, wonder, and of worship. It is a world of correlation. The all is right here. There is no outside force or energy, no God or supreme being that looks on, interferes, dictates, and decides. To admit that there is an outside power, something uncorrelated, is to invite fear, apprehension, uncertainty, and terror. This undissolved residuum is the nest egg of superstition. The man who believes that God is the whole, and that every man is a necessary part of the whole, has no need to placate or please an intangible something. All he has to do is to be true to his own nature, to live his own life, to understand himself. And this takes us back to the Socratic maxim, know thyself. No man ever expressed one phase of monism so well and beautifully as Emerson has in his essay on compensation. This intelligence in which we are bathed rights every wrong, equalizes every injustice, balances every perversion, punishes the wrong and rewards the right. The universe is self-lubricating and automatic. The Greeks clearly beheld the sublime truths of compensation when they pictured Nemesis. It is absurd to punish. Leave it to Nemesis. She never forgets. Nothing can escape her. Our duties lie in service to ourselves, and we best serve self by serving humanity. This is the only religion that pays compound interest to both borrower and lender. Worship humanity, and you honor yourself. And the world has ever dimly perceived this, for history honors no men save those who have given their lives that others might live. The saviors of the world are only those who loved humanity more than all else. All men who live honest lives are saviors. They live that others may live. He that saveth his life shall lose it. We grow through radiation, not by absorption or annexation. To him that hath shall be given. We keep things by giving them to others. The dead carry in their clenched hands only that which they have given away, and the living carry only the love in their hearts which they have bestowed on others. I and my Father are one. The thought is old, but to prove it from the so-called material world through the study of biology has been the life work of Ernst Haeckel. Undaunted, we press ever on. End of section 14.
Section 15. Of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Phil Voelker. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 15, Part 1. Linnaeus. Out of the mist and fog of time, the name of Aristotle looms up large. It was more than 2,300 years ago that Aristotle lived. He might have lived yesterday, so distinctively modern was he in his method and manner of thought. Aristotle was the world's first scientist. He sought to sift the false from the true, to arrange, classify, and systemize. Aristotle instituted the first zoological garden that history mentions, barring that of Noah. He formed the first herbarium and made a geological collection that prophesied for Hugh Miller the testimony of the rocks. Very much of our scientific terminology goes back to Aristotle. Aristotle was born in the mountains of Macedonia. His father was a doctor and belonged to the retinue of King Amyntas. The king had a son named Philip, who was about the same age as Aristotle. Some years later, Philip had a son named Alexander, who was somewhat unruly, and Philip sent a Macedonian cry over to Aristotle, and Aristotle hearkened to the call for help and went over and took charge of the education of Alexander. The science of medicine in Aristotle's boyhood was the science of simples. In surgery, the world has progressed, but in medicine, doctors have progressed most, by consigning to the grave that tells no tales, the deadly materia medica. In Aristotle's childhood, when his father was both guide and physician to the king, on hunting trips through the mountains, the doctor taught the boys to recognize sarsaparilla, stramonium, hemlock, hellebore, sassafras, and mandrake. Then Aristotle made a list of all the plants he knew and wrote down the supposed properties of each. Before Aristotle was half grown, both his father and mother died. He was cared for by Mr. and Mrs. Proxenus. This worthy couple would never have been known to the world were it not for the fact that they ministered to this orphan boy. Long years afterwards he wrote a poem to their memory, and paid them such a tender human compliment that their names have been woven into the very fabric of letters. They loved each other, and still had love enough left for me, he says. And we can only guess whether this man and his wife, with hearts illumined by divine passion, the only thing that yet gladdens the world, ever imagined that they were supplying an atmosphere in which would bud and blossom one of the greatest intellects the world has ever known. It was through the help of Proxenus that Aristotle was enabled to go to Athens and attend the school of oratory, of which Plato was dean. This fine receptive spirit of this slender youth evidently brought out from Plato's heart the best that was packed away there. Aristotle was soon the star scholar. To get much out of school, you have to take much with you when you go there. In one particular, especially, Aristotle, the country boy from Macedonia, brought much to Plato, and this was a scientific spirit. Plato's bent was philosophy, poetry, rhetoric. He was an artist in expression. Know thyself, said Socrates, the teacher of Plato. Be thyself, said Plato. Know the world of nature, of which you are a part, said Aristotle, and you will be yourself and know yourself without thought or effort. The things you see, you are. 23 years Aristotle and Plato were together, and when they separated, it was on the relative value of science and poetry. Science is vital, said Aristotle, but poetry and rhetoric are incidental. It was a little like the classic argument still carried on in all publishing houses today, as to which is the greater, the man who writes the text or the man who illustrates it. One is almost tempted to think that Plato's finest product was Aristotle, just as Sir Humphrey Davy's greatest discovery was Michael Faraday. One fine, earnest, receptive pupil is about all any teacher should expect in a lifetime. But Plato had at least two, Aristotle and Theophrastus. And Theophrastus dated his birth from the day he met Aristotle. Theophrastus means God's speech, or one who speaks divinely. The boy's real name was Ferguson, but the name Aristotle, who always had a passion for naming things, stuck, and the world knows this superbly great man as Theophrastus. Botany dates from Theophrastus, and Theophrastus it was who wrote the greatest of acknowledgments. When in dedicating one of his books, he expressed his indebtedness in these words, to Aristotle, the inspirer of all I am or hope to be. After Theophrastus' death, the science of botany slept for 300 years. During this interview was played in Palestine that immortal drama which so profoundly influenced the world. 23 years after the birth of Christ, Pliny the naturalist was born. He was the uncle of his nephew, and it is probable that the younger man would have been swallowed in oblivion, just as the body of the older one was covered by the eager ashes of Vesuvius, were it not for the fact that Pliny the elder had made the name deathless. Pliny the younger was about such a man as Richard Le Gallienne. Pliny the elder was like Thomas A. Edison. At 22, Pliny the elder was a captain in the Roman army during service in Germany. Here he made memoranda of the trees, shrubs, and flowers he saw, and compared them with similar objects he knew at home. Animal and vegetation life change as you go north and south. From this I assume that life is largely a matter of temperature and moisture. Thus wrote this barbaric Roman soldier, who thereby proved that he was not so much of a barbarian after all. When he was 25, his command was transferred to Africa, and here, in the moments stolen from sleep, he wrote a work in 3 volumes on education entitled Studiosus. In writing the book, he got an education. To find out about a thing, write a book about it. Pliny returned to Rome and began the practice of law and developed into a special pleader of marked power. He still held his commission in the army and was sent on various diplomatic errands to Spain, Africa, Germany, Gaul, and Greece. If you want things done, call in a busy man. The man of leisure has no spare time. Pliny's jottings on natural history very soon resolved themselves into the most ambitious plan, which up to that time had not been attempted by man. He would write out and sum up all human knowledge. The next man to try the same thing was Alexander von Humboldt. We now have Pliny's natural history in 37 volumes. His other 40 volumes are lost. The first volume of Natural History, which was written last, gives a list of authors consulted. Aristotle and Theophrastus take the places of honor, and then follow a score of names of men whose works have perished and whom we know mostly through what Pliny says about them. So not only does Pliny write science as he saw it, but introduces us to a select circle of authors whom otherwise we would not know. We have the world of nature, but we would not have this world of thinkers, were it not for Pliny. Pliny even quotes Sappho, who loved and sung and whose poems reached us only through scattered quotations, as if Emerson's works should perish and we would revive them through a file of the Philistine magazine. Pliny and Paul were contemporaries. Pliny lived in Rome when Paul lived there in his own hired house, but Pliny never mentioned him and probably never heard of him. One man was interested in this world, the other in the next. Pliny begins his great work of a plagiarism on Lyman Abbott. There is but one God. The idea that there were many arose out of the thought that because there were many things, there must be special gods to look after them. Gods of the harvest, gods of the household, gods of the rain, etc. There is but one God, says Pliny, and this God manifests himself in nature. Nature and nature's work are one. This world and all other worlds we see or can think of are parts of nature. If there are other universes, they are natural, that is to say, a part of nature. God rules them all according to laws which he himself cannot violate. This is vain to supplicate him and absurd to worship him, for to do these things is to degrade him with the thought that he is like us. The assumption that God is very much like us is not complementary to God. God cannot do an unnatural or supernatural thing. He cannot kill himself. He cannot make the greater less than the less. He cannot make twice 10 anything else than 20. He cannot make a stick that has but one end. He cannot make the past future. He cannot make one who has lived never to have lived. He cannot make the mortal immortal, nor the immortal mortal. He can change the form of things, but he cannot abolish a thing. Pliny preaches the unity of the universe, and his religion is the religion of humanity. Pliny says, "We cannot injure God, but we can injure man, and as man is a part of nature or God, the only way to serve God is to benefit man. If we love God, the way to reveal that love is in our conduct toward our fellows." Pliny was close upon the law of correlation of forces, and he almost got a glimpse of the law of attraction of gravity. He sensed these things, but he could not prove them. Pliny touched life at an immense number of points. What he saw, he knew. But when he took things on the word of Marco Polo or Sir John Mandeville, for these gentlemen adventurers have always lived, he fell into curious errors. For instance, he tells of horses in Africa that have wings, and when hard pressed fly like birds, of ostriches that give milk, and of elephants that live on land or sea equally well, of mines where gold is found in solid masses and the natives dig into it for diamonds. But outside of these little lapses, Pliny writes sanely and well. Book 2 treats of the crust of the earth, of earthquakes, meteors, volcanoes. These had a strange fascination for him, islands and upheavals. Books 3 and 4 relate to geography and give amusing information about the shape of continents and the form of the earth. Then comes a book of man, his evolution and physical qualities, with a history of the races. Next is a book on zoology, with a resume of all that was written by Aristotle, and with many collaborations of Thomson Seton and Rudyard Kipling. Facts from the Jungle Book are here recited at length. Book 9 is on marine life, sponges, shells, and coral insects. Book 10 treats of birds and carries the subject further than it has ever been taken before, even if it does at times contradict John Burroughs. Book 11 is on insects, bugs, and beetles, and tells, among other things, of bats that make fires in caves to keep themselves warm. Book 12 is on trees, their varieties, height, age, growth, qualities, and distribution. Book 13 treats of fruits, juices, gums, wax, saps, and perfumes. Book 14 is on grapes and the making of wine, with a description of the process and the various kinds of wine, their effect on the human system, with a goodly temperance lesson backed up by incidents and examples. Book 15 treats of pomegranates, apples, plums, peaches, figs, and various other luscious fruits, and shows much intimate and valuable knowledge. And so the list runs on through, treating at great length of bees, fishes, woods, iron, lead, copper, gold, marble, fluids, gases, rivers, swamps, seas, and 1,001 things that were familiar to this marvelous man. But of all subjects, Pliny shows a much greater love for botany than anything else. Plants, flowers, vines, trees, and mosses interest him always, and he breaks off other subjects to tell of some flower that he has just discovered. Pliny had command of a Roman fleet that was anchored in the bay off Pompeii when that city was destroyed in the year 79. Bulwer Lytton tells the story, with probably a close regard for the facts. The sailors, obeying Pliny's orders, did their utmost to save human life and rescued hundreds. Pliny himself made various trips in a small boat from the ship to the beach. He was safely on board the flagship, and orders had been given to weigh anchor, when the commander decided to make one more visit to the perishing city to see if he could not rescue a few more, and also to get a closer view of nature in a tantrum. He rowed away into the fog. The sailors waited for their beloved commander, but waited in vain. He had ventured too close to the flowing lava and was suffocated by the fumes. A victim to his love for humanity and his desire for knowledge. So died Pliny the Elder, aged but 56 years. All children are zoologists, but a botanist appears upon the earth only at rare intervals. A botanist is born, not made. From the time of Pliny, botany performed the Rip Van Winkle act until John Ray, the son of a blacksmith, appeared upon the scene in England. In the meantime, Leonardo had classified the rocks, recorded the birds, counted the animals, and written a book of 3,000 pages on the horse. Leonardo dissected many plants, but later fell back upon the rose for decorative purposes. John Ray was born in 1628, near Braintree in Essex. Now, as to genius, no blacksmith shop is safe from it. We know where to find ginseng, but genius is the secret of God. A blacksmith's helper by day, this aproned lad with sooty face dreamed dreams. Evenings he studied Greek with the village parson. They read Aristotle and Theophrastus. Have a care there, you Macedonian miscreant. Dead 2,000 years, you are turning this boy's head. John Ray would be a botanist as great as Aristotle, and he would speak divinely just as did Theophrastus. It is all a matter of desire. Young Ray became a minor fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, then a major fellow. Then he took the master's degree. Next he became a lecturer in Greek and insisted that Aristotle was the greatest man the earth had ever seen, except none, and the dean raised an eyebrow. The professor of mathematics resigned and Ray took his place. Next he became junior dean and then college steward, and according to the custom of the times he used to preach in the chapel. One of his sermons was from the text, "Consider the lilies of the field." Another sermon that brought him more notoriety than fame was on the subject God in creation, wherein he argued that to find God we should look for him more in the world of nature and not so much in books. Matters were getting strained. Ray was asked to subscribe to the Act of Uniformity, which was a promise that he would never preach anything that was not prescribed by the church. Ray demurred and begged that he be allowed to go free and preach anything he thought was truth. New truth might come to him. This showed the absurdity of Ray. He was asked to reconsider or resign. He resigned the year that Sir Isaac Newton entered. Fortunately, one particular student followed him. Not that he loved college less, but that he loved Ray more. That pupil was Francis Willoughby. Through the bounty of this pupil, we get the scientist. Otherwise, Ray would surely have been starved into subjection. Willoughby took Ray to the home of his parents, who were rich people. Ray undertook the education of young Willoughby, very much as Aristotle took charge of Alexander. Willoughby and Ray traveled, studied, observed, and wrote. They went to Spain, took trips to France, Italy, and Switzerland, and journeyed to Scotland. Willoughby devoted his life to ornithology and ichthyology, and won a deathless place in the science. Ray specialized on botany, and did a work in classification never done before. He made a catalogue of flora in England that wrung even from Cambridge a compliment. They offered him the degree of LL.D. Ray quietly declined it, saying he was only a simple countryman, and honors and titles would be a disadvantage, tending to separate him from the plain people with whom he worked. However, the Royal Society elected him a member, and he accepted the honor, that he might put the results of his work on record. His paper on the circulation of sap in trees was read before the Royal Society, and on the request of Newton. Due credit was given Harvey for his discovery of the circulation of the blood, but Ray made the fine point that man was brother to the tree, and his life was derived from the same source. When Willoughby died in 1672, he left Ray a yearly income of $300. Dr. Johnson told Boswell that Ray had a collection of 20,000 English bugs. Our botanical terminology comes more from John Ray than from any other man. Ray adopted wherever possible the names given by Aristotle. So loyal, loving, and true was he to the master. Ray died in 1705, aged 76. 2 years after the death of John Ray, in 1707, was born a baby who was destined to find biology a chaos and leave it a cosmos. Linnaeus did for botany what Galileo had done for astronomy. John Ray was only a John the Baptist. Carl von Linné, or Carolus Linnaeus, as he preferred to be called, was born in an obscure village in the province of Småland, Sweden. His father was a clergyman, passing rich on £40 a year. His mother was only 18 years old when she bore him, and his father had just turned 21. It was a poor parish, and one of the deacons explained that they could not afford a real preacher, so they hired a boy. Carl tells in his journal of remembering how, when he was but 4 years old, his father would lead his congregation out through the woods, and all seated on the grass, the father would tell the people about the plants and herbs and how to distinguish them. Back of the parsonage there was a goodly garden, where the young pastor and his wife worked many happy hours. When Carl was 8 years old, a corner of this garden was set apart for his very own. He pressed into his service several children of the neighborhood, and they carried flat stones from the nearby brook to wall in this miniature farm, this botanical garden. The child that hasn't a flower bed or a garden of its ownest own is being cheated out of a birthright. The evolution of the child mirrors the evolution of the race, and as the race has passed through the savage, pastoral, and agricultural stages, so should the child. As a people, we are now in the commercial or competitive stage, but we are slowly emerging out of this into the age of cooperation or enlightened self-interest. It is only a very great man, one with a prophetic vision, who can see beyond the stage in which he is in. The stage we are in seems the best and the final one. Otherwise, we would not be in it. But to skip any of these stages in the education or evolution of the individual seems a sore mistake. Children, hedged and protected from digging in the dirt, develop into third-rounders, as our theosophic friends would say, that is, educated non-comps, vast top-head and small cerebellum people, who can explain the unknowable, but who do not pay cash. Third-rounders all, fit only for the melting pot. A tramp is one who has fallen a victim of arrested development, and never emerged from the nomadic stage. An artistic dilettante is one who has jumped the round where boys dig in the dirt, and has evolved into a misnancy. Young Linnaeus skipped no round in his evolution. He began as a savage robbing birds' nests, chasing butterflies, capturing bees, bugs, and beetles. He trained goats to drive, hitched up a calf, fenced his little farm, and planted it with strange and curious crops. Clergymen once were the only school teachers, and in Sweden, where Linnaeus was a boy, there was a plan of farming children out among preachers, that they might be educated. Possibly this plan of having someone besides the parents teach the lessons is good, I cannot say. But young Carl did not succeed, save in disturbing the peace among the households of the half a dozen clergymen who in turn had him. The boy evidently was a handsome fellow, a typical Swede with hair as fair as the sunshine, blue eyes, and a pink face that set off the fair hair and made him look like a Circassian. He had energy plus, and the way he cluttered up the parsonages where he lodged was a distraction to good housewives. Birds' nests, feathers, skins, claws, fungi, leaves, flowers, roots, stalks, rocks, sticks, and stones. And when one meddled with his treasures, there was trouble. And there was always trouble, for the boy possessed a temper, and usually had it right with him. The intent of the parents was that Carl should become a clergyman, but his distaste for theology did not go unexpressed. So perverse and persistent were his inclinations that they preyed on the mind of his father, who quoted King Lear and said, "How sharper than a serpent's tooth is it to have a thankless child." His troubles weighed so upon the good clergyman that his nerves became affected, and he went to the neighboring town of Wexio to consult Dr. Rathman, a famed medical expert. The good clergyman, in the course of his conversation with the doctor, told of his mortification on account of the dullness and perversity of his son. Dr. Rathman listened in patience and came to the conclusion that young Mr. Linnaeus was a good boy who did the wrong thing. All energy is God's, but it may be misdirected. A boy not good enough for a preacher might make a good doctor. An excess of virtue is not required in the recipe for a physician. "I'll cure you by taking care of your boy," said Rathman. "You want to make a clergyman of the youth? I'll let him be just what he wants to be, a naturalist and a physician." And so it was. End of section 15. Recording by Phil Voelker.
Section 16 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Linnaeus, Part 2. The year spent by Linnaeus under the roof of Dr. Rothman was a pivotal point in his life. He was 18 years old. The contempt of Rothman for the refinements of education appealed to the young man. Rothman was blunt, direct, and to the point. He had a theory that people grew by doing what they wanted to do, not by resisting their impulses. He was both friend and comrade to the boy. They rode together, dissected animals and plants, and the young man assisted in operations. Linnaeus had the run of the doctor's library, and without knowing it, was mastering physiology. "I would adopt him as my son," said Rothman, "but I love him so much that I am going to separate him from me. My roots have struck deep in the soil. I am like the human trees told of by Dante, but the boy can go on." And so Rothman sent him along to the University of Lund, with letters to another doctor still more cranky than himself. This man was Dr. Kilian Stobæus, a medical professor, physician to the king, and a naturalist of note. Stobæus had a mixed-up museum of minerals, birds, fishes, and plants. Everybody for 100 miles who had a curious thing in the way of natural history sent it to Stobæus. Into this medley of strange and curious things Linnaeus was plunged with orders to straighten it up. There was a German student also living with the doctor, working for his board. Linnaeus took the lead and soon had the young German helping him catalogue the curios. The Spirit of Ray had gotten abroad in Germany, and Ray's books had been translated and were being used in many of the German schools. Linnaeus made a bargain with the German student that they should speak only German. He wanted to find what was locked up in those German books on botany. Stobæus was lame and had but one eye, so he used to call on the boys to help him, not only to hitch up his horse but to write his prescriptions. Linnaeus wrote very badly, and was chided because he did not improve his penmanship, for it seems that in the olden times physicians wrote legibly. Linnaeus resented the rebuke, and was shown the door. He was gone a week when Stobæus sent for him, much to his relief. This little comedy was played several times during the year, through what Linnaeus afterward acknowledged as his fault. One would hardly think that the man who, on first seeing the English gorse in full bloom, fell on his knees, burst into tears of joy, and thanked God that he had lived to see this day, would have had a fiery temper. Then further, the gentle spiritual qualities that Linnaeus in his later life developed give one the idea that he was always of a gentle nature. In indexing the museum of Dr. Stobæus, Linnaeus found his bent. "I will never be a doctor," he said, "but I can beat the world on making a catalogue." And thus it was. His genius lay in classification. He indexed and catalogued the world, a great writer has said. After a year at the University of Lund, with more learned by working for his board than at school, there was a visit from Dr. Rothman, who had just dropped in to see his old friend Stobæus. The fact was, Rothman cared a deal more for Linnaeus than he did for Stobæus. "Weeds develop into flowers by transplanting only," said Rothman to Linnaeus. "You need a different soil. Get out of here before you get pot bound." "But about Cyclops?" asked Linnaeus. "Let Cyclops go to the devil." It was no use to ask permission of Stobæus. Linnaeus was so valuable that Stobæus would not spare him. So Linnaeus packed up and departed between the dawn and the day, leaving a letter stating he had gone to Upsala because it seemed best, and begging forgiveness for such seeming ingratitude. When Linnaeus got to Upsala, he found a letter from Dr. Cyclops, written in wrath, requesting him never again to show his face in Lund. Rothman also lost the friendship of Stobæus for his share in the transaction. When Linnaeus arrived at Upsala, he had one marked distinction, according to his own account. He was the poorest student that had ever knocked at the gates of the university for admittance. Perhaps this is a mistake, for even though the young man had patched his shoes with birch bark, he was not in debt, and the youth of 21 who has health, hope, ambition, and animation is not to be pitied. Poverty is only for the people who think poverty. It is 500 English miles from Lund to Uppsala. After his long weary tramp, Linnaeus sat on the edge of the hill and looked down at the scattered town of Uppsala in the valley below. A stranger passing by pointed out the college buildings, where 1,000 young men were being drilled and disciplined in the mysteries of learning. "Where is the botanical garden?" asked the newcomer. It was pointed out to him. He gazed on the sight, carefully studied the surrounding landscape, and mentally calculated where he would move the botanical garden as soon as he had control of it. Let us anticipate here just long enough to explain that the Uppsala Botanical Garden now is where Linnaeus said it should be. It is a most beautiful place, lined off with close-growing shrubbery. After traversing the winding paths, one reaches the lecture hall, built after the Greek, with porches peristyle and gently ascending marble steps. On entering the building, the first object that attracts the visitor is the life-size statue of Linnaeus. To the left, a half-mile away, is the old cathedral, a place that never much interested Linnaeus, but there now rests his dust, and in windows and also in storied bronze his face, form, and fame endure. In the meantime we have left the young man sitting on a boulder, looking down at the town ere he goes forward to possess it. He adjusts his shoes with their gaping wounds, shakes the dust from his cap, and then takes from his pack a faded neck scarf, puts it on, and he is ready. Descending the hill he forgets his lameness, waves the stone bruises, and walks confidently to the botanical garden, which he views with a critical eye. Next he inquires for the general superintendent, who lives near. The young man presents his credentials from Rothman, who describes the youth as one who knows and loves the flowers, and who can be useful in office or garden, and is not above spade and hoe. The superintendent looks at the pink face, touched with bronze from days in the open air, notes the long yellow hair, beholds the out-of-door look of fortitude that comes from hard and plain fare, and inwardly compares these things with the lack of them in some of his students. "But this Dr. Rothman who wrote this letter, I do not have the honour of knowing him," says the superintendent. "Ah, you are unfortunate," replies the youth. "He is a very great man, and I myself will vouch for him in every way." Oh, this glowing confidence of youth, before there comes a surplus of lime in the bones or the touch of winter in the heart! The superintendent smiled. Knock in faith and the door shall be opened, and there are those whom no one can turn away. A stray bed was found in the garret for the stranger, and the next morning he was earnestly at work cataloguing the dried plants in the herbarium, a task long delayed because there was no one to do it. The study of natural history in the University of Uppsala was at this time at a low ebb. It was like the art department in many of the American colleges, its existence largely confined to the school catalogue. There were many weeks of biting poverty and neglect for Linnaeus. but he worked away in obscurity and silence and endured, saying all the time, "The sun will come out, the sun will come out." Dr. Olaf Rudbeck had charge of the chair of botany, but seldom sat in it. His business was medicine. He gave no lectures, but the report was that he made his students toil at cultivating in his garden, this to open up their intellectual pores. In the course of his work Linnaeus devised a sex plan of classification, instead of the so-called natural method. He wrote out his ideas and submitted them to Rudbeck. The learned doctor first pooh-poohed the plan, then tolerated it, and in a month claimed he had himself devised it. On the scheme being explained to others, there was opposition, and Rudbeck requested Linnaeus to amplify his notes into a thesis and read it as a lecture. This was done, and so pleased was the old man that he appointed Linnaeus his adjunctus. In the spring of 1730, Linnaeus began to give weekly lectures on some topic of natural history. Linnaeus was now fairly launched. His animation, clear thinking, handsome face, and graceful ways made his lectures very popular. Science in his hands was no longer the dull and turgid thing it had before been in the university. He would give a lecture in the hall, and then invite the audience to walk with him in the woods. He seemed to know everything: birds, beetles, bugs, beasts, trees, weeds, flowers, rocks and stones were to him familiar. He showed his pupils things they had walked on all their lives and never seen. The old botanical garden that had degenerated into a kitchen garden for the commons was rearranged and furnished with many specimens gathered round about. A system of exchange was carried on with other schools, and natural history at Upsala was fast becoming a feature. Old Dr. Rudbeck hobbled around with the classes, and when Linnaeus lectured sat in a front seat, applauding by rapping his cane on the floor and ejaculating words of encouragement. Linnaeus was now receiving invitations to lecture at other schools in the vicinity. He made excursions and reports on the natural history of the country around. The Academy of Science of Upsala now selected him to go to Lapland and explore the resources of that country, which was then little known. The journey was to be a long and dangerous one. It meant 4,000 miles of travel on foot, by sledge, and on horseback, over a country that was for the most part mountainous, without roads, and peopled with semi-savages. There were two reasons why Linnaeus should make the trip. One was he had the hardihood and the fortitude to do it. And second, he was not wanted at Upsala. He was becoming too popular. One rival professor had gone so far as to prefer formal charges of scientific heresy. He also made the telling point that Linnaeus was not a college graduate. The rule of the university was that no lecturer, teacher, or professor should be employed who did not have a degree from some foreign university. Inquiry was made, and it was found that Linnaeus had left the University of Lund under a cloud. Linnaeus was confronted with the charge and declined to answer it, thus practically pleading guilty. So, to get him out of Upsala seemed a desirable thing, both to friends and to foes. His friends secured the commission for the Lapland exploration, and his enemies made no objections, merely whispering, "Good riddance." To be 24, in good health, with hair like that of General Custer, a heart to appreciate nature, a good horse under you, and a commission from the state to do an important work in your left-hand breast pocket, what heaven more complete? A reception was tendered the young naturalist in the great hall, and he addressed the students on the necessity of doing your work as well as you can, and being kind. Before beginning his arduous and dangerous journey, Linnaeus went to Lund to visit his old patron, Dr. Stobæus. Time, the great healer, had cured the doctor of his hate, and he now spoke of Linnaeus as his best pupil. He had left hastily by the one light of the moon, without leaving orders where his mail was to be forwarded, but now he was received as an honored guest. All the little misunderstandings they had were laughed over as jokes. From Lund, Linnaeus went to his home in Smaland to visit his parents. It is needless to say that they were very proud of him, and the villagers turned out in great numbers to do him honor, perhaps, in their simplicity, not knowing why. The account of the Lapland trip by Linnaeus is to be found in his book Lachesis Laponica. The journey covered over 4,000 miles and took from May to November 1731. The volume is in the form of a daily journal, and is as interesting as Robinson Crusoe. There is no night there in summer, but for all this Lapland is not a paradise. It is a great stretch of desert, vast steppes, and lofty mountains, with here and there fertile valleys. To be out in the wide open, with no companions but a horse and a dog, filled Linnaeus' heart with a wild joy. As he went on, the road grew so rough that he had to part with the horse, which he did with a pang, but the dog kept him company. To be educated is to liberate the mind from its trammels and fears, to set it free, new chiseled from the rock. Linnaeus revelled in the vast loneliness of the steppes, and took a hearty satisfaction in the hard fare. His gun and fishing rod stood him in good stead. There were berries at times, and edible barks and watercress, and when this failed he had a little bag of meal and dried reindeer tongues to fall back upon. The simplicity of his living is shown best in the fact that the expenses for the entire journey, occupying 7 months, were only £25, or less than $125. The Academy had set aside £60, and their surprise at having most of the money returned to them, instead of a demand being made for more, won them hand and heart. He had hit the sturdy old burghers in a sensitive spot, the pocket-book, and they passed resolutions declaring him the world's greatest naturalist, and voted him a medal, to be cast at his own expense. Fame is delightful, but as collateral it does not rank high. Linnaeus was without funds and without occupation. He gave a course of lectures at the university on his explorations, where every seat was taken, and even the stage and windows were filled. The sprightliness, grace, and intellect Linnaeus brought to bear illumined his theme. When Linnaeus lectured, all classes were dismissed. None could rival him. His very excellence was his disadvantage. Jealousy was hot on his trail, for he was disturbing the balance of stupidity. A movement grew to force him from the college. Formal charges were made, and when the case came to a trial, the even tenor of justice was disturbed by Linnaeus making an attack on Professor Rosen, his principal enemy, with intent to kill him. Duelling has been forbidden in all the universities of Sweden since the year 1682, and the diversion replaced by quartet singing. So when Linnaeus challenged his enemy to fight and warned him he would kill him if he didn't fight, and also if he did, things were in a bad way for Linnaeus. The former charges were dropped to take up the more serious, just as when a man is believed to be guilty of murder, no mention is made of his crime of larceny. Poor Linnaeus was under the ban. The enemy had won. Linnaeus must leave. But where should he go? What could he do? No college would receive him after his being compelled to leave Uppsala for riot. He decided that if disgrace were to be his on account of revenge, he would accept the disgrace. He would kill Rosen on sight, and then either commit suicide or accept the consequences. It was all one. And so, laying plans to waylay his victim, he fell asleep and dreamed he had done the deed. He awoke in a sweat of horror. He heard the officers at the door. He staggered to his feet, and was making wild plans to fight the pursuers, when it occurred to him that he had only dreamed. He sat down, faint, but mightily relieved. Then he laughed, and it came to him that opposition was a part of the great game of life. To do a thing was to jostle others, and to jostle and be jostled was the fate of every man of power. He that endureth unto the end shall be saved. The world was before him, the flowers still bloomed, and plants nodded their heads in the meadows. The summer winds blew across the fields of wheat. The branches waved. He was strong. He could plant and plow, or dig ditches, or hew lumber. Someone was hammering on the door. They had been knocking for fully 5 minutes. There had been no murder, so surely it was not the officers. He arose slowly and opened the door, murmuring apologies. A letter for Carolus Linnaeus. The letter was from Baron Reuterholm of Dalecarlia. It contained a draft for £25 as a token of good faith, and begged that Linnaeus would accept charge of an expedition to survey the natural resources of Dalecarlia in the same way that he had Lapland, only with greater minuteness. Linnaeus read the letter again. The draft fluttered from his fingers to the floor. "Pick that up," he peremptorily ordered of the messenger. He wanted to see if the other man saw it too. The other man did pick it up. Linnaeus was not dreaming then, after all. This second expedition had two objects. One was the better education of Baron Reuterholm's two sons, and the other the survey. One of these sons was at the University of Uppsala, and he had conceived such an admiration for Linnaeus that he had written home about him. No man knows what he is doing. We succeed by the right oblique. Little did Linnaeus guess that he was preparing the way for great good fortune. The second excursion was one of luxury. It lacked all the hardships of the first, and involved the management of a party. Reuterholm was a rich Jewish banker, and a man in close touch with all Swedish affairs of state. This time Linnaeus was provided with ample funds. Linnaeus had a genius for system, a head for business. He classified men and systematized his work like a general in the field. There were 7 young naturalists in the party, and to each Linnaeus assigned a special work, with orders to hand in a written report of progress each evening. That the economist or steward of the party was an American lends an especial note of interest for us. After Dalecarlia, it was to be America. In money matters he was punctilious and accurate, the result of his early training in making both ends meet. The habits of thrift, industry, energy, and absolute honesty had made him a marked man. There is not so much competition along these lines. The maps, measurements, drawings, and the exact, short, sharp military reports turned in at regular intervals to the Baron won that worthy absolutely. Linnaeus was a businessman as well as a naturalist. It would require a book to tell of the glorious half-gypsy life of these 8 young men, moving slowly through woods, across plains, over mountains and meadows, studying soil, rocks, birds, trees, and flowers, collecting and making records. Camping at night by flowing streams, awakening with the dawn and cooking breakfast by the campfire in a silence that took up their shouts of laughter in surprise and echoed them back from the neighboring hills. At last the journey was ended. Linnaeus had proved his ability to teach. His animation, good cheer, and friendly qualities brought his pupils very close to him. Reuterholm insisted that he should attach himself to the rising little college at Falun. There he met Dr. Moreus, a man of much worth in a scientific way. At his house Linnaeus made his home. There was a daughter in the household, Sarah Elizabeth, tall, slender, appreciative, and studious. One of the Reuterholms had courted her, but in vain. There were the usual results, and when Carolus and Sarah Elizabeth came to Dr. Moreus hand in hand for his blessing, he granted it as good men always do. Then the doctor gave Linnaeus some good advice. Go to Holland or somewhere and get a doctor's degree. The enemies at Uppsala called Linnaeus the gypsy scientist. Silence them. Linnaeus was now a great man, and the world would yet acknowledge it. Sarah Elizabeth agreed in all of the propositions. Love, they say, is blind, but sometimes love is a regular telescope. This time love saw things that the learned men of Uppsala failed to discover. Their diagnosis was wrong. Linnaeus had prepared a thesis on intermittent fever, and he was assured that if he presented this thesis at the medical school at Harderwijk, Holland, with letters from Baron Reuterholm and Dr. Moreus, it would secure him the much desired M.D. A few months at most would suffice. He could then return to Falun and take his place as a practicing physician and a professor in the college, marry the lady of his choice, and live happy ever afterward. So he started away southward. In due time he arrived at Harderwijk and read his thesis to the faculty. Instead of the callow youth, such as they usually dealt with, they found a practised speaker who defended his points with grace and confidence. The degree was at once voted, and a cum laude thrown in for good measure. Linnaeus was asked to remain there and give a course of lectures on natural history. This he did. Before going home, he thought he would take a little look in on Leyden, at that time the bookmaking and literary centre of the world. At Leyden he met Gronovius, the naturalist, who asked him to remain and give lectures at the university. He did so, and incidentally showed Gronovius the manuscript of his book on the new system of botanic classification. Gronovius was so delighted that he insisted on having the book printed by the Plantins at his own expense. Here was a piece of good fortune Linnaeus had not anticipated. Linnaeus now settled down to read the proofs and help the work through the presses, but he never idled an hour. He studied, wrote, and lectured, and made little excursions with his friends through the fields. The book finished, he hastened to send copies back to Falun to Sarah Elizabeth, saying he must see Amsterdam and then go to Antwerp to visit his newfound printer friends there, and then go home. At Amsterdam he remained a whole year, living at the house of Burman, the naturalist. The wealthy banker Clifford, first among amateur botanists of his day, invited Linnaeus to visit him at his country house at Hartekamp. Here he saw the finest garden he had ever looked upon. Clifford had copies of Linnaeus's book, and he now insisted that the author should remain, catalogue his collection, and issue the book with the help of the Plantins, all without regard to cost. It took a year to get the work out, but it yet remains one of the finest things ever attempted in a book-making way on the subject of botany. About the same time, with the help of Clifford, Linnaeus published another big book of his own called Fundamenta Botanica. This book was taken up at Oxford and used as a textbook, in preference to Ray. Linnaeus received invitations from England and was persuaded to take a trip across to that country. He visited Oxford and London, and was received by scientific men as a conquering hero. He saw Garrick act, and heard George Frederick Handel, where the crowd was so great that a notice was posted requesting gentlemen to come without swords, and ladies without hoops. Handel composed an aria in his honour. Returning to Leyden, Linnaeus was urged by the municipality to remain and rearrange the public flower gardens and catalogue the rare plants at the university. This took a year, in which 3 more books were issued under his skilful care. He now started for home in earnest, by way of Paris, with what a contemporary calls a trunkful of medals. Paris too had honours and employment for the great botanist, but he escaped and at last reached Falun. He had been gone nearly 4 years, and during the interval had established his place in the scientific world as the first botanist of the time. "It was love that sent me out of Sweden, and but for love I would never have returned," he wrote. Linnaeus and Sarah Elizabeth were married June 26, 1739. Now the unexpected happened. Uppsala petitioned Linnaeus to return, and the man who headed the petition was the one who had driven him away, and who came near being killed for his pains. Linnaeus and his wife went to Uppsala, rich, honoured, beloved. Linnaeus shifted the scientific centre of gravity of all Europe to a town, practically to them obscure, a thing they themselves scarcely realized. Henceforth the life of Linnaeus flowed forward like a great and mighty river. Everything made way for him. He was invited by the King of Spain to come to that country and found a school of science, and so lavish were the promises that they surely would have turned the head of a lesser man. Universities in many civilized countries honored themselves by giving him degrees. In 1761 the King of Sweden issued a patent of nobility in his honour, and thereafter he was Carl von Lynne. In England he was known as Sir Charles Lynne. Sainte-Beuve, the eminent French critic, says that the world has produced only about half a dozen men who deserve to be placed in the first class. The elements that make up this superior man are high intellect, which abandons itself to the purpose in hand, careless of form and precedent, indifference to obstacles and opposition, and a joyous, sympathetic, loving spirit that runs over and inundates everything it touches, all with no special thought of personal pleasure, gratification, or gain. Linnaeus seems in every way to fill the formula. End of section 16. Recording by Sienna, Ser. Fresno, California.
Section 17 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Little Journeys to the Homes of Great Scientists by Elbert Hubbard. Thomas H. Huxley, Part 1. That man, I think, has a liberal education, whose body has been so trained in youth that it is the ready servant of his will, and does with ease and pleasure all that, as a mechanism, it is capable of, whose intellect is a clear, cold, logic engine, with all its parts of equal strength, and in smooth running order, ready, like a steam engine, to be turned to any kind of work, and to spin the gossamers as well as forge the anchors of the mind, whose mind is stored with the knowledge of the great fundamental truths of nature and the laws of her operations, one who, no stunted ascetic, is full of life and fire, but whose passions have been trained to come to heel by a vigorous will, the servant of a tender conscience, one who has learned to love all beauty, whether of nature or of art, to hate all vileness, and to esteem others as himself. Thomas Henry Huxley. That was a great group of thinkers to which Huxley belonged. The Mutual Admiration Society forms the sunshine in which souls grow. Great men come in groups. Sir Francis Galton says there were 14 men in Greece in the time of Pericles, who made Athens possible. A man alone is only a part of a man. Praxiteles by himself could have done nothing. Ictinus might have drawn the plans for the Parthenon, but without Pericles, the noble building would have remained forever the stuff which dreams are made of. And they do say that without Aspasia, Pericles would have been a mere dreamer of dreams, and Walter Savage Landor overheard enough of their conversation to prove it. William Morris and 7 men working with him formed the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, and gave the workers and doers of the world an impetus they yet feel. Cambridge and Concord had 7 men who induced the Muses to come to America and take out papers. These men of the Barbizon school tinted the entire art world. Millet, Rousseau, Daubigny, Corot, Diaz, and the people who worked a complete revolution in the theological thought of Christendom were these: Darwin, Spencer, Mill, Tyndall, Wallace, Huxley, and yes, George Eliot, who bolstered the brain of Herbert Spencer when he was learning to think for himself. When the Victory had become a rout, there were many others who joined forces with the evolutionists, but at first the thinkers named above stood together and received the rather unsavoury jibes and jeers of those who get their episcopopagy and science from the same source. Darwin was the only man in the group who was a university graduate, and he once said that he owed nothing to his alma mater save the stimulus derived from her disapproval. For the work these men had to do there was no precedent. No one had gone before and blazed the trail. Learning, like capital, is timid, but ignorance coupled with a desire to know is bold. Do I then make a plea for ignorance? Yes, most assuredly. It is just as well not to know so much, as to be a theologian and know so many things that are not true. Learning and institutions of learning subdue men into conformity. Only the man who belongs to nothing is free, and ignorance, as well as a certain indifference to what the world has said and done, is a necessary factor in the character of him who would do a great work. It was the combined ignorance and boldness of Columbus that made it possible for him to give the world a continent. Yet the man who has not had a college training often feels he has somehow missed something valuable. There is timidity and hesitation when he is in the presence of those who have had advantages. And Huxley felt this loss, more or less, up to his 35th year, when fate had him cross swords with college men, and then the truth became his that if he had had the regular university training, it was quite probable he would have accepted the doctrines the university taught, and would then have been in the camp of the enemy, instead of with what he called the blessed minority. Isolation is a great aid to the thinker. Some of the best books the world has ever known were written behind prison bars. Exile has done much for literature, and a protracted sea voyage has allowed many a good man to roam the universe in imagination. Some of Macaulay's best essays were written on board slow-going sailing ships that were blown by vagrant winds from England to India. Darwin, Hooker, and Huxley all got their scientific baptism on board of surveying ships, where time was plentiful and anything but fleeting, and most everything else was scarce. Huxley was only assistant surgeon on the Rattlesnake, and above him was a naturalist who much of his time lay in his bunk and read treatises on this and also on that. Huxley was the 7th child of a plodding school-teacher, born on the 7th day of the week, on a 7th floor back, he used to say. His genius for work came from his mother, a tireless, ambitious woman, who got things done while others were discussing them. Had she been a man, she would have been the leader of the opposition in the House of Commons, her son used to say. College education was not for that goodly brood. A living was the first thing, so after a good drilling in the 3 R's, Thomas Huxley was apprenticed to a pharmacist who paid him 6 shillings a week, a sum that the boy conscientiously gave to his mother. Oh, if in our school teaching we could only teach this one thing, a great thirst for knowledge. But this desire we cannot impart. It is trial, difficulty, obstacle, deprivation, and persecution that make souls hunger and thirst after knowledge. Young Huxley wanted to know. His thoroughness in the drug-store won the admiration of the doctors whose prescriptions he compounded, and several of them loaned him books and took him to clinics. And at 17 we find him with a free scholarship in Charing Cross Hospital, serving as nurse and assistant surgeon. Then came the appointment as assistant surgeon in the Navy, and the appointment to HMS Rattlesnake, bound on a 4-year trip to the Antipodes, all quite as a matter of course. Life is a sequence. This happened today because you did that yesterday. Tomorrow will be the result of today. The general idea of evolution was strong in the mind of young Huxley. He realized that nature was moving, growing, changing all things. He had studied embryology, and had seen how the body of a man begins as a single minute mass of protoplasm, without organs or dimensions. Behind the ship was his dragnet, and he worked almost constantly recording the different specimens of animals and vegetable life that he thus secured. The jellyfish attracted him most. To the ship's naturalist, jellyfish were jellyfish, but Huxley saw there were many kinds, distinct, separate, peculiar. He began to dissect them, and thus began his book on jellyfish, just as Darwin wrote his work on barnacles. Huxley vowed to himself that before the Rattlesnake got back to England, he would know more about jellyfish than any other living man. That his ambition was realized, no one now disputes. Among his first discoveries, it came to him with a thrill that a certain species of jellyfish bears a very close resemblance to the human embryo at a certain stage, and he remembered the dictum of Goethe that the growth of the individual mirrors the growth of the race, and he paraphrased it thus: the growth of the individual mirrors the growth of the species. So filled was he with the thought that he could not sleep, so he got up and paced the deck, and tried to explain his great thought to a second mate. He was getting ready for the Origin of the Species, which he once said to Darwin he would himself have written, if Darwin had been a little more of a gentleman and had held off for a few years. It was on board the Rattlesnake that Huxley wrote this great truth: Nature has no designs or intentions. All that live exist only because they have adapted themselves to the hard lines that nature has laid down. We progress as we comply. In Australia, while waiting for his ship to locate and map a dangerous reef, Huxley went ashore, and, as he playfully expressed it, ran upon another. The name of the most excellent young woman who was to become his wife was Henrietta Heathorn, and Julian Hawthorne has discovered that she belongs to the same good stock from whence came our Nathaniel of Salem. It did not take the young naturalist and this stranded waif 7,000 miles from home long to see that they had much in common. Both were eager for truth, both had the ability to cut the introduction and reach live issues directly. "I saw you were a woman with whom only honesty would answer," he wrote her 30 years after. He was still in love with her. Yet she was a proud soul, and no assistant surgeon on an insignificant sloop would answer her. When he got his surgeon's commission, she would marry him. And it was 7 years before she journeyed to England alone with that delightful object in view. He had to serve for her as Jacob did for Rachel, with this difference: Jacob loved several, but Thomas Huxley loved but one. Huxley's wife was his companion, confidant, comrade, friend. I cannot recall another so blessed in all the annals of thinking men, save John Stuart Mill. I tell her everything I know, or guess, or imagine, so as to get it straight in my own mind, he said to John Fiske. In that most interesting work, Life and Lessons of Huxley, compiled by his son Leonard, are constant references and allusions to this most ideal mating. In reply to the question, "Is marriage a failure?" I would say, no, provided the man marries a woman like Huxley's wife, and the woman marries a man like Huxley. There is a classic aphorism which runs about this way: knock, and the world knocks with you; boost, and you boost alone. Like most popular sayings, this is the truth turned wrong side out. John Fiske once called Thomas Huxley an appreciative iconoclast. That is to say, Huxley was a persistent protester, which is different from a Protestant, and at the same time he was a friend who never faltered and grew faint in time of trouble. Huxley always sniffed the battle from afar and said, "Ha ha!" There be those who so declare that the success of Huxley was owing to his taking the tide at the flood, and riding into high favour on the Darwinian wave. To say that there would have been no Huxley had there been no Darwin would be one of those unkind cuts the cruelty of which lies in its truth. It is equally true that if there had been no Lincoln there would have been no Grant, but Grant was a very great man just the same, so why raise the issue? Darwin summed up and made nebulae of the truths which Huxley had, up to that time, held only in gaseous form. Darwin was born in the immortal year 1809. Huxley was born in 1825. When The Origin of the Species was published in 1859, Thomas Huxley was 34 years old. He had made his 4 years' trip around the world on the surveying ship Rattlesnake, just as Darwin had made his eventful voyage on the Beagle. These men in many ways had paralleled each other, but Darwin had 16 years the start, and during these years he had steadily and silently worked to prove the great truth that he had sensed intuitively years before in the South Seas. The Origin of the Species sheds light in 10,000 ways on the fact that all life has evolved from very lowly forms, and is still ascending; that species were not created by fiat, but that every species was the sure and necessary result of certain conditions. Until The Origin of the Species was published, and for some years afterward, the immutability of species was taught in all colleges and everywhere accepted by the so-called learned men. Goethe had somewhat dimly prophesied the discovery of the law of evolution, but his ideas on natural science were regarded by the schools as quite on a par with those of Dante. Neither was taken seriously. Darwin proved his hypothesis. Doubtless, very many schoolmen would have accepted the theory, but to admit that man was not created outright, complete, and in his present form, or superior to it, seemed to involve a contradiction of the Mosaic account of creation, and the breaking up of Christianity, and these things alone, many thought, would entail moral chaos, destruction of private interests, and moral confusion being one and the same thing to those whose interests are involved. And so, for conscience's sake, Darwin was bitterly assailed and opposed. Opportunity, which knocks many times at each man's door, rapped hard at Huxley's door in 1860. It was at Oxford, at a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science. "A big society with a slightly ironical name," once said Huxley. The audience was large and fashionable, delegates being present from all parts of the British Empire. The Origin of the Species had been published the year before, and tongues were wagging. Darwin was not present, but Huxley, who was known to be a personal friend of Darwin, was in his seat. The intent of the chairman was to keep Darwin and his pestiferous book out of all the discussions. Darwin was a good man to smother with silence. But Samuel Wilberforce, Bishop of Oxford, in the course of a speech on another subject, began to run short of material, and so switched off upon a theme which he had already exploited from the pulpit with marked effect. All public speakers carry this boilerplate matter for use in time of stress. The bishop began to denounce those enemies of the church and society who make covert attacks upon the Bible in the name of science. He warmed to his theme, and by a specious series of misstatements and various appeals to the prejudices of his audience, worked the assemblage up to a high pitch of hilarity and enthusiasm. Toward the close of his speech he happened to spy Huxley seated near, and pointing a pudgy finger at him, begged to be informed if the learned gentleman was really willing to be regarded as a descendant of a monkey. As the bishop sat down there was a wild burst of applause and much laughter, but amid the din were calls, "Huxley! Huxley!" These shouts increased as it came over the people that while the bishop had made a great speech, he had gone a trifle too far in ridiculing a member who up to this time had been silent. The good English spirit of fair play was at work. Still Huxley sat silent. Then the enemy, thinking he was completely vanquished, took up the cry with intent to add to his discomfiture, "Huxley! Huxley!" Slowly Huxley arose. He stood still until the last buzzing whisper had died away. When he spoke it was in so low a tone that people leaned forward to catch his words. Huxley knew his business. His slowness to speak created an atmosphere. There was no jest in his voice or manner. The air grew tense. His quiet reserve played itself off against the florid exuberance of the bishop. The bishop was not a man given to exact statements. His knowledge of science was general, not specific. Huxley demolished his card-house point by point, correcting the gross misstatements, and ending by saying that since a question of personal preferences had been brought into the discussion of a great scientific theme, he would confess that if the alternatives were a descent on the one hand from a respectable monkey, or from the other from a bishop of the Church of England who could stoop to misrepresentation and sophistry, and who had attempted in that presence to show discredit upon a man who had given his life to the cause of science, then if forced to decide, he would declare in favour of the monkey. When Huxley took his seat there was a silence that could be felt. Several ladies fainted. There were fears that the bishop would reply, and to keep down such a possible unpleasant move the audience now applauded Huxley roundly, and amid the din the chairman declared the meeting adjourned. From that time forward Huxley was famous throughout England as a man to let alone in public debate. Section 17